everybody. Today we're going to play a new game. It's not new to me, but it is new. I haven't played it before. I think I played a demo of it earlier on. I say earlier on, about a couple of years ago, before it came out. And then over Christmas I bought it. I haven't played it since. But since I'm pretty much finished most of the big titles I wanted to finish, well, some of them are still unfinished, but at the moment I have a bit of a gap before the next big release. So we finished Madison yesterday. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Today I'm moving on to another game I've got here called Root Film. This is a Japanese interactive novel more than a game. I mean, it is a game, but it's one of those lots of text dialogue type things. And I think it's only subbed in Japanese, so I'll see about sort of like reading everything in English for people. Let me know if that's something that you would like or not like. I know some people are quite happy with sub, then you get some people who are quite find it quite difficult to follow sub. So all of my dyslexic people there, I think I'll continue reading them. So we're going to create a system data. New save data, root film, yes please. So this is a supernatural story, detective story, by P-Cube. I don't know Esperai, but I know P-Cube. P-Cube, I've played a lot of things in the past from P-Cube. I do enjoy their games. Any depictions of real life places, people are completely... So, Root Film, memories brought back by hidden records, a mystery and suspense story set in Shimane Prefecture. So this was developed in 2020, 2021, Karakawa Games, published by P-Cube. I like this. Go back. Oh. Configuration, let's see what we've got here. So text display. I think that's decent. I don't want it too fast. Auto play speed. Skip mode lock. Background music, sound effects, voice volume. I reckon that's fine. Let's start. I'll try and read as I go with the dialogue. Winter has come for me and me alone. My body convulses uncontrollably. My cells desperately try to start a fire, but to no avail as my temperature drops. Oh yes, this was the only warmth I can feel is a tepid liquid on the back of my shoulders and head. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Who the hell said death by falling doesn't hurt, since you'd faint before hitting the ground? You lied. You liar. Inside my head I curse someone over and over. Nobody said it would hurt. Nobody said it would hurt this bad. I want to cry out for help, but I can't say a word. I can't even breathe. Tears stream through my eyes. My eyes, yes, I can still move them. I spot someone out of the corner of my eye. With camera phones.
早く助けて。
Hurry up and save me.
寒い。
It's cold.
寒いよ。
So cold.
誰でもいいから早く。
Somebody please hurry.
うわ、マジかよ。
Oh, are you for real?
ピンクのなんか出てんじゃん。グロ。
There's some pink stuff coming out.
何を
Gross.
言っているのだろう。
What are they saying?
口々に何かつぶやきながら恐る恐る私に近づいてくる人たち。
People mutter amongst themselves as they timidly
どう
approach
して
me.
助けて
Why
くれないの。
won't they help me?
ぼんやりとした視線の先で人々が一斉に携帯を取り出す。
As my vision starts to haze, I see them all take out their phones.
無言のまま携帯のカメラを私に向ける人。
Without a word, they all turn their phone cameras towards me.
そうか。
See,
みんな私の姿を撮るためだけに寄ってきたんだ。
they're only approaching to take pictures.
彼らにとって私の姿はネット
They're
に
just
上げて盛り上がるための見せ物。
Here for the spectacle, to take pictures and upload them online.
深い深い絶望とともに急激に暗くなっていく私の視界。
I sink into despair as my vision fades to black.
お姉ちゃんごめん。そして私は自分だけに訪れた冬を受け入れた。
I embrace the winter that has come for me and me alone. Yagumo Part 1, Prologue. Perfect day for this. It is raining outside. It is actually quite chilly out there. Yeah, this is a good game day. This should just about do it, right?
このシーンだけ通してプレビューしてみてくれ。
Let's preview the scene. Sure thing, boss.
おい、待ってくれ。何か聞こえないか。
Wait a sec. Did you hear anything?
ちょっとやめてよ。さっきから何なの？
Cut that out. What's gotten into
静か
you?
に。ほら、なんかうなり声みたいな。
Shh, listen. It's like a growl or something.
ちょっとやだ。本当に聞こえる。
I actually hear it.
だんだん近くに来てない？
It's getting closer, isn't it?
うわー！なんだあれ！なんだあれ！
What the hell is that?
車！戻れ！
Get back to the van.
エンジン！なんでだよ！エンジンかかんね
The engine. Damn it, why now?
え！ああ
と、
And there.
こんな感じっすけど、
That's what we've got.
もうちょい幽霊役の女優さんの顔を灰色っぽくしときます。
Maybe make the ghost actress's face more
い
grey?
や、やりすぎるとリアリティなくなるからな。サイドだけちょっと落としとこうか。
If we overdo it, it'll be Uncanny Valley. Maybe we can turn saturation down just a
へ
bit.
え。
Hmm.
しかし、こんなんマジに受け取るやついるんすかね？
Honestly, will anyone even take this
どう
seriously?
見ても作り丸出しっつうか、そもそもなんでお前ずっとカメラ回してんだよって突っ込みたくなるっつうか。
It's clearly fake. Like, for starters, how would you even keep the camera running?
いいんだよ。こんなもん、どうせ夏をちょいと盛り上げるための小道具に過ぎねえんだから。
Hey, don't worry about it. I mean, it's just a small project for some summer hype.
こういうの見て肝試しに行って盛り上がれりゃそれでいいんだろ、若いやつは。
You watch it and get hyped for a test of courage. Kids these days eat that stuff up, right?
うわ、発言おっさんくさ。
Okay, boomer.
いや、お前だってそういうの好きだって面接の時言ってただろ。
In your interview, you said you liked that sort of stuff, didn't you?
まあ連れとはよく肝試し行きましたけどね。
Well, friends often take me on tests of courage, at
ほら
least.
見ろ。そういう連中喜ばしておまんま食えるんだから、それでいいじゃねえか。
See what I mean? You get to please your people and put food on your table too. Win-win.
低い志ですな。
You really set your sights low,
う
huh?
るせえよ。とにかくこれで素材揃ったから、あとはテロップのデータだけ用意しといてくれ。編集は俺の方でやっとくから。
Shut up. Anyway, principal photography is done, so handle the subtitling. I'll do the editing.
了解。あらへんしたデータはいつものフォルダにまとめておくんで。
Sure, I'll put the rough edit in the usual
な
folder.
頼むよ。
Thanks. With that parting word, Yagumo scratches his head and leaves the editing room. Aine Magari simply watches as he leaves, leaning back in her chair and sighing. When I saw him at the Asian Film Convention, he seemed like the next big filmmaker. But now, after just 3 years, he's turned into such a gloomy old man. If he axed the Max Yagumo pseudonym and went back to using his real name, Rintaro Yagumo, would he be cool again? Maybe I should check my email now. How do I do that? Magari is in the editing room working on edits as always. When Yagumo enters the room, she casually talks to him without even
監
looking
督
up.、
芸名やめて本名にする気はないんすか？
Director, are you ever going to drop the stage name and use your real
な
name
ん
again?
だよいきなり。
What's this all of a
い
sudden?
や、なんとなく本名の八雲凛太郎の方がいいのにって思っただけっすけど。
Nothing. I was just thinking Rintaro Yagumo had a much better ring to
変える
it.
気はねえよ。学生時代からずっとマックスって呼ばれてきてるからな。リン太郎って呼ばれる方が違和感あるくらいだ。
I've been Max ever since I was a student. I won't stop. Rintaro sounds weirder to me.
まあいいっすけどね。
Well, fine, I guess. Back in his room, Yagumo boots up his personal computer. Guess I'll check my email. If only I'd get more serious job requests. He ponders the possibility as he opens his email, finding about 3 new messages. Subject, you're in grave danger, your password has been frozen. Your subject, you're in grave danger. From Yugensai Kumashiro. Dear Max Yagumo, I am a big fan of your company's Vengeful Ghost Archipelago series of DVDs. I recently purchased the new Archipelago Quake and saw it was as frightening as previous titles. Most of the spirits were weak animal spirits, but I found many of them to be quite dangerous. Previously, I, Yugensai, have been protecting you with remote exorcism, but you're in grave danger. Therefore, I suggest an official exorcism where I take my spiritual power-infused bracelet and... Why do occult DVDs always attract occultists? What the hell's a remote exorcism anyway? After an uncomfortable laugh, he realizes he recognizes the sender's name. Yugensai Kumashiro. Spirit medium quack? Can you please stop emailing me every DVD release? Yagumo shrugs his shoulders and deletes the email without reading the rest of it. Your password has been frozen. Amazon customer support. Due to password danger exposure, your password has been frozen. To unfreezing your password, please accept the next link immediately. Yeah, just your usual grammatically questionable spam. Yagumo deletes the email without even flinching. They're using the real Amazon It's Amazon. Amazon logo too. That's in bad taste. Heading to Shimane from Sakuya. When he sees the sender's name, Yagumo freezes. It's from his younger sister. That's weird. Since when does Sakuya email me? He wonders why she didn't just use Line, but realizes they never exchanged Line info. Right, we always said next time. Next time never came. Yagumo smiles wryly as he reads the email. Dear brother, I'm heading to Shimane soon. Is that it? I don't get it. Well, I guess she'll just contact me again once she's here. Yagumo sends that email to the archive folder, but instead of deleting it. No new work requests today too, huh? Jeez, just how long am I gonna have to make those stupid occult DVDs? Yagumo sighs as he shuts off his computer and leaves his room. When he enters the reception room, Yagumo's phone vibrates and rings in his pocket. Recognizing the caller's name, he picks up the phone and puts on his most diplomatic voice.
ヤグモです。
なあ、マックスちゃん。急みだけど、今大丈夫？
Yeah, Maxie, it's Isagami. You got a moment?
どうも磯上さん。ご無沙汰してます。
Oh, Isagami, long time no see.
全然大丈夫ですけど。何か
I'm free at the moment. What's up?
ちょっとマックスちゃんに相談したいことあってさ。今からこっち来れる？
Well, there's something I'd like to discuss. Can you come over here?
いいですよ。すぐ伺いますけど、相談ってのは
Sure, but what would you like to discuss about me?
例の件の話なんだけどさ。ちょっとややこしいから詳しくは直接ね。それじゃあやろう。
You know the thing, it's a little complex, so I'll give you details when you get here. Later. The thing? Wait, have discussions moved? In that case,
Was
that a call about a job request? Marguerite fills her personal mug with hot water. He hadn't noticed her entering the reception room.
マーガリー、いたのか。
How long have you been there?
コーヒー入れに来ただけですけど、なんかいい話っぽかったんで。
I just dropped by to get some coffee. Sounds like you just had a good
いい
conversation.
話なのかな。磯上さんが仕事の相談をしたいらしい。今から来いとさ。
I'm not sure. Izugami wants to talk business. He told me to go over there right now.
磯上さん？また心霊 DVD の版元さんすか？
Izugami, the publisher of the Spirit DVDs
いや
again.
島根テレビライツ事業局の企画部長さんだ。以前から目をかけてもらってて、いつか仕事を一緒にしようって言われてたんだ。
Nah, planning manager for Shimane TV licensing. He said he'd like to work with us one day.
島根テレビの偉いさんじゃないっすか。監督、まさかそのまま行く気じゃないっすよね。
Shimane TV? So he's a big shot. Director, you're not planning on going like that, are
その
you?
つもりだけど。
I am.
ヒゲ、まずその武将ヒゲ剃って、それとスーツとネクタイ、どこにあるんすか？
What? You gotta at least shave and wear a suit and a tie. Where do you keep yours?
おい、マーガリー。
ほらほら、さっさと洗面所行って顔も洗ってきて。油浮いた顔でそんな人と会えないでしょ。
Come on. Go to the bathroom and wash up. Can't go to a meeting with an oily
早く
face.
早く、ほらほらほら。
マーガリー、
30 minutes later. How is that an improvement? After Margari's pestering, Yagumo grooms himself and steps up to the entrance of the
なん
office.
か出かける前から疲れたな。
Somehow I'm exhausted before I've even
った
left.
くまともなスーツが一着も残ってないってどうなってんすか。ぐちゃぐちゃの脱ぎっぱなしでクリーニングにも出してないとか信じらんねえっすよ。
Jeez, how do you not have a proper suit? Can't believe you don't ever go to the
いいだろ
cleaners.
いつもの格好で十分だと思うぞ。
Who cares? I'm fine the way I usually dress.
ヨレヨレのスーツよりはマシですけどね。
It's better than a worn out suit, I guess. Shimane TV headquarters. Let's go. When they reach the Shimane TV lobby, Magari hands Yagumo a paper bag.
なんだこれ。
What's
手
this?
土産。監督が支度してる間に買っときました。監督から渡した方がいいでしょう。
Present. Bought it while you were getting ready. Thought it'd be better if you gave it to
おい
me.
おい。仕事の話をしに行くのに、いちいち手土産なんて。
Hey, we're just talking a little business here. No need for a present.
そういうとこっすよ、監督。あんたが仕事取れないのは。
That's what I keep talking about, director. The reason you don't get
ま
work
と
is
もな社
because...
会人ならこれぐらい常識。仕事取りたいんなら今後こういうこともしっかりやってください。
It's because you don't know basic business etiquette. If you want work, you gotta follow etiquette. Damn it, for a former delinquent, she knows her manners.
元ヤンのくせにどうとかこうとか思ったでしょ。
You were thinking that's rich coming from a former delinquent, weren't you?
まあいいっす。ほら、さっさと入りましょう。
Well, whatever. Let's go inside
は
already.
い。
After checking in with guest services, the pair head to the second floor reception room, where they find Isogami waiting for them.
やあ、マックスちゃん。いきなり呼び出してごめんね。
Hey, Maxie. Sorry for calling you all of a
ど
sudden.
うや最近、弾けてる？今度の仕事で一緒に弾けちゃおうよ。
How you been lately? You popping off? Let's pop off together for our next job.
ねえ。あとこれ、つまらないものですが。
Here's a little something for you.
手土産なんていいのに。気を使わせちゃってごめんね。
Oh, a present? For me? You shouldn't
あ
have.
と、こちらのお嬢さんは？
Oh, and who might this lady
こ
be?
の子は今年の春からうちで働いてもらってる。
This girl's been working for me since the
ノニ
spring.
ミア編集担当のマガリアイネと申します。ヤグモマックスのアシスタントも兼ねておりますので、ご用があれば気軽にお申し付けください。
Non-linear editor and Max Yagumo's assistant, Aine Magari. Free to contact me for business.
ほれ、さすがマックスちゃん。新卒なのにしっかりした子入れたね。
Way to go, Maxie. You've got yourself a level-headed new
ライツ
graduate.
事業局企画部長の磯上博之です。よろしくね。
I'm Hiroyuki Izugami, planning manager of the licensing department. Nice to meet you. With an emphasis on planning manager, Izugami hands his business card to Magari, who had suddenly taken a serious tone. As he watches those two, Yagumo stifles a wry smile and cuts to the
ところで、
chase.
今日は例の件でご相談とのことですが。
By the way, about the topic of discussion today,
ああ、そうそう。実はマックスちゃんが提案してくれた例の10年前のプロジェクトを復活させる件ね。あれ、いけそうな感じなのよ。
Maxie, your proposal to revive that decade-old project seems like it's going to get greenlit.
本当ですか？
パ
Really?
ッケージ化前提ってことで、ライツ事業局主導でね。それにほら、最近はネット配信って手もあるから、回収の見込みも立ちやすいしさ。
As long as it's part of a package deal, the licensing heads are leaning yes. Online streaming should give it enough exposure.
役員への根回しでもだいぶ反応いいからね。正式な号もいけちゃいそうな感じ。
The staff seems pretty receptive, so it looks like it's shoo-in to be
おお、
greenlit.
それはよかった。
Oh, that's great.
それってどういう。
What exactly is the
も
project?
ともとは10年前に立ち上がってペンディングになった企画なんだけどね。ここ島根を舞台にしたミステリードラマ企画。
It's a mystery drama set here in Shimane that originally started production 10 years ago but was
オムニバス
suspended.
形式で3人の監督による共作ってのが売りだったのね。
Its selling point was its omnibus format, with 3 directors competing for the best film.
3人の監督ってことは、今回もしかしてうちのマックスも。
3 directors? So is Max going to participate in the
も
reboot?
ちろん候補に入れるつもり。
He's one of the planned candidates, of
クス
course.
ミニッツ映像祭やアジアフィルムコンベンションで入賞してるしね。新進気鋭の監督枠ってことで。
After all, He's an up-and-coming director who won awards at the 6 Minute Film Festival and the Asian Film
本当です
Convention.
か？やったチャンスですチャンスですよ監督
Seriously? Yay, it's your big chance,
No.
director.
の
まあまだ本決まりってわけじゃないから喜びすぎないでね。それに
Well, it hasn't been officially greenlit, so it might be too early to celebrate.
ちょっと
Besides,
今問題が持ち上がっててね。
there's been one small hiccup.
問題
Hiccup?
それが今回ご相談の話ってわけですか。
Is that what you wanted to discuss?
そう実は一人強硬に反対してる役員がいてね。その人それなりにキーマンだからなんとか説得しときたいのよ。
Yes. See, one staff member's strongly against it. Someone high up the chain who we need on
そ
board.
の反対理由というのは
Why are they
よ
against
く
it?
わからないんだけどね。とにかく不吉だからやめろってその一点張りなんだよね。
I'm not sure, but they keep saying to axe it since it's a bad omen.
どうやら10年前にペンディングになった時もすでに一部撮影は始まってたらしいのね。
When the project was suspended 10 years ago, some filming had already begun, apparently.
その時撮ったフィルムになんかあったんじゃないかと思うんだけど。
And some sort of incident was caught on film, or so they
そ
say.
こに何か不吉とされるものが映っていたと。
Bad omen got caught on
多
film?
分そういうことなんだろうね。自分は当時そのプロジェクトに全く噛んでなかったからわからないけど。
Something like that, probably. Personally, I was completely uninvolved in the project at the
局の
time.
方で知ってる方はいなかったんですか？
Does there nobody in the department know?
それがね、不思議なことに当事者全員局を辞めちゃってるの。ペンディングの責任取ったのか何なのか。
Oddly enough, everyone involved quit. Maybe to take responsibility for the
なる
suspension.
ほど。つまり自分にその原因を調べろと。
I see. So basically you're telling me to investigate that cause myself, huh?
そういうことなんだけど、頼めるかな。当時のフィルム見て何があったのか真相を探ってほしいんだけど。
I suppose so. I'd like you to watch the film and see if you can find out what
いいで
happened.
すよ。やってみます。
Sure, I'll give it a
本
shot.
当助かるわ。それじゃあ今から社屋の隣にある素材管理センターに付き合ってくれる？
Really? Thanks. In that case, can you follow me to the archive center next to the
お
building?
蔵入りになった素材はそこで管理してるんだけど、そのフィルム見せてもらえるように話通してあるから。
The shelf footage is archived there, so I've talked with them to let us see the
わかり
film.
ました。ご一緒します。
Understood. We'll come with you.
頼むよ。
Okay,
なん
thanks.
とか解決して企画通してさ、一緒にはじけちゃおうよ。
Let's get this thing greenlit and get poppin'! A cheerful Izagami slaps Yaguma on the back as they leave the reception room. Isagami leads the way as they head behind the office towards a separate building. Apparently, the archive center is a small, prefabricated
名前の
warehouse.
割に随分と小さな。
Looks smaller than the name would
地
suggest.
上階はただの待機室だからね。メインは
だ
地下になってるんだ。
That's the
湿
waiting
度や
room.
温度管理が重要な施設だから。
It's mainly underground, to control temperature and humidity, see. True to Isagami's words, stairs to the basement appear as soon as they enter the building. They descend the stairs, pass several doors, and go down a hall, where they find a cluttered room with disorganized stacks of film material.
どうも、佐山さんいます？
Hello. You there, Sayama?
磯上くんか。
Oh, Isagami.
例のやつ拝見しに来たんですけど。
We're here to see the thing.
準備はしてあるが、本気であれを調べる気なのか。
It's ready. Do you seriously want to look into
も
it?
ちろん本気ですよ。電話でも言ったでしょ。
Of course I'm serious. Said so on the phone, didn't I?
ほら、こちら映像作家のマックスちゃんとマガリちゃん。この二人が調べてくれることになってるんですわ。
Meet director Maxi and his assistant Magari. They're the ones who are going to do the investigation into the film. Sayama gives the two a disinterested glance before motioning toward a screen installed on a wall in the corner of the room. They look to see a projector already loaded with the
こ
film.
れは16ミリフィルムですか。
That's
10年前とはいえ珍しいな。
16mm film, huh? Kind of unusual, even for last decade.
撮影した監督のこだわりでもあったんだろ
It's like Fatal
う。
Frame.
やはり映像の艶が違う。
Old film and ghost capture. The director had a thing for it, I guess. Definitely had a unique charm to it.
はあ。監督は一体誰なんです？
So who exactly was the director?
さあな。
Beats me.
さあな。
Beats you?
わからないんですか？
You don't know?
ああ、記録には残っていない。
Nope. There's no record of who it was.
待ってください。フィルム缶のラベルとかに書いてなかったんすか？
Hold on. It's not even written on the label of the film can or anything.
なかったな。
No.
それにどういうわけか、島根テレビの記録にも全く残されていないんだ。
No. In fact, there's not even a record of it in all of Shimane TV.
でも、未編集のフィルムならシーンの頭にカチンコが映ってますよね。そこの掛け声聞いたら大体誰かわかるんじゃ。
If it's unedited, shouldn't the director say action and clack the clapperboard at the start of each
確
scene?
かにこいつは編集前のフィルムだ。だが、
This film is indeed unedited, but
どういうわけか、監督の掛け声が入ってるはずの箇所は全て削除されているんだ。ご丁寧に全ての箇所でな。
for some reason, all of the places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have been erased. Every single one.
そんな、一体なぜ？
For what purpose? Magari is taken aback by the illogical situation, and suddenly, Yagumo senses something he hasn't sensed in a long time. Is this... For some reason, all the places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have been erased, every single one. In Yagumo's eyes, Sayama's words appear to float mid-air and drift around like jellyfish in the sea. This again, huh? It's a unique sense he's had since childhood. Words his subconscious deems as vital keywords appear to float in mid-air. Synesthesia. A condition where people can taste sounds or hear colors, among other sensory overlap. That's the diagnosis he received as a child. The doctor said it was nothing to worry about. In any case, I should take a note of what he's saying. Places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have all been cut. That was
監
weird.
督。
Director. Director?
か
Director.
ちょっと監督、しっかりしてくださいよ。
Hey, director, please snap out of it.
なあ、マガリか。
Hey, Magari.
マガリかじゃないっすよ。いきなりぼーっとして、具合でも悪いんですか？
Don't hey Magari me. Why the sudden space out? Are you feeling okay?
ああ、いや、なんでもない。大丈夫だよ。
No, it's nothing. I'm
本
okay.
当に大丈夫なのか？これから流すのは体調の悪い時に見るような代物じゃないぞ。
Bloody hell, cat, you gave me a heart attack. You sure you're okay? This isn't the sort of thing you want to watch on an upset
た
stomach.
だのミステリードラマでしょ。大丈夫です。見させてください。
It's just a mystery drama, right? I'll be fine. Roll the film. Sayama shoots Isagami a look that says, You sure? Once Isagami nods, he dims the lights and starts operating the projector. And on the screen they see a lone woman walking. Rain is pouring down. She looks anxious and cowers at the occasional clap of
これ
thunder.
は誰でしょう？
Who is that?
脇役の無名女優だろうな。事件の被害者役だ。犯人の運転する軽トラックにこれから引き殺されることになる。
A no-name extra playing the role of the victim who gets run over by the killer's truck.
なるほど。顔に見覚えはありませんが、確かにちゃんと芝居をしていますね。ただのエキストラじゃないようだ。
I see. I don't recognize her face, but she can act. She doesn't seem just like an extra. Eventually, the film cuts to a new scene with the woman walking up to a pond. The Perspective seems to be someone indoors looking outside as a window frame can be seen.
ここからだ。女性の背後にある池をよく見ててくれ。
This is where it starts to get weird. Look closely at the pond behind the actress. The screen fades to white with an especially loud clap of thunder. In the next moment, both Yagumo and Magari shout in shock. On top of the pond?
これは
That's... As the image sinks in, the truck flies into frame, slamming into the woman. When the truck takes up the entire frame, the screen freezes.
What? 何今のは。これミステリードラマのはずでしょ。ホラードラマじゃないよね。
Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? It's supposed to be a mystery drama, not horror drama.
なんだったの。池の上にいた女は。見たよね。ねえ。
What was that? Who was that woman on the pond? You saw that, didn't you? Didn't you?
見ました。確かに変な女が池の上に浮いてました。
I saw it. There was a creepy woman floating on the pond. Without a word, Yagumo steps up to the projector, takes the film, and checks it against the
加
light.
工の跡はない。
There's no evidence it's been edited.
当然だ。制作者が加工して作った代物なら、そもそもお蔵入りになるものか。
Duh. Do you think it would even be shelved if a producer had edited it?
では、10年前のミステリードラマプロジェクトがお蔵入りになった理由というのは
So the reason the mystery drama project was shelved 10 years ago was...
これだよ。今見せたのは
I
一
see you
部だが
watching me.
他のカットにもわんさかこの女が映り込んでいるんだ。
Yeah, I'm reading it out anyways like a translator. Because of this, what you saw was just part of it. This woman appears in many other
こ
cuts.
れで分かっただろう。そんなプロジェクトを復活させるなんて不吉だって言われるわけが。
This is why reviving the project is a bad omen. Do you understand now? The room falls silent, causing the air conditioning to sound louder than it should. All present stand frozen in place, motionless, with the exception of Magari's slight trembling. We're gonna take the job. Let's do it. Yagumo Part 1, Chapter 1.
やだ。なんであんな素材もらってきたんすか。もう編集室入りたくないっすよ。
Why'd you have to take that cursed film? I don't want to go inside the editing room now.
落ち着けよ。あんな感じの恐怖映像なら今まで散々作ってきただろう。
Calm down. We've made tons of scary movies before, right?
今までのは作り。あれはモノ本でしょうが。
Yeah, fictional movies. That thing was a real deal.
マジでやばいっしょ。ゲロやばっすよ。
That thing's like seriously cursed. It's bad news. Studio Yagumo's editing room now has a digital copy of the film from Shimane TV's archive center. And Aine Magari has been grumbling about it since this morning.
もうマジで編集室やだわ。モノ本が入った PC なんて触れないっすよ。
Oh, jeez. I don't want to be in the editing room. I don't want to touch no cursed computer.
あれ、本当に本物なのかな。
Do you think it's genuine?
いや、あれを見た時からどうにも映像に違和感があるんだよ。
Well, That film's been giving me a bad feeling ever since we
い
watched
や
it.
それが原因でお蔵入りになったんでしょ。おまけにプロジェクト自体がペンディングになったって話じゃないっすか。
Ah, that's why it got shelved, right? Not just that footage, but the entire
作
project.
りだったらそもそもそんな話にならないっしょ。
They wouldn't have gone that far if it were just fictional.
まあな。
I guess so.
ともかく映像をよく調べてみよう。本物なら本物で、なんでそんなものが映ったのか原因を調べなきゃならない。
Well, in any case, let's investigate the film. If it's real, how did it get on
マ
film?
ガリ、オペレーターやってくれ。
Margaret, be my operator.
監督が一人でやればいいじゃないっすか。
Seriously? Can't you just do it yourself,
細かい操
director?
作はお前の方が得意だろう。頼むよ。
You're more familiar with the finer controls, aren't you? Come on, please.
もう後で焼肉でもおごってくださいよ。
Fine, but you better treat me to Korean barbecue or something after this, okay? Right, let's go to the editing room. Upon entering the editing room, the pair quickly loads the computer with the data they received yesterday. A short time later, everything's ready to go. Magari silently looks up at Yagumo. What am I doing? Confirm.
幽霊の映っているカットを再生してみてくれ。
Replay the cut where the ghost shows up. Marguerite begrudgingly operates the editing computer, not even attempting to hide her disgust.
じゃあ再生しますよ。
Okay, I'll replay it now.
うわ、やっぱりめっちゃはっきり映り込んでますやん。
Oh, yeah, it's really freaking clear. Marguerite looks up to the ceiling as she groans like a barker at a festival. Behind her, Yagumo nods in
これ
admiration.
は随分鮮明な画像だな。
It's got quite the vivid visuals. huh?
4K にテレシネしてくれたのか。さすがテレビ局は仕事が丁寧だ。
Is this a 4K telescene transfer? TV stations do some pretty thorough
い
work.
や、感心するとこそこじゃないでしょ。
No, that's not what I meant, dummy.
撮影場所を知りたいな。現地を調べてみれば何かわかるかもしれない。
I want to know where they filmed this. Maybe we can figure something out if we go there.
画面奥に池が映ってますけど、これだけじゃよくわからないっすね。
There's a pond in the middle of the screen, but that's not really enough to figure it
他
out.
に手がかりになりそうな背景が映り込んでる箇所は。
What other clues are there in the background? Marguerite moves the bar to rewind the video a bit. Bringing the video back to the cut of the woman down the road towards the camera.
ここより前のシーンは
Any scenes before this one?
ないっすよ。本来守秘義務がうんたらかんたらで必要最低限の支援データしかもらえなかったっすもん。
Nope. Due to non-disclosure something or other, we were only given the bare minimum scene data.
そっか。
See. What about that? An orange-ish image on a black background. I remember seeing it somewhere, but where?
マガリ、この看板もっとはっきり見えるようにできるか。
マガリ
どこかの案内板だったような気がする。
Can you make that sound more clear? Looks like some sort of information sign.
じゃあ拡大してシャープかけてみます。
Sure, I'll magnify and sharpen it.
無理か。
Guess it's a lost
そうね
cause.
元の映像からしてこっちにピント合ってないし、そもそも小さすぎて潰れちゃってます。
The original footage isn't focused there and it's so small you can hardly even see it.
何かこの看板に心当たりがあるんすか？
Do you have an idea of what the sign could be?
見覚えがあるような気がする。
I feel like I've seen it
確
before.
かそこも心霊スポットとか言われてたよな。
Somewhere. That's said to be a ghost sighting spot too.
ちょっとそれじゃやっぱりマジモンじゃないっすか。
Wait, so you mean it really is legit?
落ち着けよ。心霊スポットなんてのは大抵勝手に言ってるやつがいるだけで、実際にそこで霊を見たやつなんていないもんだ。
Calm down. Ghost sighting spots are pretty much chosen at random. Not like anyone's actually seen a ghost
そん
there.
なこと言っても現にこうして映り込んでるじゃないですか。
So you say, but we've got one caught on film here, don't we?
まあそれはそうなんだが
Guess you got a point. I don't recognize her face at all, but her acting is so natural, she must be a trained actress, even if she's a no-name. It'd be great if we could talk to her, but good luck finding her after 10 years.
よしちょっと市内の場所を回ってみるか
How about we walk around the city a
え、
bit?
当てずっぽうっすか？
Like, as in aimlessly?
島根が舞台のミステリードラマプロジェクトだから県内のどこかだとは思いますけど、結構島根も広いっすよ。
It's a mystery drama project set in Shimane. So it must be somewhere in the prefecture, sure, but Shimane's a pretty big place, you
いや
know.
確かに以前取材に行った場所であの看板を見た記憶がある
No, you see, I remember seeing that sign around the place we picked up the film data.
どこだったのか思い出せないがここからそんなに遠いとこじゃなかったはずだ松江市を中心に名所を回ってみよ
I don't remember where exactly, but it can't be far from here. Let's look at landmarks around the city of Matsue.
はあ、気が進まね
Don't know about
うじゃあ
this.
編集室に残って映像の解析作業でもしててもらおうか
In that case, you want to stay in the editing room and do an in-depth analysis of the
え。
film?
いや、それはいいっす。行きます。行きますよ。
Nope, anything but that. I'll go. Ikimasu. Okay, so there was a pond, yeah? Now then, let's look for that sign, I guess. I don't think it's Lake Shinji. Or could be? It's not there, it's not there. Shoot. Go to Matsue Castle first.
ここはどうなんすかね。お堀はあってもフィルムに映っていた水場とは違う感じですけど。
Why are we here? Sure, there's a moat, but it's like a completely different body of water from what was shown in the
う
film.
んでもここ一応心霊スポットの井戸があるからなもしかしてと思ったんだが
Well, there's a water well here, so that's known as a ghost sighting spot, so I figured it was worth a shot.
心霊スポットって
Ghost sighting spot?
実はここを築城した時な裏鬼門にある石垣が何度積み上げても崩れてしまったそうなんだ
You
そ
see?
こで不審に思って付近を調べてみると
Speak quicker, dude. You see, during this place's construction, the southwest wall kept mysteriously collapsing. When they examined the area closely,
錆びた槍が突き刺さったままの
they
ド
found
ク
a
ロが
skull
出てきた
impaled on a rusty spear.
そこでドクロを丁寧に供養したところようやく異変は収まったんだがそのドクロが出てきた跡地がこの城の裏手にあるギリギリ井戸ってわけだ
The incident stopped when they gave the skull a proper burial. The so-called last-minute well now stands where the skull was found.
そういうのいいっすから。
Okay, that's enough for the scary
フィルム
stories.
に映ってたやつだけでもげんなりなのに、これ以上お化け増やさないでほしいっす。
I'm worn out from the film already. More ghosts on my mind is the last thing I need.
まあどっちにしてもあの看板があるのはここじゃないみたいだ別の場所を探そう
Well, either way, it looks like that sign's not here. Let's look somewhere else. Magari's worn out, but Yagumo's in a good mood as they leave Matsue Castle. It must be Lake Shinji. Lake Shinji, the 7th largest lake in Japan. Seems a bit big. The lake's surface silently shines and stirs in the faint
こ
wind.
こにあのフィルムにあったみたいな場所ありましたっけ？
Was there a spot somewhere here that resembles something in the film?
池か湖みたいなのが映ってたからここの可能性もあるかもと思ったんだが
There was a pond or lake or something, so I thought it might be around here, but...
島根っこじゃないですか。
Isn't that Shimoneko? Seemingly out of nowhere, Shimoneko appears before Yagumo and Margaret. It keeps moving its hands as if attempting to communicate via charades.
何
What's up?
違う。
No.
ここじゃ
Not
な
not here. Shimoneko communicates with surprisingly elegant and sharp
ここ
gestures.
じゃないらしいっすね。
Guess this isn't the place, huh?
島根っ子が言うんならそうなんだろ
Well, if Shimoneko says so, I suppose it's not. They thank Shimoneko and leave Lake Shinji. I've got a trophy for that. It's called Gotcha. Okay, what about Shimane TV headquarters? I don't know.
あれ
The moment they enter the Shimane TV lobby, Magari lets out a faint murmur. When Yagumo turns around and gives her a look, Magari tugs at his sleeve and motions at something with her eyes. Yagumo follows her gaze to find... Isogami is by the security gate exchanging greetings with a beautiful woman. Yagumo and Magari can't hear them, but it seems that those two had some business and Isogami is seeing the woman off.
すんごい美人。女優さんっすかね。
She's so beautiful. Is she an
それに
actress?
しちゃマネージャーも連れず一人ってのは変だな磯上さんがここまで見送りに出てるってことはかなり重要な人なんだろうが
If so, it's odd that she's alone with no manager. If Isogami's all the way here to see her off, then she must be pretty important. Weird. Where have I seen that woman before? Where indeed? As Yagumo rifles through his memories, the woman bows deeply to Isogami and leaves the lobby. Is that the actress from the film? Yagumo calls out to Isogami in the
磯
lobby.
上さん
お、マックスちゃん来てたの？
Max, when did
ち
you
ょ
get
うど
here?
今着いたとこでして
Just now,
それ
actually.
よりさっきお見送りしていた女性どなたです女優さん並みの美人でしたが
Who was that woman you just saw off? She was beautiful enough to be an
ああ、
actress.
さっきの女性。井伏伊佐也監督のマネージャーさんだよ。確かに女優さんって言っても通る美貌だよね。
Oh, her? That was director Isaiah Ibuse's manager. She certainly does have the beauty of an
井
actress.
伏伊佐也ってあの井伏監督ですか
Isaiah Ibuse. You mean the director Ibuse?
うわ、大物じゃないですか。最新作の隣人は加減の月に笑う。先週見てきたばかりですよ。
How a big shot. I saw his newest work, The Neighbor Laughs at the Waning Quarter, just last week. Yagumo and Magari can hardly contain themselves at the sound of Ibuse's name, but that's only to be expected. Isaiah Ibuse is relatively young at around 40, but considered to be Japan's top film planner. He has even won several international awards. Oh yeah, director Ibuse was a judge at the Asian Film Convention too. So that woman's his manager, huh? That explains why she looked
それ
familiar.
でなぜそんな大物のマネージャーさんがこちらへ？もしかして今回の
So what's a big shot manager like her doing here? You don't mean...
ご名答。今回のドラマ企画で3人の監督候補の1人ってわけ。
It's exactly what you're thinking. Ibuse is one of the 3 director candidates for the TV drama project.
うわ、それはすごいですね。それにもしプロジェクトが決まったらうちのマックスがそんな人と肩を並べてドラマを撮るってことに。
Wow, that's amazing! That means if the project is greenlit, that Max could film a TV drama alongside
い
someone
や
like...
慌てるなよまだ俺が選ばれるか本決まりじゃないって昨日磯上さん言ってただろ
No, don't count our chickens before they hatch. Remember what Izugami said yesterday. It's not guaranteed that I'll be chosen.
あ、そうでしたっけ。
Is that right?
もちろんマックスちゃんの実力は買ってるから全力でプッシュさせてもらうつもりだけどね。その前にそもそものプロジェクトに GO をもらわないと。
Obviously, we're pushing Maxi as hard as we can. But before we finalize the candidates, we have to get the project the go ahead.
あ、そっか。そうですね。
I see.
やっぱりなんとかあのフィルムの真相を突き止めないと。頑張りましょう、
You really need-
監督。
We really need to find out the truth of that film. Let's give it our best, director.
このプロジェクトで知名度を上げて、もっと大きい仕事取れるようになって、自分の給料も大幅アップです。
Use this project to get your name out there and land bigger jobs for the studio, so you can give me a raise too.
No.
Yeah.
磯上さん、井伏監督の件ですが、マネージャーさんが来訪されたってことはもう参加決定ですか？
Izagami, does director Ibuse's visit mean that he's already on board with the project?
それがね、もともと予算が潤沢じゃないプロジェクトだからダメ元でお声掛けしたんだけど、拍子抜けするほどあっさり内諾もらえたのよ。
Yeah, truth is, it's a pretty low budget project, so I didn't think he'd bite. But he agreed to it almost too easily.
もうご本人もえらく乗り気で、すぐに品販したいから島根行きのチケット用意してくれって。
He's so eager, he's asking for a ticket to Shimane so he can begin location scouting immediately.
それはすごいですね。あれほどの売れっ子監督、よほどいい条件じゃないと依頼を受けてくれないと思ってましたが。
Incredible. You'd think a fan favorite director would be heftier demands than that.
何か今回のプロジェクトに魅力を感じてくれたってことですかね。
Did he find some part of this project attractive?
もちろんそれもあると思うけど、ちょっと電話口で気になること言ってたんだよね。
That's what I'm thinking, but he said something a little concerning, you see.
10年前のリベンジをしたいみたいな。
It's time to redeem myself a decade later. Something like
リベ
that.
ンジ？
Redeem?
それってもしかして。
Does that mean...
井伏監督がペンディングになったドラマプロジェクトに関わっていたってことですか？
Director Ibuse was involved in the project before it got
どう
suspended?
もそうらしいね。あのフィルムについても知ってる様子だったから。
Sounds like it. In fact, he seemed familiar with that film too.
だったらぜひ監督に会って当時のことを聞かないと。磯上さん、井伏監督と連絡取れますか？
In that case, we need to ask him what happened. Izagami, can you contact Director Ibuse for me?
僕を介してよりも直接聞いた方がいいんじゃないかな。用意したチケット通りなら監督は明日昼過ぎに島根に到着するはずだから。
Why not ask him directly instead? His flight should arrive in Shimane tomorrow early in the
明日
afternoon.
ですか？
Tomorrow,
それじ
huh?
ゃあこちらへ。
Should we come here
いや
then?
美保関の美保館って宿をうちで取ってあるから明日はまずそちらに向かうと思うよ。
No, he's checking into the Mihokan in Mihonoseki, so I think he'll be heading there
マネージ
first.
ャーさんには話通しておいてあげるから明日行っておいで。
I'll call his manager ahead of time, so head on over there
そうします。
tomorrow.
ありがとうございます。
Will do. Thank you so much.
それにしても10年前のプロジェクトに井伏監督が
Such an
関わってた
exhaustive
とは
dialogue.
意外でした。
Anyway, I never would have thought that director Ibuse was involved in the project 10
当時
years
はま
ago.
だ今ほどの知名度はなかったですよね。
Was that before he exploded in popularity?
そうだね。確か出世作となったパレイドリアエフェクトが2011年9年前だから、その頃は小規模作品しか撮ってなかったんじゃないかな。
His breakout film was The Pareidolia Effect, which came out in 2011. So that was 9 years ago. Before that, he only did small budget
まあ
titles.
見る人が見れば小規模作品でも光る才能がわかるからね。当時のプロジェクト担当者が目利きだったんだろうね。
Though I guess anyone watching his work could see his latent talent. His project manager at the time had a keen
な
eye.
るほど。わかる気がします。
See, at least I think.
それにしても当時はまだ。
そうだ
Okay, so this is
ま
just
あ見る
I've exhausted his dialogue. This is just repeating. There's nothing else, so let's go exit. Let's go see if there's anything here. Sayama is sorting through a pile of videotapes in the archive room. He doesn't hide the annoyance in his face when he sees Yagumo and Magari
今
enter.
忙しいんだかな。何か用か。
I'm busy right now. What do you need?
ああ、いえ。例のフィルムについてちょっと分かったことがあったんで、一応お知らせしとこうと思いまして。
Oh, just found something out about the film, so I thought I'd give you a
分
heads
かっ
up.
たこと？
Found something
Yeah.
out?
どうもあのフィルム、 撮影したのはイブセ監督の可能性が出てきたんです。
Now, yes, we've uncovered a possibility that it was filmed by director
イ
Ibuse.
ブセって、あのイブセイザヤか。そりゃまた随分大物の名前が出てきたな。
Ibuse? You mean the Isaiah Ibuse? So I was expecting to hear the name of such a big shot.
で、それが映り込んでる女の正体に何か関係があるのか。
So does that reveal connect to the identity of the woman in the film
い
somehow?
え、それはわかりませんが、ご本人から話を聞けば何かわかるかもしれません。
No, at least not at this point. Maybe we can figure something out if we ask director Ibuse directly.
本人がペラペラ話してくれりゃいいけどな。
Well, hopefully he talks. With nothing else in particular to say, Sayama turns his back to Yagumo and heads back to work. Let's go there ahead of time and get a Mihonoseki.
あー、懐かしいっすね。ここの青石畳、うちら子供の頃に見に来ましたよ。
Oh, this brings me back. I saw Aoshi Datami Street back when I was a
俺
kid.
もだ。今でもこの通りの感じは好きだな。雨の日は特に青石畳が綺麗だ。
Still like the feel of the street. Stone pavements, especially beautiful on rainy
子
days.
供の頃の水木しげる先生ものんのんバーに連れられてここに来たそうだぞ。石畳の石がすごく巨大に見えたとか。
Shigeru Mitsuki wrote about how his grandmother would bring him here as a child in Nononba. He said the stones looked gigantic.
水木しげる先生って鬼太郎の人でしたっけ？
Was Shigeru Mitsuki the guy who did Kitaro?
そう。商家がここから近いんだ。県境またいで鳥取県だけどな。
Yeah, his childhood home's nearby though. But it's technically across the border in Totori Prefecture.
それにゲゲゲの女房でも美穂の関が出てくる。
Also, Mihonoseki shows up in Gegege no Nyobo.
へえ、島根もドラマの舞台になってたりするんすね。
Huh, so even Shimane has been the setting of some TV dramas, huh?
おいおい。ドラマだけじゃなくて映画だって島根を舞台にしたのがいくつもあるぞ。砂の器とか、レールウェイズとか。
It's not just TV dramas, but movies too. There's Castle of Sand, Railways, and...
どうかしたんすか？
What's up?
思い出した。あの看板。
Just remembered. That sign.
映画だ。ロケ地になったのを書いてるやつだ。
A movie. The sign was meant to mark a location filmed for a movie.
映画の看板が立ってるってことっすか？
A movie. So was the sign like a movie poster or
そ
something?
う。その作品でラストにヒロインがよもつ平坂に向かうんだ。
Yeah. In the last scene of that movie, the heroine heads to Yomotsu Hirasaka.
そうか。よもつ平坂。確かにあそこにあの看板が立ってた。くっそ。取材に行ったのにすっかり忘れてた。
Yomotsu Hirasaka. That's where the sign was. Damn it, I completely forgot when we went to go get the film.
そんな場所聞いたことないっすけど。
Sorry, but I've never even heard of that.
行けばわかるさ。ここからそれほど遠くない。すぐに向かおう。
You'll know when we get there. It's not too far from here. Let's head there right now. Oh. There it is. Yomotsu Hirasaka. On the right of Yomotsu Hirasaka, Magari Matsudashi looks out the window. Say,
結局、よもつなんとかってのはどんな場所なんすか？心霊スポットってことっすか？
so what exactly is this Yomotsu whatchamacallit? Some sort of ghost sighting
よも
spot?
つ平坂な。 一言で言うと、あの世である黄泉の国と現世の境目だよ。
Yomotsu Hirasaka. It's basically the boundary between our world and Yomi, the underworld.
それじゃマジでヤバい場所じゃないですか。マジでそんなとこ行くんすか？
That sounds like a seriously messed up place. We're like, seriously going there?
落ち着けって。あくまで神話の話だ。この国を作ったイザナギとイザナミっていう夫婦の神様を知ってるか？
Calm down, it's just a myth. You know how this country was created by the married gods Izanagi and Izanami?
聞いたことがあるような、ないような。
I think I've heard of them, but I'm not
その
sure.
夫婦の神様のうち、妻のイザナミが死んでしまった。悲しんだ夫のイザナギは、なんとか彼女を生き返らせたくて、地中深く、黄泉の国へ向かうんだ。
When the wife, Izanami, died, the grieving Izanagi wanted to bring her back to life somehow, and headed deep underground to Yomi.
それで、イザナミは生き返るには、黄泉の神と相談が必要だから、それまで待つように。その間、決して自分を見るなと言うんだが、イザナギは覗いてしまう。
To revive Izanami, Izanagi would have to walk with the god of Yomi, so he had to wait there. He was told not to look at Izanami, but he did.
まあ、男ってのはスケベっすからね。
Oh boy, I guess men have always been perverts,
そ
huh?
んな色っぽい話じゃねえよ。死んでから時間が経ってたから、イザナミの姿はフラン死体そのものだったんだ。ま、ゾンビみたいなもんだな。
It's not a dirty story like what you're thinking. Her body had rotted away with time, so she was kind of like a zombie.
その姿を見られたイザナミは恥をかかされたと怒って、大勢の化け物と共にイザナギを追いかける。
Embarrassed and enraged at seeing her like that, Izanami sent many monsters to chase after
方
Izanagi.
法の体で地上まで逃げてきたイザナギは、ちびきの岩で穴を塞いで助かったという話だ。
After he escaped to the surface, it is said that Izanagi sealed the hole with a Chibiki stone.
それじゃあ今から行くよもつ平坂っていうのは。
So this Yomotsu Hirasaka place we're heading
一
to,
応塞がれているとはいえ、黄泉の国への入り口だ。
it's the entrance to Yomi, albeit sealed.
やっぱりやばい場所じゃないっすか。
Hey, so it really is a messed up
そりゃ
place.
幽霊も出ますよ。あんなフィルムにもなりますって。そんなマジモンの場所に行っちゃダメですって。
It's probably haunted too. We're gonna end up like that film. I want to go to a real haunted
だ
place.
からあくまで伝説の話だっての。腕つかむな。危ないだろ。
Look, it's just a myth. Hey, let go of my arm. Watch it. Magari screams in vain as they continue to ride to Yomotsu Hirasaka.
なんだろう、このなんとも言えない雰囲気。
I'm not sure what. There's something about this place's
ほ
atmosphere.
ら、さっさと降りろって。やっぱりこの場所だ。看板あるだろ。
Hey, come on already. This is definitely the place. The sign's right there. Despite her grumbling, Yagamo convinces Magari to get out of the passenger seat. The sign stands in front of them.
確かにあの看板。
Maganitsu
フィルムに映り込んでたやつと色味もロケーションも全く一緒です。
Baka! That's definitely the sign. The exact same color scheme and location as in the
そう
film.
つまりあのフィルムで女優が歩くシーンはここからスタートしているってことだ。そして付近にある池のほとりで。
Exactly. So in other words, the scene where the actress is walking started right here. And the nearby pond side is
出た
where
ってことっすか。
that thing came out, right?
この坂を登ったところが黄泉の入り口をちびきの岩で塞いだ場所、よもつ平坂だ。行ってみよう。
The sign set up with a Chibishi stone sealing the entrance to Yomi. Yomotsu Hirasaka. Let's
確
go.
か坂の途中に池があったような気がするしな。あの幽霊が立ってた池がそれかもしれない。
And I think there's a pond on the way to the hill. That might be the pond where the ghost stood.
本当に出たらどうすんすか。人間ならいいけど幽霊じゃ殴れねえし。
What do we do if it actually shows up? You can fight people, but not ghosts.
だから出ないって。行くぞ。
Come on, it's not going to show up. Now let's go.
この池じゃないか。フィルムに映っていたものと比べて小さすぎる。
It's not this pond, is it? It's too small compared to the one on film. On the way up the hill, Yagumo mutters as he looks at the small muddy green pond to the right. Sensing the presence of people, a koi fish has surfaced and started flapping its lips. As Yagumo looks at it, Magari suddenly lets out a strange voice behind him.
なんだよ。どうした？
なんだよ。What's wrong? There it is! There! Over there! Magari cries out incoherently as she tugs on the sleeve of Yagumo's jacket.
出たって。
What's where? Magari points to a long white figure standing atop Yomotsu Hirasaka's hill among the trees. It's clearly a young woman with long black hair. Long black hair? It looks like a bob to me.
Magari! Magari! お前行け！行け！
何をしてんすか？あんた行けばいいっしょ。
Hey, why are you pushing me for? Why don't you go instead?
いいから行けって！見て
Just
こいって！
shut up and go. Get a closer look.
このバケ！
Oh, hey, you dumb! Stop pushing me! Hey! The white figure starts slowly stirring, perhaps reacting to the sound of Yagumo and Magari jostling around with each other. Before their eyes, the figure slowly turns around. It's just a tourist. Got all worked up for
ごめ
nothing.
んなさい。驚かせてしまったみたいで。
I'm sorry, did I startle
い
you?
えいえ。うちのアシスタントが勝手に勘違いしただけですから。
Oh no, not at all. My assistant here just jumped to
ったく
conclusions.
このアホ。
Good grief, you dumbass. Ow! After lightly smacking Magari in the forehead, Yagumo puts on the coolest face he can muster and turns back to the
と
woman.
ころで、女性お一人でこんなところに観光とは
Oh my God.
珍しいですね。
By the way, what's a woman like you doing sightseeing in a place like this? Smolder.
かもしれませんね。でもここは現世とあの世の境目なんでしょ？
I suppose it's odd to see her, but this is the boundary between this world and the next, correct?
もしかしたらここにあるポストに手紙を入れたら本当に亡くなった人に届くかもなんて思ったら自分の目で見てみたくなっちゃって。
So, I was wondering if you could mail a letter here and have it reach the dearly departed. So I came to see this place with my own
天
eyes.
国への手紙ポストですか？
Oh, you mean the Letter to Heaven mailbox? The Letter to Heaven mailbox is a collaboration between the Higashitsumo Lions Club and the Yomotsu Hirasaka Grounds Preservation Committee. Yomotsu Hirasaka is the boundary between worlds. Many visitors reflect on their dearly departed, and thus the mailbox was established in 2017.
実際に来てみるととても静かで不思議な雰囲気があってここなら本当に天国に手紙が届くって思います。
When I got here, it was so quiet and mysterious, so much so that I feel like a letter could actually reach heaven from here.
失礼かもしれませんが、もしかしてどなたか大切な方を？
If you don't mind me asking, did you write a letter for someone precious?
そうです
No.
ね。
Let's see.
私の大
The
切な
person
人
most
は
precious to me. Why is everything going dark?
一人も亡くなってないんですよ。
It's perfectly fine.
はあ？
友人も両親もみんな元気ですし、祖父母も全然元気なんです。
My friends and family are all alive. Even my grandparents are all perfectly
た
healthy.
だこのポストのエピソード聞いて素敵だなって思って。
I just heard the story about this mailbox and thought it sounded lovely.
そうですか。 確かにロマンチックな代物かもしれませんね。
Oh, I see. Is that all? I suppose it certainly is romantic, huh?
素敵な場所が見られてとっても満足しました。
Yes,
では、私はこれで失礼しますね。
I'm quite satisfied from what I've seen here. Now, if you'll excuse me.
はい、お元気で良い旅を。
Okay. Take care. Have a safe trip. With a smile and a light nod, the woman leaves. Yagumo sees her off with a dumb smile and a wave. Magari stares warily at the sight of him. The letter to heaven mailbox stands silently in the sun, filtering between the trees. It must be full of emotional, heartfelt letters. There is a small pond up ahead on the road. That's not the pond in the film. It should be bigger. Okay, let's carry on walking then. If I go back there... Yumatsu Hirasaka is so quiet you can't even hear the trees stirring nor the birds chirping. It does feel like a place that leads to Yomi. Letters to heaven, huh? Maybe I'll send one of my own someday. It's gonna exhaust my options. Yagumo and Magari search for the place the ghost showed up on the film.
時間経過の表現はなかったからな。おそらくここからそれほど遠い場所じゃないはずだが。
There wasn't an indication that time had passed, so it probably can't be far from here, but...
監督、この近くにちょっと大きめの池がありますよ。東水って。
Director, it says there's a bigger pond nearby called Tosui.
本当か?
Really?
ええ、ほら。
Yeah, see? Aww. You're at that, guys. Back, sorry. Magari shows Yagumo the map on her phone. Sure enough, there is a pond called Tosui nearby.
確かに近いな。よし、行ってみよう。
It's pretty close. Let's go. Whoosh! They follow Magari's map to Tosui. There, they find the exact same scenery they saw in the film.
お、これは。
What's this?
間違いないっすね。
Without a doubt.
ちょっとマガリ、その池のほとりに立ってくれるか。フィルムで女優がいたあたりだ。
Hey, Magari, go stand there by the pond around where the actress was.
出たらどうすんすか。
What? What if the ghost shows up?
幽霊出たらそれはそれで、あのフィルムが本物と確認できるだけだろ。
Then
い
that
ざ
will
とな
prove
っ
the
たら俺
film
が
was
助けてやるか
real.
ら、ほら、早く。
If anything happens, I'll save you. So come on.
さっきは人を押し出そうとしたくせに。本
That's rich coming from someone who was just shoving me over a false alarm. With a face full of displeasure, Magari timidly steps up to the side of the pond. Yagumo forms a frame with his fingers and checks her against the background.
確かこんな構図だったか。だとするとカメラはだいたいこの辺り。
The frame was composed like this, right? Which means the camera was placed around here. After taking a few steps back, Yagumo determines where the camera might have been and then takes a look around.
妙だな。
There's no building though. That's
当に。どう
strange.
したんすか。
What's wrong?
いや、マガリ、確かフィルムではここのカット、窓枠なめのカメラだったよな。
Well, Marguerite, this cut of the film had a window frame on camera, right?
そうっすよ。屋内からのカメラってなってました。
Yeah, the camera was indoors, facing out.
それにしちゃ、それらしき建物が全く見当たらないんだが。
But there's no building here.
セット組んだってことっすかね。
So did they build a set
の
then?
そうなのかな。
Did they? The director must have had some sort of reason to go out of their way to do an indoor camera. But what? I can't think of anything. After nightfall, done with today's investigation, Magari and Yagumo look through the film again in the editing room.
はあ、何度見てもモノ本はやばいっすね。
Ugh, no matter how many times I watch it, the real deal is just too intense.
これからどうすんすか？一応撮影場所は特定できましたけど。
What's the plan? Sure, we pinpointed the filming location,
明
but
日こちらに到着するという井伏監督に話を聞くのが第一だな。
our
それ
top
と
our top priority is to interview director Ibuse when he arrives here tomorrow. Oh, and
カメラマンの奏を呼んでくれ。通るぞ。
call Kanade the cameraman for me. We're filming.
お、やりますか？
We are?
ああ、自分で撮ってみるのが一番だ。念のため、照明と予備のハンディも車に積んでおいてくれ。
Yeah, it's best if we try filming us for ourselves. Load up the lighting and the spare camcorder into the van, just to be
午
safe.
前10時、現地集合。奏にもそう伝えるんだ。いいな。
Tell Kanade to meet us on location at 10 a.m. Got it?
了解っす。
Roger. As soon as he decides they'll be filming, Yagumo starts excitedly extracting Magari. He seems kind of happy in Magari's eyes.
怖え。監督、めっちゃ揺れるんですけど。
So freaked out. Hey, director, this thing's shaking like
大
crazy.
丈夫だ。もっと前に出てくれ。
Don't worry, just keep going
い
forward.
や、もっと前って幽霊浮いてたとこじゃないですか。揺れるのよりそっちが嫌っすよ。
Oh, but that's where the ghost was floating. That's even scarier than the
気持ち
shaking.
はわかるぞ。だが、これはお前しかできない仕事なんだ。頼むぞ。
I understand how you feel, but you're the only one who can do this job, so I'm counting on you.
ちょっともっともらしいけど、わけわからんすよ。うわぁ。
I mean, yeah, it sounds plausible, but still. Magari is spreading her arms wide for balance as she crosses a long plank laid over Tosui. It seems they're trying to recreate a cut from the film.
こんなもんでいいっすか？
Is this okay?
オッケーだ。それじゃあ、俺が女優役でスタンドインするからな。奏、準備はいいか？
Perfect. Okay, I'll be a stand-in for the actress. Kanade, you ready?
よーし、行くぞ。3、 2、1、スタート。
That was self-explanatory, didn't need me to read that. Once they finish shooting, Yagumo calls cut and they quickly proceed to check the footage.
どうすかね。
How's it look?
少なくとも幽霊は映らなかったようだが。
At the very least, it doesn't look like we've caught a ghost on film.
よし、チェック OK だ。かなで、急に呼び出して悪かったな。助かったよ。
Okay, we've checked what we needed to. I'm sorry for calling you out here so suddenly. You're a big help.
これで何かわかりそうっすか？
So, did you learn anything from that?
さてな。とにかく撮影した映像を編集室でフィルムと比較してみよ
I don't know. For now, let's compare it against the original film and the
う。無
editing.
許可のゲリラ撮影だし、とっとと撤収だ。マガリ、データを SD カードで受け取っておいてくれ。
We didn't get permission to shoot, so let's break it up quick. Magari, get the data off the SD
了解っ
card.
す。
Roger. They quickly pack up the equipment and the plank and load everything into the van.
Yoshi, よし、マガリ、今日撮影した映像と例のフィルム映像を並べてプレビューしてみてくれ。
Okay, Magari, can you set up a side-by-side preview of the original film and the video we shot today?
了解。
Magari quickly pulls up the video they shot today on the computer. She then pulls up the original film data and puts them side by side on the monitor. This part looks strange.
妙ってあんなバランス悪いところに立たされたらこうなりますって。
Strange? Well, let's see you try standing there without losing your
いや
balance.
そうじゃなくて、フィルムに映った幽霊とマガリを比較すると、かなり幽霊の方が大きく映ってる。
That's not what I meant. The ghost seems quite a bit bigger than you.
そういえばめっちゃでかい女の幽霊なんすかね。
Now that you mention it, that ghost was a big-ass woman, wasn't
い
it?
や、豪雨で分かりづらいが、池の向こう岸もフィルムの方が手前にあるように見えるな。
No. It's unclear due to the rain, but the ghost in the film seems to be closer to the camera.
ん？それってもしかして。
You mean
圧縮効果だな。
it's lens compression? Lens compression? An effect that causes objects in the background to seem bigger than when using a telephoto lens and when using a normal
つま
lens.
り元のフィルムではこのカットは望遠で撮影されたってことっすか？
So basically, you mean in the original film, this cut was shot with a telephoto lens? This cut was shot with a telephoto lens. Why am I remembering this stuff?
そういうことになるな。
Exactly.
でもこのカットで女優さんをちゃんと見せたいなら望遠は効果的とは思えないっすけど。
But if the cut's supposed to focus on the actress, it wouldn't make sense to use a telephoto lens.
俺もそう思う。少なくとも俺なら使用しないし、現に今日の撮影でも使ってない。池と風景をちゃんと映した方が印象的だからな。
Yeah, that's why I didn't use it as today's shoot. Maybe they wanted to make the pond in the background seem more visually impressive.
映像監督ってのはどのカットでも無意味なことはしないもんだ。つまりこれは
Every
何か
detail
望遠
has a
を使って
purpose in
撮
a
影する
director's
意図
eye,
があったってことだ。
which means the telephoto lens was intentional.
それは
You mean
マガリ、もう一度例のフィルムの幽霊が出現するカットを少し手前から。
Magari? Rewind the film once again to just a bit before the cut where the ghost appears. Magari brings up the film and drags the bar to the scene as instructed.
豪雨の中を歩く女優。
The actress is
そ
walking
して
in the
雷鳴で
downpour,
画面がホワイトアウト。
and with a thunderclap, the screen fades to white.
そして次の瞬間現れる幽霊。
And the next moment, the ghost appears, huh?
マガリ、画面がホワイトアウトしてる時間は？
Mangari, how long does the screen stay awake?
完全にホワイトアウトしてるのは23フレームってとこっすかね。
Let's see. The full whiteout lasts 23 frames, or just under a second.
その間に何かトリックを施して幽霊を出現させたとすれば。
What if they use some sort of trick during that window of time to make the ghost
そ
appear?
れ厳しくないっすか？たった1秒足らずじゃ無理あるっしょ。例えばワイヤー使って中空から下ろすのも時間足りないっすよ。
In less than a second? How's that even possible? That's not even enough time to drop it down from mid-air using a wire.
まあそうなんだが。
I guess you've got a point, but... A lens-compressed frame, an unnatural whiteout. There's something we're missing here.
監督の立ち位置バッチリっすね。フィルムの女優さんとほとんど同じように映ってるっす。
Your standing position is spot on, director. It's pretty much the same as the actress.
こうしてみるとうまくフィルムを再現できてるな。問題は10年前の撮影時にここで何があったかだが。
Yeah, we did a good job of recreating the film. Problems figuring out what happened here during the shoot 10 years
ただ
ago.
のドラマ撮影じゃない。
You mean it wasn't just a TV drama
結
shoot?
果的にとはいえ、いわくつきのフィルムになっちまったんだ。や
Well,
っ
the
ぱり
film
何
ended
かあっ
up
た
with
ん
a
だろう
shady
な。
history. So something must have happened. Light reflects on the surface of the pond, causing its rippling waves to shimmer. What a peaceful sight. Definitely doesn't seem like somewhere a ghost would show up.
そういえばこの木の板気になってたんすけど、どうしてこんなの思いついたんすか？
Alright, I've been wondering about the plank. How'd you come up
い
with
や
that?
単純な話さ。池の上に立つなんてのを実現するにはこういう手しかないだろうと思ってな。
Oh, simple. It was the only thing I could think of that would create the effect of
そ
standing
も
in
そも
water.
フィルムに映ってる幽霊。浮いてるにしちゃしっかり水面に体重かけてるような足元だろ。
After all, the ghost's floating, but looks like it's got its feet firmly on the pond surface.
言われてみれば。
Now that you
今
mention
回は
it,
木の板を使ったが、例えばアクリル板のような透明なものを使えば問題ないはずだ。
we used a plank this time, but you could use something clear like an acrylic plate
豪
too.
雨の演出のおかげで水面からは全く見えなくなるしな。
But since the film was shot during a downpour, you can't see the surface of the water at all.
ってことは、やっぱりこのフィルムはトリック。
So you mean the film was a trick after
断
all?
定はできないが、俺は最初からそのつもりで調べてる。
I don't know for sure, but that's the assumption I've been working on for the
で
investigation.
も、だとしたらミステリードラマでこんなホラーじみたトリック映像っておかしくないですか？
But wouldn't it be weird for a mystery drama to use a horror movie
そも
trick?
そもトリックならそれでペンディングになるなんておかしな話だし。
Besides, if it was just a trick, why would it get shelved?
10年前このドラマシリーズがペンディングになった理由には
Well,
Nani
there
ka
has to be
betsu no riyuu
another
ga aru
reason why the series was shelved.
呪われてるとか幽霊だとかそんな単純な話じゃない。絶対闇に葬らなければならないような秘密が。
It can't be as simple as a curse or a ghost. There's gotta be a secret someone wants hidden.
さて、こんなとこっすかね。まだ調
Okay.
べたいとこあります？
Guess that's it. Anything else you want to investigate?
そうだな。
Let's see. Feels like we're missing something. I can't remember what. Well, we can just check when we do remember. No one's checking on the... I don't know. Should we go back to Tosui? They visit Tosui again. It's quiet and still safe for the rippling of the pond's surface, just like this morning.
ここで調べることまだあるっすかね。
Is there
念
anything
の
we
た
still
めカ
need?
メラを持ってきてますけど。
Is there anything we still need to check here? I brought the camera just in case.
そうだな。
Let's see. As Yagamo folds his arms in thought, a casual voice suddenly calls out
あ
from
ん
behind.
たら今朝撮影してた人たちかね。
Are you the ones who filmed here this morning?
あ、ええ、そうです。
Oba-san. Why does her... She should say grandmother. Or was that mother? One of the two. Oba-san is either mother or grandmother. I can't remember. It's Oba-san. Oh, yes, we are. She seems to be a local resident. Perceiving that, Yagumo puts on his best customer
もしか
service
して
smile.
うるさかったですか
Were we a
でしたら
nuisance?
すみません
If so, I humbly apologize.
いや別にうるさいことなかったけどさ
No,
英
you're
語にしては
fine.
随分と少ない人数だなと思
I
っ
was just
て
thinking that few people ever film here.
なあ
Oh, they filmed without permission, so Yagumo would like to avoid any trouble with residents. But before Yagumo can come up with excuses, Magari puts on a smile and answers for him.
ああ、まだ本格的な撮影じゃないんすよ。シナハンってやつで、いろいろ撮影に使えそうな場所をテストして回ってるんです。
Oh, it wasn't a full-blown filming. We were just location scouting to find the best places to film.
はあそうなんかねこの辺は四物平坂があるからちょこちょこ撮影に使われとるもんね
I see. Well, Yomotsu Hirasaka's nearby, so people film there every now and then.
私もそういうの見るの好きだから撮影あるって聞くと見学に来てるのよ
I like seeing that, so I come by to watch whenever I hear there's a filming happening.
もしかして10年前にここで撮影されたドラマ見学してたりします？
Did you happen to see a TV drama shoot that happened here 10 years ago?
10年前10年前ね
10 years ago. 10 years ago, huh?
いやそんな覚えてないわ
Well, I don't remember anything like that.
ですよね。10年前じゃね。
That figures. It was 10 years ago after all. You lying, bish!
ところでご婦人はこの辺りにずっと住んでおられるんですか
By the way, ma'am, how long have you lived around here?
私は長いよ30年前にここに嫁いできてずーっとここ
Me? I've lived here a long time. Ever since I got married 30 years ago.
もうここに根が生えたみたいになっちゃって。
Pretty much taken root here.
それじゃあこの辺りにお詳しそうだからちょっと伺いたいんですがこの辺りの建物って何か変化がありました
Well, you seem like you know the area, so would you happen to know if there's been any changes in the buildings around here? Yagumo points in the general direction of where he believes the camera was placed. The woman smiles and shakes her head in an exaggerated
もう
fashion.
全然変わらんね。私が来た時からずーっとそのまんま。
The people may
人
change,
は変わっても
but this
景色は
place
全
hasn't
然
changed
変わらない
one
わ
bit
ね。
ever since I moved in. The buildings around Tosui haven't changed.
なるほど
I see. So I guess the window frame seen in that film was a set after all. But what was the intention? Why would that cut need a window frame?
ところで、
By the way, the woman leans forward looking quite
あなたた
curious.
ちが撮るのってドラマ？映画？主演誰なの？
What are you filming? A TV drama? A movie? Who's starring in
あ
it?
ドラマですけど主演とかまだ未定でして
Oh, it's a TV drama, but casting and whatnot hasn't been decided yet.
そう、これから決まるってことね。有名な人だといいわね。
Hopefully you can cast some famous faces.
そうですね
Hopefully. Yagumo gives her an ambiguous smile as he doesn't even know if he'll be taking up the megaphone himself.
ところ、あなたたちが
あ
そう
そう
There's not a soul to be seen at Yamotsu Hirasaka. Silence fills the area.
昨日ここで会った子可愛かったな
Girl we met here yesterday, sure was cute, huh?
ああ、ちょっと素人離れしてたっすね。監督もだらしない顔でヘラヘラ
Yeah,
してたし。
she had the looks of an actress. You were head of her heels for her too,
い
director.
やヘラヘラはしてねえだろ俺はちゃんと凛々しい顔で
I wasn't head over anything. I was totally cool and... Look, Magari thrusts her phone and Yagumo interrupting him. There's a photo of Yagumo with a goofy grin as he talks to the woman from yesterday.
いつの間に
When did you...
面白いから撮っといたんすよ。完璧にヘラヘラしてるっしょ。
You were head over heels. It was funny, so I took a
ヘ
picture
ラ
of
ヘ
it.
ラしてるな。
I really do look head over heels, huh?
わかればいいっす。これに懲りたら今後は可愛い子の前でもみっともない顔しないように。
Now you know. Next time you see a cute girl, try not to make an embarrassing face,
女
okay?
優さんの前でこんな顔してたら監督の威厳も何もあったもんじゃないっすからね。
If you make that face in front of an actress, you won't be taken seriously as a director at all.
そうする。
Okay. Yagumo reflects deeply as he gets into the van. We should probably head over to Matsue. Or Mihonoseki. Mihonoseki. That place. Mihokan? That's where he was going. A historic hotel overlooking Aoshidatami Street, designated as a national treasure. Ooh, be right back. Before I carry on. Right, I have coffee. Oh, I just have a quick look at this stuff here. What's character data? Rintoyo Yagumo. Riho. Don't know anything about Riho yet. I'm still alive, don't worry. Sorry, I'm getting messages from my husband who's watching my stream as well. I just went to go and make a cup of coffee. So I muted myself. Okay, cool. So this is a historic hotel overlooking the Aoshidakami Street, designated as a national treasure.
いいとこですね。
This is such a nice
あれだ
place.
けの著名監督だからな。磯上さんも配慮していい宿を抑えたんだろう。
Yuba says such a famous director, it's only natural that Isogami booked him into a fancy place. When they state their business at the front, they're immediately greeted by the woman they saw yesterday at the Shimane TV lobby.
ヤグモマックス様とマガリアイネ様ですね。私、
You must
イブセイザヤのマネージャーをしております。灰島モナミと申します。
You must be Max Yagumo and Ayane Magari. I am Isao Ibuse's manager, Monami Haishima.
島根テレビの磯上様からお話は伺っております。イブセも先ほど到着しておりますので、こちらへどうぞ。
Isogami has informed me of the situation. Ibuse has just arrived, so please follow me. With refined grace, Haishima leads them upstairs. Waiting in the room is a listless Ibuse sitting in a chair.
ヤグモマックス君だね。磯上さんから話は聞いている。
Give me a second. Just hearing weird things around the house. Weird. You're Max Yagumo, right? I heard from
着
Isogami.
いたばかりのところすみません。ヤグモマックスです。それとこちらはアシスタントの。
Sorry to barge in when you just arrived. I'm Max Yagumo, and she's my assistant.
マガリアイネです。はじめまして。
Aine Magari. Nice to meet you.
覚えておられないでしょうが、以前一度ご挨拶させていただいております。そのアジアフィルムコンベンションの会場で。
You probably don't remember, but we've met. Back at the Asian Film
覚え
Convention.
ているよ。君の作品が優秀賞を取ったのだったね。
I
私
remember.
も票を入れた。
You won the Excellence Award, right? I voted for you.
覚えていていただけたとは光栄です。
You remember? That's such an honor.
あの映像には不思議な魅力があった。世紀に溢れているようで、それでいてどこか死の匂いがするような。
Yeah, your film had a mysterious charm. It was brimming with spirit, and yet had a faint scent of death.
死の匂いですか？
Scent of death? Instead of clarifying for the confused Yagumo, Ibuse chuckled.
それで私に聞きたいこととは例のフィルムのことでいいのかな？
Anyway, it's at Cursed Film you want to ask about, eh?
ねえ、素材管理センターでそのフィルムを拝見しました。
Ah,
幽霊と
yes.
おぼしき女が池の上に浮かんでいる。
We saw that film in the archive center, the one with the ghost-like woman floating on
そ
the...
うだったな。
Yes, that's
確か
right.
にそんな映像だった。
That was indeed on the film.
10年前のことだが、よく覚えているよ。
It's been 10 years,
忘れようとしても忘れ
but
ら
I
れるも
remember
の
it
じゃ
like it
ない
was yesterday. I can't forget even if I try.
ではあれはやはりイブセ監督が。
Director Ibuse, you mean...
そう、私が撮ったものだ。呪われたフィルムだよ。
Yes, I shot it. I shot that cursed film. The cursed film was shot by director Ibuse.
あれのせいでドラマプロジェクトは中止。まさか10年ぶりにその話を聞かされるとは
What's that little
思わなかった。
curly whirly thing coming out of her cap? Interesting. And because of it, the project was suspended. Didn't think I'd hear about it 10 years later.
教えていただけませんか？あれを撮影した時に何があったのか。
Can you tell us what happened when you filmed it?
なぜあんなものがフィルムに映ったのか。監督はその理由に心当たりがあるのでは。
Why did something like that show up on film? You've got some sort of idea, right, director?
すまないが、あのフィルムは霊によって呪われているんだ。
I'm sorry, but that film's cursed by a ghost.
だからあれについては、関係者一同で決して何も口外しないと誓った。
Which is why everyone involved swore not to disclose anything about
君
it.
に話すことは何もない。
So there's nothing I can tell
そうお
you.
っしゃらず、お願いします、監督。
Please don't say that. I'm begging you, director.
ここまでだ。帰ってもらおう。
That's all I have to say. Please leave. Yagumo and Magari are kicked out of the room, gaining next to nothing for their efforts. As they droop their shoulders in dejection, Aishima apologetically bows her
ごめ
head.
んなさいね。うちの監督、ちょっと気難しいところがあって、言い出したらてこでも動かないから。
I apologize on behalf of the director. He doesn't budge when he makes up his
いえ、
mind.
わざわざ会っていただいただけでも十分ですから。
No, it's fine. It's enough that he was willing to talk with
ご
us.
めんなさい。また改めて機会を作るから、今日は。
I'm sorry. I'll arrange for another meeting, so for
は
today,
い。失礼します。
thank you. Now, if you'll excuse us.
もーし
Thank you. Jamash. Shh. They wanted to see if Ibuse could tell them something that would serve as a clue. Instead, they leave Mihokan empty-handed as they silently walk down Ashidatama Street. But then suddenly, Yagumo stops.
どうしたんすか監督。
What's wrong, director?
そうだ。確認しておきたいことが残ってたんだった。
Well,
ようやく思い出した。
I just now remembered what it was that I wanted to check.
確認したいことってイブセ
You want
監
to
督に聞くのはも
check
う無理でしょ
Director Ibuse is not exactly in a talkative
いや
mood.
例のフィルムだ。
No,
あれに
not
映
with
って
him.
いたトラック。
With the film. Specifically the truck.
あトラック
The truck?
もう一度、あの映像を確認するぞ、マガリ。
Let's check the film one more time, Magari.
はい
When Yagumo starts dashing to the parking lot, Magari frantically follows him. After returning to the editing room, Yagumo rushes to turn on the
マガリ、
computer.
トラックだ。トラックが突っ込んできたカットを出してくれ。
Magari, the truck. Bring up the cut where the truck slams into her.
はいちょっと待ってください、この PC 立ち上がりが遅いから
1 second. This computer takes an eternity to boot up. 1 eternity later, the computer finally boots and Magari opens up the video software.
このカットでいいですか
Here, this is the cut.
それだ。このトラック。社名が車体に書いてあるな。これ、
That's it.
読めるようにできるか？
Does the truck have a company name printed on the side? Can you make that legible?
こうブレてますけどなんとかやってみるっす
Pretty blurry, but I'll try. Magari must feel pressure seeing Yagumo that way. She's more serious than usual as she quickly moves the mouse to process the image.
とこんなもんでどうっすか ちょっとブレてるけど読めますよね。
Okay, how's this? It's a little blurry, but it's sort of legible, right?
おー、島根鶴亀運送、はっきり書いてあるな。
Whoa, Shimane Crane and Turtle shipping. It's pretty clear.
やるじゃないかマガリ。
Way to go, Magari.
まあちょいと本気を出してみちゃったりして。
Well, I just thought I'd give it my best
よ
shot.
し、これネットで検索かけてみてくれるか。
Alrighty. Can you look that up on the
は
net?
いはいと。
Okie dokie. Magari opens a browser and uses the search engine, but
全然引っかかんないっすね。撮影用に作った社名じゃないですか？
nothing's coming up. Maybe it's a fictional company made for
か
the
も
film?
しれないが、どうも気になるんだ。ちゃんと調べてみたい。
But it still bugs me. I want to do a thorough investigation.
でもこれ調べてなんか意味があるんすかね？
But is there a point in
イ
investigating?
ブセ監督はこのフィルムが10年前のドラマプロジェクトのものだって言ってただろ。それが本当かどうか確認したいんだ。
Director Ibuse said that this film's for the decade-old TV drama project, right? I want to
これ
confirm
が
that.
いつ撮影されたものか。手がかりになりそうなものはこれぐらいしかないからな。
As to when the film was shot.
どういうことっすか？これ10年前のドラマプロジェクトのだって磯上さんも言ってたんじゃ。
What do you mean? Even Isagami said this film was for the decade-old TV drama
彼も
project.
実際にどんな映像だったか知ってたわけじゃない。だから確認できるものならしておきたいのさ。
But he didn't know what was actually on the film. So if it's something we can check, I want to check.
はあ、でもネットにも引っかからないし、どうやって？
But there weren't any hits on the net, so what now?
法務局なら登記を調べられる。実在する会社ならな。
We can look for their registration, the Regional Legal Affairs Bureau, if it's a real company.
もう夕方だ。
It's
法
getting
務
late,
局が閉まる前に
so
行くぞ
let's
マ
go
ガリ。
before it closes. Margari.
はあ、
Margari still doesn't quite understand, but Yagumo's enthusiasm convinces her to get up regardless. I don't think this film was shot 10 years ago. They arrive at the Matsui Legal Affairs Bureau just before closing time and finish the procedure to obtain the registration documents.
危ないとこだったっすね。もうちょいで閉まるとこでしたよ。
That was cutting it close. They almost closed.
しかし窓口で受付されたってことはやはり撮影用のフェイクじゃなくて実在する会社だったってことだ。
Yeah, but the front counter took our application, which means it's an actual company and not a fake made specifically for the shoot. In no time at all, they're called up to receive the registration documents. Sure enough, there is a registration for a Shimane Crane and Turtle shipping in Matsue.
どれどれ
Let's
5
see
年前
here.
に休眠会社になってるのか。
They went
道
dormant
理で
5
検
years
索に引っ
ago.
かから
Huh?
ないわけだ。
Explains why there's no search results online.
ん
ここ。
Here, look here. Magari points at the date that the company was founded. Sure enough, the date written is April 1st, 2012.
これは
8年前っすよ。これじゃ10年前に撮影されたはずのフィルムに映ってるの変っす。
That's 8 years ago. But that doesn't make sense if the first film was shot 10 years ago. The logo of a company established 8 years ago was emblazoned on the side of the truck. What on earth? I'm gonna go everywhere now. Fortunately, Isogami doesn't seem busy. Yagumo and Magari are quickly taken to the reception room after checking in.
どうマックスちゃん。あのフィルムについてなんかわかりそう？
So, Maxi, you figure anything out about
今
that
のところ
film?
はっきりと言えることは何もないんですが、一応調べは進めてます。
Nothing I can say for sure, but the investigation's
そ
proceeding.
う。調べが進んだら本当に呪われたフィルムだったなんてオチにならないといいんだけどね。
We'll see. Hopefully that film doesn't turn out to actually be cursed, you know?
磯上さんは やっぱりあれ本物の幽霊だと思ってるんですか？
Izagami, do you think that's an actual ghost?
まあもともと曰く付きのプロジェクトだったってのは聞いてるしね。それに
Well, I heard that the project had a shady history to begin with, and besides...
やっぱね、この業界長いといろいろ耳に入るのよ。モノ本が映っちゃってとても放送できないビデオとかね。
Well, us industry vets have heard lots of things. Even some legit videos just can't be broadcast.
やっぱりあるんですね、そういうの。
So that sort of stuff really does exist, huh?
あるよ、そういうの。あのフィルムもそういうモノ本の一つなのかもね。
Sure does. So that film could be legit too.
うわ、怖。
Scary.
怖いよね。
Yep, scary indeed. Izogami and Magari keep nodding. Yagumo can only watch them in exasperation. Sayama's alone in the archive center room, sipping coffee and watching the monitor as usual.
また来たのか。まあこっちは退屈しのぎにちょうどいいから歓迎するがな。
You're back, huh? Well, come on in. I was starting to get bored out of my mind.
すみません。念のため再度確認しておきたいことがありまして。
Sorry, there's just something I wanted to make sure of.
再度の確認？それ
And
は
that is?
つまり、あのフィルムが本当に10年前ペンディングになったドラマプロジェクトの映像なのかってことです。
Is that film really from the TV drama project that got suspended 10 years ago?
ずいぶん今更な質問だな。
Kind of late to ask a question like that.
すみません。念のためということで。
Just making sure.
ま、質問に答えると、それについては間違いない。
Well, to answer your question, there's no doubt about
と
it.
思うがね。
Or at least, I think so. Sensing the evasiveness in Sayama's words, Yagumo casually tries pressing him on that point.
佐山さんはそのプロジェクトがペンディングになった当時からここに？
Sayama, were you here when the project was suspended?
つまり、実際にお蔵入りになった瞬間に立ち会われたのかってことです。
Basically, I'm asking if you were physically here the moment the film was literally shelved.
なるほどな。言いたいことはわかる。
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
確かにそれについては直接立ち会ったわけじゃない。
No,
俺がここへ転属してきたのは
I didn't witness that
8
firsthand.
年前だからな。
I only got reassigned here 8 years ago.
俺はあくまでここの管理ラベルの名前と年月日であのフ
So
ィ
I
ルム
can
が
only
例の
assume
物
that
だと
the
思
film
った
is
だけだ。
the film, based on the name and date written on the label. Sayama only checked the film by its label.
待ってください。確かフィルム缶のラベルは白紙だったはずでは。
Hang on a second. I thought the label on the film can was blank.
フィルム缶の方じゃない。ここの収納棚に付けられてる管理ラベルだ。そこにはっきりとプロジェクトのパイロットフィルムと記されていたのさ。
Not that label. The one on the archive shelf. It clearly said it was the project's pilot
お
film.
前さんは何やら疑ってるようだが、それで確認は十分だと思うがな。
You seem to have your doubts. I thought that was enough to identify it.
こんなもの、誰かが入れ替えたりする意味もない。
It's not like anyone has anything to gain with a switcheroo.
なるほど。そうかもしれませんね。
Let's see. You might be right about that. After nightfall, back at Yagumo Studios, Yagumo and Magari sip coffee as they go over today's
結
results.
局あのフィルムはフェイクだったってことっすかね。
So that film turned out to be a fake, huh?
二重の意味でな。
Double fake at that.
10年前のプロジェクトのフィルムというのもフェイク。幽霊が映っていたというのもフェイクだ。
It's not the real film from 10 years ago, and it's not a real ghost that was filmed.
でもあの幽霊はどうやって？
How'd they pull off that ghost thing?
まだトリックの全容はわからんが、謎を解く鍵はもう揃っている気がする。
I don't know the full details of the trick, but I think we've got all the keys to
これ
solve
から
it.
俺はじっくり映像
Let
を
me
見
watch the
直して
film closely
そ
and
れ
I'll
を
figure
解
it
明
out.
してみせるさ。マーガリ、お前はもう帰っていいぞ。
Marguerite, you can go
オ
home
ペ
now.
レーターで付き合ってもいいっすけど。
I can be your operator, you
も
know.
う加工の必要はないさ。プレビューだけなら俺でもできる。
I don't need any more image processing, and I can handle previewing footage by myself.
それじゃ。
In that case... Marguerite gets up and shoulders her bag as she continues to
あ
speak.
んま無理しないでくださいよ。年なんだし、顔に疲れが出てるっすから。
Don't push yourself too hard, okay? You're getting old and your face looks tired.
ふざけんな。まだ30前だ。全然いけるさ。
Knock it off. Not even 30. I've got this.
ならいいっすけどね。
Oh, okay then.
んじゃ、また明日。
See you tomorrow.
飲み終わったカップはちゃんと流しに置いといてくださいよ。明日来たら洗っとくんで。
Oh, and put your mug in the sink when you're done. I'll wash it tomorrow.
お疲れさ。
Got it. Good work today. As Marguerite leaves the room, Yagumo waves his hand and sits back in the sofa. Despite what he said to Marguerite, Yagumo is so exhausted his body feels like lead. Did I ever use my synesthesia? Well, it's not like I can control it. It's been triggered a lot since I got caught up in this mess. I must be concentrating a lot. I need to expose the decade-old truth of this project by any means necessary. Yagumo scratches his face once, twice, thrice before finally getting up from the sofa. The solution.
おはようございます。
The next day, Marguerite arrives at the office around noon and enters the reception room with her usual greeting. Usually... Okay, checking. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Continuing. Usually Yagumo would be sipping coffee here around this time, but he's not here. He was late yesterday too. Maybe he's still asleep? I told him to put his mug in the sink, but it's just out there on the table. Jeez.
監督、こっちっすか?
Director, you here? Yeah? If he's not in his room then. Magari timidly opens the door to the editing room. There she finds... Who? An exhausted Yagumo lying face down on the desk. How long had he been checking the footage? Yagumo's not even twitching. It looks like he's dead. Magari fearfully approaches. She freezes in place when she spots a scrap of paper on the desk.
なんだこれ?
What's this? It appears to be some sort of mystery code written in Yagumo's handwriting.
なんか電白性.
This looks like a load of nonsense.
監督、頭使いすぎてイカれちまったとか.
Director, did your brain overheat or something?
イカれてねえよ。
Hell no.
監督、
Director,
起きてたんす
you're
か?
awake?
ああ、ついさっきまで映像を確認してたんだ。とうとう全て
Yeah.
分かったぞ。
I was checking the film until a minute ago. I finally understand everything.
幽霊の出現トリックが解けたんだ。
Figured out the trick they used to get the ghost to
マ
appear.
ジっすか?
For real?
マジだ。今からトリックを作った犯人にそれを突きつけに行く。すぐに出
For
るぞ。
real. Now let's head out. Gonna go shove it in that trickster's
あ、
face.
すぐにはダメっす.
Wait, we can't go right now.
なぜ?
Why not?
なぜも何も危険っす.
What do you mean, why not? It's
危
dangerous.
険それは
Dangerous? How?
とにかく
Anyway.
シャワー浴びて着替えしてきてください。徹夜のせいでくせえっすよ。
Go take a shower and get changed. You reek because you've been up all night.
そんなクサクサ人間1号と一緒に車乗ったら自分の鼻が危険っす。
Riding in the van with you when you're this smelly is going to be dangerous to my nose.
はい。
1 hour later. 1 shower and a change of clothes later, Yagumo and Magari board the van.
どこに向かうんすか?
So, where are we headed?
今回の件の関係者は全員俺たちに間違った情報を伝えている。
Someone involved in this case has been feeding all of us the wrong information.
それが一つなら何らかの事情があったとも思えるが、複数にわたっているならそれは間違いなく意図的なものってことだ。
One wrong piece of info is an accident, sure, but several pieces, that has to be intentional.
意図的。つまりわざとうちらに嘘ついていたってことっすか?
Intentional? So, someone's been deliberately lying to
ああ、
us?
つまりその人物が今回の件の黒幕さ。
Yeah, the mastermind behind this whole case.
そいつに今から会って真実をゲロってもらう。
This mastermind's been hiding the truth, and it's time we make him spit it
なる
out.
ほど。
I see. Am I going here? Here? I'm going to him first.
ここに黒幕
The
が。
mastermind's here?
っ
Wait,
てことは
that
ま
means
さか黒幕は磯上さん?
it's Isogami?
ああ、いや、
Oh,
違うぞ。
no, it's
Tabun
probably
Isogami-san
not
じゃない。
Isogami.
はあ、だったらなんでここ来た
And
ん
why
す
did we
か?
come here?
なんでだろうな。自分でも
It's
わ
me.
からん。
I don't know myself. Okay, so it's not him. The two of them stand before Mihokan.
相手は大物監督で
We're
す
up
けど
against the big
大
shot
丈夫っす
director.
かね?
Sure you'll be okay?
大物だろうがなんだろうが関係ないさ。
Who cares if he's a big, medium, or small
もちろん
shot?、
イブセ監督のことは尊敬しているが、それで
I
も
re-
真実を知るためにはやらなきゃならないんだ。
But I respect the truth more. It must be known. Ain't that the truth? They look each other in the eye and nod as they can confidently step into Mihokan.
で、
So,
昨日の今日で一体何を話しに来たんだね。例のフィルムのことなら話すことはないと言ったはずだが。
what's there to say that wasn't said yesterday? I told you I've got nothing to say about the film. With Haishima at his back, Ibuse greets them, seemingly displeased at the sudden appointment. But Yagumo speaks up, unshaken.
それについてなんですが、どうしても井伏監督にお話ししていただかなければならないことができまして。
You see, Director Ibuse, I just found something I needed to talk to you about, at all costs.
話さなければならない。
And that is...
つまり
Basically the
あ
question
のフィル
is...
ムが本当は何に使われた映像だったのかと
What
いう
was
こと
the
です。
true purpose of that film?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
監督はあのフィルムが霊によって呪われているとおっしゃってました。
Director, you said the film was cursed by a ghost.
しかしトリックによって作られたフェイクの霊が何
But
を
what
呪うというん
But
で
a
す？
fake ghost shot with a film trick curse exactly.
フェイク？意味がわからんな。
Fake? I don't know what you're talking about.
君も確認したはずだろう。フィルムには何の加工の跡もないと。
You checked the film, didn't you? There was no evidence it had been
フ
edited.
ィルムには確かに加工の跡はありませんでした。しかし現場でのトリックならそんな加工の必要はありません。
True, there was no evidence the film was edited, but an on-set practical effect wouldn't leave any.
そもそも井伏監督ほどの方が撮ったにしては技法として不自然な点が多いんです。
In fact, for a film by a director of your caliber, there were many unnatural techniques used.
まずなぜあのカットで女優を屋内から窓なめで撮影する必要があったんです？その演出意図は？
First of all, what was the purpose of that cut of the actress from inside a window frame?
それは。
That was...
そう。犯人が池の横の民家から覗いているカットだったからだ。
Right. That was to show the perpetrator peeking out from the house by the pond.
犯人は殺し屋を雇って彼女を引き殺させたかった。
The perpetrator hired a hitman to kill the woman.
その瞬間を自らの目で確認し
He
ようと。
hid in the nearby house to watch the deed with his own eyes. Long face.
付近にそんな民家は存
There
在
is
して
no
ません
such
よ。
house by the pond.
私も現場に行ってみましたが、あのカメラ位置にはそんな建物は全く存在していなかった。
There's no building anywhere near where the camera was set up. I went to the location myself.
そして何十年も前から建物が壊されたり建てられたりしたことはないと付近の住民が証
And
言
I've
してく
got
れました。
testimony from a local that there hasn't been any construction there for
監
decades.
督のおっしゃる通りならば、つまりそのためにわざわざセットを組んだということですか？
If what you're saying is true, Director, does that mean you deliberately built a set there?
そもそも殺し屋をわざわざ雇うなら本人は別の場所にいて無関係だとアリバイ工作するのが普通だ。
Besides, why would someone who hired a hitman deliberately go to the scene of the crime instead of going somewhere else to make an alibi?
わざわざ現地にいるなんて脚本として不自然じゃないでしょうか。
It wouldn't make any sense script-wise.
まあそれは一旦置いておきましょう。もう一つ、あの映像には不自然な演出が行われている。
Let's set that aside for now. It's not the only odd directorial choice in the
それ
film.
がなぜ必要だったのか。それに思い立った時にトリックが全て解けたんです。
But when I realized why it was necessary, the whole trick became unraveled.
君がトリックだと思うのは勝手だが、私の映像演出を不自然と言われるのは心外だな。
Go ahead and call it a trick, but it frustrates me that you call my directorial choices odd.
それは一体何だというのか。
Tell me what you mean, specifically.
いいでしょう。それ
Very
は
well. In that case,
あのフィルムからは
places you'd expect to hear the director's voice all been cut from
全
the
て
film.
削除されていたんです。未編集のフィルムのはずなのに、そんな処理だけされているのはどう見ても不自然でしょう。
It was supposedly an unedited film, so it makes no sense for that to be edited out.
おー、それは不自然だな。
That is odd.
そうです。不
Yes,
自然なんです。
quite odd.
で、それと映像演出とどういう関係が？
So what does that have to do with what my directorial choices?
いや、君は私の映像演出について不自然だと言ってたのではなかったかね。フィルムの不自然な処理は
You
演出と
called
は関係
directorial
ないと思う。
choices odd, right? What's that got to do with the film's odd editing?
そうでした。
何を焦っているのかは知らないが、まずは落ち着いて話を
Shit, that
し
mess
たい
up. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're worked up about, but calm down and then talk. Oh, okay. Damn it, turn the tables on me. Relax and point out the oddities in the film. That's because the cut was shot with a telephoto lens. That's because
あのカットを望遠で撮影する
what
という
was the
演出意図
intention
は
of the
何です？
telephoto lens?
見
As
る
far as I
限
can
り
see,
そんな必要は全くなかったはずだ。
it serves no purpose at all.
そもそも撮影のために屋内のセットを組んだのなら、ずっと窓枠だけしか映していないのは不自然だ。
It doesn't make sense to build a set for the shot and then only ever show the window frame.
そして望遠を使った演出。
Combining the window frame and the telephoto
2
lens,
つのことから導き出されるトリックはこうです。
and you've got the keys to solving
こ
the
のよ
trick.
うにカメラの前に窓枠を取り付ける。
Attach the window frame to the camera like so,
こうすることでカメラをどう動かしても窓枠は動かないから、視聴者にはカメラを振ったことがわからない。
and no matter how much you move the camera, the window frame stays put. So the audience can't even tell that the camera was moved.
つまりそもそも建物のセットなどなく、ただ窓枠だけがあったのです。
In other words, it wasn't even a building set. It was just a window frame.
その上で女優を2人用意し、1人は当初の位置 A に、もう1人は少し離れた場所 B で、背後に幽霊役の女優を立たせてスタンバイさせる。
You get two actresses, one at point A and the other a bit further away at point B, with the ghost actress on standby
こ
behind
の
her.
シーンでは女優はレインコートのフードで顔を一切見せていないので、別の人物とは分かりません。
You can't tell they're two actresses since their faces are covered by raincoat hoods in this scene.
そして森の奥からスポットライトをカメラに浴びせ、来光として画面をホワイトアウトさせた瞬間に A から B へとカメラを振る。
Shine a spotlight at the camera from the woods, and when the lightning whites out the screen, you move the camera from point A to point B.
こうすることで一瞬で背後に幽霊が出現するシーンの出来上がりです。
And that's how you create the scene with the instant ghost
つ
appearance.
まり望遠を使っていたのはこの時、最小限のカメラの動きで AB 間を移動させるのに都合が良かったからというわけです。
So basically, the telephoto lens was used because it's the most effective way of moving from A to B with the least amount of camera
どう
movement.
です？これなら この映像の不自然な点が全て説明できると思いますが。
What do you think? That should explain every oddity in the film.
だがあの幽霊が池の上に立っていたのはどう説明する？あれは。
But how do you explain the ghost standing on the surface of the pond? That was...
監督らしくもないお言葉ですね。そんなの透明なアクリル板などを使用することでどうとでもなるのをご存知でしょ？
That's not something a director should say. Clear acrylic boards work wonders, you know.
これで実際の例じゃなくてもあの映像が撮れることは完全に説明できたと思いますが、いかがでしょう？
That should explain how everything could be shot without an actual ghost. What do you think?
いや、それでは説明はできても証明にはならん。
But even if your hypothesis is plausible, it's not proof.
可能であるということと実際にフェイクだと証明されるのは別だろう。
You've proved the possibility of it being fake, but you haven't proved that it is actually fake.
確かにあくまで蓋然性の問題でしかありません。しかし
True, I've only been talking about possibilities. So far, that is.
それ以外にもイブセ監督が決定的な嘘をついているとなると、そ
But
の
if I
蓋
can
然性は
expose a
がぜん高
decisive
く。
lie of yours, then the possibilities only become more probable.
決定的な嘘だと。
Decisive lie.
ええあのフィルム、そもそも10年前のプロジェクトのものではありませんね。
Yes, that film isn't even from that 10-year-old project in the first place, is it?
何を根拠に言っている？あれは間違いなく私が関わった。
What? On what basis can you say that? That film is unmistakably what I know.
「映像に出てくるトラックに書かれていた社名をたどって登記簿を確認しました。
We checked the registration of the company whose name's on the side of the truck in the
あ
film.
の運送会社の設立は8年前。つまり
It's a shipping company established 8 years ago. In other
10
words,
年前のフィルムに映り込んでいるはずがない。
there's no way that film could have been shot 10 years ago.
イブセ監督、あなたはなぜそんな嘘をついたんです？
Director Ibuse, why did you
あ
lie to
なたが
us?
本当に10年前のプロジェクトに関わっていたというのなら、偽のフィルムを使ってまで隠そうとした真実があるはずだ。
If you really were involved in the project 10 years ago, that means you went so far as to fabricate a film just to hide the
それ
truth.
は
Why?
そこまでして隠そうとしたものは一体何なんです？
What could have driven you that far just to cover up the truth? Ibuse limply hangs his head. Ashima and Magari are left stiff and speechless in the presence of Yagumo's intensity. Heavy silence rules the room. But then... Somewhat familiar, cheerful tune can be heard from outside the room. The door slams wide open and...
はい、オッケー。皆さんお疲れ様でした。
Good work, everyone. With a cheerful greeting, in walks Izogami, blaring a radio cassette player in hand. What?
磯上さん。
はい、では最後までご覧いただいた皆様に改めてキャストの紹介です。
Okay, thanks for watching, everybody. Let's introduce our cast once
主演
more.
脚本井伏伊佐也監督。
Written by and starring director Isaiah
ど
Ibuse.
うも。いやー、緊張したけどうまく演じられたようでよかった。
Thank you. Wow, that was intense, but I'm glad I was able to act my part.
続いて助演制作進行は灰島もなみさん。
Production assistants and co-starring Monami Haishima.
ヤグモくん、マガリさん。騙してしまってごめんなさいね。
Yagumo, Magari, I'm sorry for deceiving you.
は
そして企画監督総合演出はこの磯上博之でした。
And finally, planning and direction by me, Hiroyuki Izagami. Izagami, Haishima, and Ibose hold hands and bow to Yagumo and Magari like actors in a play. Yagumo stares dumbfounded until the song ends, and he snaps back to his senses. What?
磯上さん、なんですこの茶番劇は。一体どういうことなんです？
What kind of farce is this? What's the meaning of this?
ごめんね、マックスちゃん。
Sorry, Maxie.
全部マックスちゃんをテストするためのお芝居だったのよ。
This was all an act to test you.
なんすかお芝居って。うちら真剣に真相を探ろうと。
What do you mean an act? We were seriously trying to uncover the truth.
わかってるわかってる。落ち着いて。けどね、これもマックスちゃんのためだったんだ。
I know. Calm down. This was all for Maxie's sake, you see.
俺のため？
For me?
一人反対してる役員がいるって言ったでしょ？
Yes. Remember how I said one staff member was
反
against
対
this?
してるのは事実なんだけど、それはプロジェクトについてじゃなくて、マックスちゃんの起用についてだったの。
Well, they weren't against the project itself, but rather your appointment to it.
何しろマックスちゃん、才能はあるけど、まだ無名だからね。
After all, while you might have talent, you still lack a reputation, Maxie.
それは。でも、それでなぜ？
Okay, but still, why all this?
つまりね、フィルムのフェイク映像を見破れるかどうかというテストにクリアしたら OK って話だったの。
Well, basically, the condition was you passed the test by correctly identifying the film as fake and
ミ
why.
ステリーを取るんなら、その程度の知恵が回らなきゃ始まらないしね。
To shoot a mystery, you first need the wit to solve a mystery, or of at least that caliber, see?
それで、テストにちょうど良さそうなお蔵入り映像を探して、今回の話になったってわけ。
So we looked for a suitably shelved film for the test, and developed the story around it.
そもそも、イブセ監督の発案なんだけどね。
This was all director Ibuse's suggestion,
イブ
see?
セ監督が。
It was your idea, director Ibuse?
磯上さんから君の起用に反対されているという話を聞いてね。
I heard from Isogami that someone was opposed to your appointment, so I talked with him.
君の才能は買っていたし、後進にチャンスを与えるのもベテランの務めだからね。
I recognize your skill, and as a veteran, I have to promote upcoming
だ
talent.
からあのフィルムは全く無関係のホラーものだが、私が撮ったものという体で話をさせてもらっていたってわけだ。
So we went with the premise that I shot the film, even though I had nothing to do with it.
騙してすまなかったね。許してくれ。
Sorry for deceiving you. Please forgive me.
監督。
それじゃうちのマックスは正式に。
So does this mean Max's appointment is official?
もちろん。すでにプロジェクトには GO が出てるから、早速撮影準備に入ってもらうよ。
Of course, the project's already been greenlit, so you can get ready to shoot
み
immediately.
んなでこのプロジェクト成功させて、はじけちゃおうよ。
Let's make this project a success. It's time to get poppin'.
やりましたね監督。大チャンスですよ。
You did it. You did it, director. This is your big chance.
ああ、まだちょっと混乱してるが。
It's a little overwhelmed.
騙されたのには腹立つけど、俺のためにやってくれたことだし。
I'm mad that I've
今
been
どんな感
deceived,
情なのか自分でもよくわから
it
ん。
was all for me, so I don't know how I should
とに
feel.
かく君も私と同じ選ばれた監督になったということだ。
In any
一
case,
緒にこのプロジェクトを成功させようじゃないか。
you and I have both been chosen as directors, so let's make the project a success. Yagumo firmly grips Ibuse's outstretched hand. And thus today is the day that Max Yagumo officially became a director for the new Shimane TV mystery drama project. Several days later, Yagumo visits Sayama at the archive center to check on
佐
something.
山さんもグルだったとはすっかり騙されましたよ。
You were in on it too, huh, Sayama? You guys really pulled the wool over my eyes.
悪いとは思ったが、なかなか面白い話だったんでね。ちょっとした余興のつもりで乗らせてもらった。
I feel bad, but it was funny, gotta admit. I got on board since it was a fun distraction.
あれがフェイクだということは分かりましたが、では本物の10年前の映像は？
So we've established that that film was a fake, but what about the real decade-old
さ
footage?
あな、どこに埋もれているのやら。これだけ膨大な数があると、俺にもわからんよ。
Who knows? Might be buried here somewhere. Not even I know how many tapes we've got here.
そうですか。
See.
聞きたいのはそれだけか。
Is that all you wanted to ask?
あ、いえ。
あ、
もう一つ。例のフィルムに引っかかりがあって。
One more thing about that film keeps bugging
ト
me.
リックはすべて解いたと聞いたがな。
I heard you figured out all the tricks, though.
いえ、映像に映り込んでいたトラックの
No,
こと
the
です。
truck's still bothering me.
あれか。
Oh, that, huh?
ええ。俺が調べたところ、あのトラックが所属する運送会社は実在していました。
Yes, from our investigation, we learned that the truck belonged to a real shipping
しか
company.
し、女性を引き殺すシーンで、
You wouldn't use an actual company's truck to film a
あ
murder
りえ
scene,
ないと
would
思
you?
うんです。
答えはお前さんの中でもう出てるんだろ。
Looks like you've already come up with an answer.
ええ。
Yes.
あれは撮影中の事故で、本当にあの女性が惹かれたんじゃないかと。
That was an accident on location. And that woman really was ran over. Sayama quietly takes a sip of his tea before he murmurs in reply.
そんなやばい代物がここにはゴロゴロしてるのさ。
You find a lot of crazy shit lying around this place.
呪われたフィルムってのだけは。
So, the one truth in this charade was that the film was indeed cursed, huh? Yagumo simply nods before he respectfully bows and excuses himself out of the room. Root Film Yagumo Part 1. While that runs, I'm gonna go and make myself something to eat. I am hungry.
フィルムが映し出す壊れた私の夢紡ぎ出す言葉はもう遥か遠く水面はよらめいてだけど届かない声淡くさす光がただ一つ見えてた歪むたびに嘘を重ね笑う私は知らない誰か本当は寂しいよって水底から叫び出す歌方消える心涙が溶け合うどこかになくしてきた希望を求め飛び立つ歌方照らす光思いが溢れる悲しみのその先を映したくて歩み出した
Interesting. So I've got some sort of flow chart. Now, do I carry on with Yagumo or introduce the next character? Let's introduce the second character. Or I can carry on Yagumo. Let me see. I don't know. I'm scared that there's going to be something that happens in each block, like the butterfly effect. That was a toaster. Let me go and I'll think on it. I'll be right back. Right, I'm eaten. Let's have a look. Should we start Riho and just go like 1 for 1? Let's do it. Let's see who this Riho is. Riho. Part 1. Maybe her story will give a little bit of information for the next chapters. Okay, face the lake next and look at it. Right, just like that. One more, look over there. Yep. Perfect, you're positively shining. Terrific, you're the best. Man, thank God I was born on planet Earth. And let's finish it up with your trademark pose. One more time, strike that pose. Great, that's a wrap. Good work today. Thank you very much. Good work today. Lake Shinji, a lake straddling the border between Matsue and Utsumo City in the Shimane Prefecture. The bright sunlight over that lake shined down on the photo shoot of one up-and-coming actress. Having finished filming, the cameraman approaches Ryo, who had just left the minibus after changing. Ryo, fantastic work back there. You were great. By the by, are you free after this? I know this great restaurant. Care to join me for dinner? I'm sorry, I've got stuff planned after this. So... Oh, come on. You say plans, but it's not like work, right? Just stand them up. Come on, let's just go and we can figure that out later, you know? No. Wait up, you know? The cameraman grabbed Ryo by the hand. Ryo instinctively pulled her body back, startled by the sudden contact. Seriously, Ryo. Get with the program. A newbie like you will get nowhere with that kind of attitude. See, in this line of work, if you keep pushing people away, you'll end up getting shanked. Shanked? Yep, shanked. That sounds like a Shank's nightmare. Huh? You know, Shank's Mare by Jippensha Iku. Hey, didn't I tell you to cut it out with the trashy puns? One to interrupt their now incoherent conversation was one Shoko Minabe. She's been working at Ryo's personal manager for the last 6 months. Don't call them trashy. That's awful. Telling those bad puns as soon as you come up with them is the same as taking them out of the trash can. Stop it. Good. Incidentally, Manabe fixed her glasses and turned her gaze to the cameraman next. It seemed to me like you were trying to string Ryo along, even after she said no. But that must have been my imagination, right?
Yeah.
You were informed that this kind of conduct is not acceptable in our agency, yes? Also, I've taken the liberty of shooting videos of Ryo on my camcorder to help her get used to the camera. And your talk back there is on film.
ああ、いや、これは違いますよ。
That's not what happened.
いや、
Not
違
at
い
all.
ますよ。あれですよ、あれ。
You've got the wrong idea. It was, you know,
あれ
that.
とは何ですか？
I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest clue what that is. Manabe's tone turned harsher, and as if in reverse proportion to her voice, the cameraman seemed to become small.
なんというか、事故というか、わざとじゃないというか、偶然というか。
It was an accident. An unintentional coincidence.
いや、本当。
Like, seriously.
すいませんでした。
I'm sorry. The cameraman finally snapped under Manabe's pressure and took off.
ありがとう。助かったよ、マナベ。
Thank you. You saved me, Manabe.
あんなチンピラみたいなの軽くさばけるようになりなさいよ。これからいくらでもああいう男は出てくるんだから。
Learn how to cut losers like him down to size, would you? Men like him will be all over you like flies in the future, you know?
さばけって言われても魚じゃないんだからそんな簡単にいかないよ。
You say cut him down to size, but he's not a fish, you know? He doesn't go that easy.
同じようなもんよ。
It's the same thing, really.
内臓を取り除いて息の根を
Hold him down so he can't move. Pick out his organs and choke the life out of him.
怖すぎるよ。人に対する感情じゃないよ、それ。
That's scary. You can't think that about other
と
people.
にかく私がいつも近くにいるとは限らないんだし。今後は自
Anyway,
分の身は自分で
I'm
守
not
って
always going to be there to help you. Learn how to keep yourself safe.
頑張ります。
Good
さ
try.
て、今日はもう予定もないし、宿のチェックインを済ませてしまいましょうか。
Anyway, since your schedule for the day is done, let's check in at the
あ、
hotel.
待って待って。私、地元の友達と会う約束があるんだよ。
Wait. I promised I'd meet up with a friend that lives over
高
here.
校の時の同級生なんだけど、せっかく時間に余裕があるんだし、あちこち案内してもらおうと思って。
We were classmates in high school, so I figured she could show me
構
around.
わないけど、そういうのはもっと早く言ってくれないかしら。こっちにもいろいろ予定ってものが。
That's fine, but you should have told me that sooner. I have my own plans to consider too.
ごめん。次から気をつけるから。待ち合わせの美保神社はすぐそこだよ。
Sorry, I'll be careful next time. We're meeting up right next to Mio Shrine. With that said, Rio took off in the direction she pointed towards not a moment ago. It wasn't actually nearby. In fact, it was too large a distance to cover by foot, but Rio decided not to pay it any
あな
mind.
たね、ちょっとは人の話を聞きなさい。
Oh, I swear, could you listen to what people are saying for once in your life? Ugh, fine, whatever. How often has she been caught up by Rio's pace like this already? Way too often for sure.
私が慣れるしかないのよね。きっと。
Suppose I should just get used to it. Yes, for sure. After heaving a deep sigh, Manabe followed Rio, who was hurrying on ahead. Mio Shrine, built in honor of Mihotsuhime. Mihotsuhime? Saying it right? Mihotsuhime no Mikoto and Kotoshiro no Shi, said to be patrons of commerce, safety at sea, and marriage. The two of them stood before the great temple gate, which was regarded as a tangible cultural property, as Rio waited for her friend.
ミエ、どこかな。
I wonder what's keeping me.
もう約束の時間だけど、まだ来ていないの？
It's about time, I think. She isn't here
ミ
yet.
エが時間に遅れることなんてないと思うけど。
It's not like Mie to be late for anything, but... Rio looked around when a woman who stood next to the water basin for cleansing one's hands walked up to her with a smile.
リホ、久しぶり。
Ria, it's been forever.
あれ？もしかしてミエ？ミエだよね。
Wait, is that you, Mie? It is, isn't it?
そうだよ。リホ、綺麗になったね。最初見たとき気づかなかったよ。
That's right. Gosh, you've become so pretty. I couldn't tell if it was you at
ミ
first.
エこそすっごく大人っぽくなって背も伸びたんじゃない？
You too. You look so mature, and you're so much taller now.
ちょっぴりだけどね。
Just a bit. The two rejoiced over their reunion for a while, holding hands and hopping about happily. After calming down, Ryo turned around to face Manabe.
紹介するね。私の高校の同級生、青戸美恵さん。こっちは今マネージャーしてくれてる真鍋だよ。
Let me introduce you. This is my classmate from high school, Mia Auto. And this is my current manager,
青
Manabe.
戸美恵です。はじめまして。
I'm Mia Auto. Nice to meet
真
you.
鍋翔子です。よろしく。
Shoko Manabe. A pleasure.
ミエは昔から郷土史に興味があってすごく勉強してたから島根に詳しいんだ。
Mia's been into local history for years and studied about it, so she's really informed when it comes to
なる
Shimane.
ほど。郷土史研究家というわけですね。
I see. A local history researcher.
研究家とかそんな大層なものじゃないですけど、観
Researcher?
光ガイド代わりくらいはできますの
It's
で
nothing that
任せてください。
But I can make for a good tour guide.
お願いしますね。
Then we'll take you up on that.
任せちゃいます。
We'll be counting on you.
ミエ、この神社はどういうところなの？
So Mia, what is the shrine all
こ
about?
の美穂神社は美穂津姫の御事と琴白主を祀った神社でね。天平5年にはもう存在したと言われているの。
Mio Shrine celebrates Miho Tsuhime no Mikoto and Kotoshironushi. Apparently, it already existed by year 5 of the Tenpyo period.
古代祭祀の形跡も見つかっているから、実際にはもっと古くから神聖な場としてあったみたい。
But they found traces of more ancient rituals here, so it might have been unholy ground for even longer than that.
天平5年。
Year 5 of Tenpyo period?
西暦で言うと733年ですね。
That would be 733 AD in the Gregorian calendar.
1000年以上も前。
It's over 1,000 years ago.
この神社にはあるのですね。
This shrine has much more history to it than I can even
と
imagine.
いっても本殿は一度美穂の石大火で消失しているんで、今の本殿は江戸時代後期に再建されたものですけどね。
With that said, the main temple was actually lost in the Mihonoseki fire. The structure we see now was rebuilt in the early Edo period.
肥沃大社造り、通称美穂造りの本殿建築はとっても見応えがあると思います。
The Hyoku Taijuzukuri, or well, the architecture of the main temple, is a sight to behold.
それに特筆すべきは青節垣神事。三船で行われるんですけど、船に大幕を張って周囲に見えないように儀式が行われるんです。
Of special note is the Alfushigaki ritual. It employs a divine boat. The ritual is done behind a curtain so onlookers can't see it.
10日間続く儀式では主役の洞爺神主さんが断食で倒れそうになるくらい大変で。
It's a 10-day ritual and it's so laborious. The head Toya priest is in danger of passing out from fasting. And Mie apparently got rolling, at which point it was hard to stop her constant stream of commentary. Ryo and Manabe were simply left to drown in this constant flood of incomprehensible lingo and information.
真鍋さんはリホのマネージャーさんなんですよね。お仕事してる時のリホってどんな感じなんですか？
Manabe, you're Ryo's manager, right? What's Ryo like when she's
各所
working?
からなかなかの高評価はいただいてますよ。
She's been getting good feedback from every place she's worked in. She does snore when she falls asleep during breaks,
うっ
but
さいよ。余計なことは言わなくていいの。
hey, stop that. Don't tell her things she doesn't need to
ミエ
know.
さんは知的で教養があって素晴らしいですね。
You're very intellectual and educated, Mia. I wish Ryo could take a page out of your book.
私だって演技の勉強してるじゃん。
Hey, I studied
そう
acting.
いうのじゃなくて、読書でもして教養も身につけなさいって言ってるの。昨今おバカタレントだって本当のバカじゃ務まらないんですからね。
I'm telling you to read a little and broaden your horizons. Even comedy actors that act dumb are pretty smart
程
nowadays.
よくおバカを演じて視聴者の皆さんに笑いとちょっぴりの優越感を提供する。 そのバランスが大事なのよ。
Playing dumb to get laughs and generate a sense of superiority in the host and the crowd takes a very delicate
そ
balance.
れなら大丈夫。ミステリーはたくさん読んでるよ。ホームズやポアロの古典から最近のやつまで襟好みなし。
Well, don't you worry. I've read lots of mystery novels. I've read everything from classics like Holmes and Poirot to recent thrillers.
ああ、リホは昔からミステリー好きだったもん
Yeah,
ね。
you were always big on mystery
ミステ
novels.
リーね。あんまり教養の役には立たなそうだけど、活字に触れてるだけマシか。
Mystery novels, huh? Not as refined or educating as I'd like, but at least you're reading something.
ミエさんはこちらの大学に通っているのですか？
Do you attend the local college here,
は
Miyu?
い、島根中央大学の3年生です。小泉八雲の研究をしたくて。
Yes, I'm a third year at Shimane Central University. I mainly research Yakumo
小
Koizumi.
泉八雲、怪談を書いた方ですね。
Yakumo Koizumi? The author of Kaidan?
そうですそうです。本名パトリック・ラフカディオ・ハーン。日本に来て小泉節さんと結婚して松江に住んだんですね。
Right, that's him. His real name was Patrick Lafcadio Hearn. He married Setsu Koizumi after moving to Japan and lived in
こ
Matsue.
の美保神社も小泉八雲が訪れていたという記録があるんですよ。
There are records that Yakumo Koizumi visited the Mio
な
shrine.
るほど。
ねえ
See.
ねえ、他にはなんかないの？この神社のこともっといろいろ聞かせてよ。
Hey, is there anything else? I'm sure there's plenty more you can tell me about this shrine.
この神社のご祭神である琴白主なんだけど、その神様は国譲りに深く関わる神様なのね。
Well, remember how I told you Kotoshironushi is enshrined here? Well, he's an important deity for the transfer of the land myth.
国譲り？
Transfer of the
簡
land?
単に説明すると、琴白主やそのお父さんの大国主が戦に敗れて出雲の国を天津神に譲り渡したってお話。
Put simply, it's a story of how Kotoshironushi and his father Okinonushi were defeated in battle and gave up Itsumo to the heavenly gods.
戦に負けた琴白主は海に浮かべた船をひっくり返してその下に身を隠したんだって。
After losing in battle, Kotoshironushi flipped over his boat, which floated on the ocean, and hid beneath it.
私の弟もプリンの争奪戦に負けるとふてくされてよく押し入れに
My
身を
brother
隠
would
して
always
たけ
sulk
ど、
and hide in the
似たような
closet
もん
when
だ
he
ね。
lost an argument over pudding. It's like that.
そうかな。
Ah, she's pretty stupid, this Rio. Yes, I think.
本殿の一番奥って建物が2つ並んでるんだね。
Is the main temple those two buildings in the
祭
back
神
there?
の御骨姫の御事と琴白主がそれぞれ住んでるんだよ。御骨姫の御事は琴白主の義理のお母さんなの。
Yes, that's where Mihotsuhime no Mikoto and Kotoshironushi live. Mihotsuhime no Mikoto is Kotoshironushi's
義理
mother-in-law,
のお母さんと同居か。気を使うことが多そう。
living with his stepmother. Bet they get real fussy.
どうなんだろう。神様だから普通に仲良くやってると思うけど。
I don't know about that. I get the feeling gods have a way of getting along.
本殿の一番
祭神の
義理のお母さん。
Oh no, not exits! Oh!
ところで、
By the way, are you two planning on staying in Shimane tomorrow?
そうですね。
Yes, we're planning to get a feel for Shimane's atmosphere for a show she's set to appear in.
もうしばらくはこちらにいる予定です。
なんで明日も観光にミエが付き合ってくれると嬉しいな。
We'd actually love for you to show us around tomorrow too.
そもそもそういうつもりで予定開けてあるから任せといて。
Sure thing. I left my schedule open tomorrow with that in
今
mind.
日は近場のところをざっと回って、明日は少し足を伸ばす感じで考えてるから。
Then let's stay in the area for today, and tomorrow we can go to some of the further sites.
いいね。こちらに詳しいミエがいてくれてほんと助かるよ。
Sounds good. Having an expert on the area like you is a huge help.
それじゃあもうちょっと近くを回ろっか。
Then let's walk around the area for a bit longer. Don't use the joystick to move things around. Gonna go back there. And continue.
それにしても
Wow.
ここって結構
A
女
lot of
性の
women
参
visiting
拝
the
客が
shrine,
多いん
huh?
だね。
ここって縁結びのご利益があるって有名だから、そのせいだと思うよ。
Yeah, the shrine is famous for blessing the ties of marriage, so if I had to guess, that's
縁
why.
結びか。今は縁結びでお願いしたい相手も思いつかないや。
Blessing marriages. Can't think of anyone I'd like to tie the knot with right now.
だったら理想の人が現れますようにでもいいじゃない。
Then maybe you should pray so the ideal guy shows up.
じゃあ鬼兵みたいに強くてかっこよくて悪党をバッタバッタ切り伏せる人が目の前に現れますようにってお願いしとこうかな。
Then maybe I should ask for a guy who's awesome and can cut up the bad guys like Onihe.
難易度高いお願いで神様も困り
Please
そう
don't bother the gods with exaggerated wishes. Am I gonna get the same dialogue?
それにしても
Yeah.
縁結び
難易度
They soon arrived at the Mio Inn, and Manabe swiftly finished their check-in
さ
procedures.
すがは女優さんだね。こんな高い宿に泊まれるなんて。
You really are an actress. Can't imagine staying at such an expensive
本
inn.
当はもう少し安い宿を取る予定だったんですけどね。2つ部屋が空いているところがあそこしかなかったんですよ。
We were actually planning on staying at a cheaper inn, but only this place had 2 vacant
私
rooms.
は別に2人で1部屋でもいいよって言ったのに真鍋がそれは絶対嫌だって。
I wouldn't mind sharing a double room, but Manabe was really against
当
it.
たり前じゃない。リホのいびきと寝相の悪さで、今まで私が何度真夜中に叩き起こされてきたと
Of
思ってる
course.
の？
You've kept me up with how you snore and toss in your sleep one time too many.
叩き起こすってな
Come on,
大
it's
げさ
not
な。
that bad.
リホ、あなた騒音値って言葉知ってる？
Have you
音の
heard
大
of
きさを
sound
表す
levels,
単位な
Rio?
んだけどね。
It's a unit of measurement for how loud noises
これ
are.
この前あなたの寝てる間に録音した計測器の値。
Oh,
120
I
デシベルって
recorded
書いて
your
るでし
snoring
ょ？
last time, and the gauge says it's 120 decibels.
それがどうしたの？
Yeah? What about it?
これ耳元でジェットエンジンの音を聞いてるのと同じ音量なのよ。
That's the same volume as having a diesel engine humming right next to your ear.
ジェットエンジン。
Diesel engine?
どうせならそのまま離陸して飛んでってくれないかって何度思ったことか。
I've actually wondered if you're about to take off and fly off into the sky with how loud you can be.
あそのなんかごめんなさい。
Sorry?
真
I'm
鍋
really
にはい
grateful
つも
for everything
感
you
謝
do
して
for
ます
me.
はい。
Feeling apologetic, Rio resolves to treat Manabe more gently and considerately. Standing at the front is a girl dressed in a kimono, with a serene smile on her lips. She's pretty baby-faced to be standing in front of such an old, well-established place. But wait, didn't I see her somewhere before? I was gonna say the same thing. Ryo, Mie, and Manabe visited Matsue Castle, one of the rare few castles made in the Edo period that still has intact keeps.
私本物のお城って初めてだな。
I think this is the first time I've seen a real
中に
castle.
入れるんですか？
Can we go inside?
はい。天守閣にも登れますよ。
Yeah, we can climb the castle keep too.
天守閣。確か一番偉い人がいたところだよね。
Castle keep. That's where the head honcho lived, right?
いいよね。バカ殿みたいな暮らし憧
So
れる。
cool. Imagine living like
な
Bakatono.
んなら今すぐメイクでバカ殿にしてあげるけど。
I could put some makeup on you and make you look just like Bakatono, if you'd like.
いや、したいのは見た目じゃなくて暮らしの方だって。
I don't want to look like him.
たくさんはべらかし
I just want to live
て
like
毎日遊んで暮らしたいの。
living with cute servants serving me every day.
どうかと思うけど。
Those are some questionable dreams. Then when it happened, when it happens. The sound of Mia's cell phone rings out from her pocket.
あ、ごめんなさい。ちょっと失礼しますね。
Oh, sorry, I gotta take this. She pulled out her cell phone and her face lit up as soon as she pressed the phone to
お
her
父
ear.
さん久しぶり。島根に来てるの？
Dad? It's been too long. Huh? You're coming to Shimane? Mia must have been close to whoever it was because her voice was quite cheerful. Really?
嬉しい。ちょっと待っててね。
That's great. Give me a second. Mia put the phone aside and turned to face Rio. What's up?
実はね、今私のお父さんも島根に向かってるらしくて。
Actually, my dad just told me he's on his way to Shimane.
よければ夕食お友達もご一緒しないかって。
He said he'd love to have dinner with my friends. Are you alright with that?
もちろん。
Sure.
リホいいって。お父さん、また後でね。
Rio says it's fine. Okay, Dad. I'll be seeing you then.
なんかミエ、すっごく嬉しそう。お父さんと仲いいんだね。
You look really happy. You must get along with your dad.
お父さんも考古学や民族学に興味があって、一緒に話するとすごく楽しいの。
Yeah, he's into archaeology and folklore too, so talking to him is a lot of fun.
最近は岩手に出向してて、なかなかこっちに戻ってこなかったんだけど、突然どうしたのかな。
He moved to the Iwate because of work and hasn't been back in a while. I wonder what happened.
きっとミエの顔を見たくなったんじゃない？
He must have wanted to see you
そう
again.
なのかな。
You think?
きっとそうだよ。
I'm sure of it.
食事の場所に向かおう。
Anyway, let's head to that restaurant.
レストランベアっていうお店を予約したって言ってたから、ここからなら歩いて15分くらいだよ。
Yeah, Dad said he got reservations at Restaurant Bear. It's a 15-minute walk from here. There were already a few groups sitting at the restaurant chatting and laughing cheerfully. Rio's group was led to a table for 4, where they took a
こ
seat.
のお店、いろいろオリジナルのドリンクがあるんだね。
Looks like this place serves some original drinks.
料理もなかなか本格派のイタリアンみたいよ。
And it looks like they serve authentic Italian cuisine. I think we can expect some good food. Rio and Manabe said enthusiastically as they looked through the lavish menu. Mie, on the other hand, has been fidgeting nervously ever since they took a seat.
お父さんまだかな。
Where are you, Dad?
ねえ、リホ。
Say, Rio. Manabe whispered to
ミエ
Rio.
さんはその
Is Mia
前
always
からあん
been
な
like
感じ
that?
だったの？
あんな感じって？
Like what?
なんというか、お父さんが好きっていうか、好きすぎるというか。
How do I put it? It's like she's a bit too attached to her father. Manabe speaks awkwardly, staying as non-committal as possible.
ああ。ミエってば昔からお父さん子だったから。
Mia's always been kind of a daddy's girl.
島根の大学に通い始めて、お父さんと離れ離れになっちゃったから、ずっと寂しかったんだと思う。
I think she's just been kind of lonely because her dad started studying in Shimane's university.
ちょっと意外だったわ。ミエさんぐらいの年頃だと父親にはきつく当たる人が多いから。
I see. That's a bit surprising. Women her age usually butt heads with their fathers.
まあ、私もそんな感じだったけどね。
Yeah, I was like that too. A young woman is seated all on her own at one of the other tables. She's likely waiting for someone too because she keeps looking at her wristwatch nervously. You're really cool with waiting for people, huh?
そりゃ、商談で相手を待つなんていくらでもあるからね。
Well, you have to wait for people to show up pretty often during business talks.
デートでも男に待たされるタイプって感じだし。
Yeah, it's like when men keep girls waiting in a date.
違います。私は男を待たせ
It
る
is nothing alike. If anything, I keep the men waiting.
そういうことにしときましょう。
Let's just leave it at that, okay?
違い
No, I've done it already.
違い
Mia's been agitated for a while now, and every time Rio tries to speak to her, she replies absent-mindedly. She must be looking forward to meeting her dad. She's been fidgety for a while now. A middle-aged man enters the restaurant and started looking around. Realizing he must be looking for someone, Rio points him out to Mie, who...
お父さん、こっちこっち。
Dad, over here!
ああ、ミエ、気づかなかったよ。待たせてすまなかったね。
Ah, Mio, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Sure enough, that man is Mie's father. He approaches Rio's table with a gentle smile.
いやいや、すっかり遅くなってしまったね。
My, I am quite late, aren't I?
久しぶり、会いたかった。
It's been so long, I missed you. Mie, who didn't often let her feelings show, hugged Kosaku with clear enthusiasm.
こらこら、お友達の前なんだからちゃんとなさい。
Now, now, not in front of your friends, dear.
お飲み物はいかがいたしますか？
What will you have to drink? A waiter approaches them, likely keenly noticing all 4 seats have been
そうだ
taken.
な。私は車なのでこれ。ノンアルコールで梨の宴というやつを。
I'll be driving back, so I think I'll have a non-alcoholic pear
メイン
banquet.
ディッシュはこちらから選んでいただけますが、
Our menu for the main dish is right here.
私はロティサリーチキンで。
I'll have the
皆さんはどうされますか？
rotisserie chicken. What about you three?
私はこっちのカクテルで。メインディッシュは。
I'll have this cocktail, and my main dish will
じゃあ
be...
私はワインを。
And I'll have wine. With their dishes on the table, they all had a toast and began their small
こん
celebration.
ばんは。ミエの父です。娘がお世話になってます。
Anyway, good evening. I am Mia's father. Thank you for keeping my daughter
はじめ
company.
まして。私はリホって言います。こっちはマネージャーの真鍋です。
Introduced. Manabe bows her
マ
head.
ネージャー？
Manager?
ひょっとしてアイドルか何かやられ
Are
てい
you
る
an
のですか？
idol or something of the sort?
アイドルじゃなくて女優さんだよ。この後島根で主演のドラマ撮影があるんだって。
She's not an idol, but she is an actress. They'll be shooting a show here in Shimane soon.
それはすごいな。
Oh, that's incredible.
今のうちにサインもらっといた方がいいんじゃない？
Maybe I should have asked you for an autograph while I have the chance.
後でちゃんとした色紙に書いてもらおうと思ってるんだ。
Yeah, I figured I'd bring some paper for her to sign on later.
サインなんて照れるな。
An autograph? I'm gonna blush. After a few minutes of bantering, the waiter arrives with their drinks. Kosaku started their modest banquet with a toast.
お父さん、今日は私のとこ泊まるの？
Dad, you want to stay at my place
い
today?
や、駅前のビジネスホテルを予約してあるよ。娘のワンルームアパートに泊まるのはさすがにな。
No, I've got reservations at a business hotel near the station. A one-room apartment is a bit small.
そっか。でも明日は朝から会えるんだよね。
Right. But we can meet up early tomorrow morning,
い
right?
や、明日はちょっと用事があるからね。
No, I'm a bit busy
夕方まで
tomorrow.
体が
I
開か
think
な
I'll be occupied until evening.
そっか。
I see. Mie was clearly disheartened, to which Kosaku hurriedly
い
patched
や
things up.
そうは言っても夜は大丈夫だと思うから、また明日も夕食は。
But that said, I should be free tomorrow during the night, so we can have dinner tomorrow
本当？
too.
約束だよ。
Really? You
あ
promise?
あ、わかった。
Yep, it's a promise. Mie really does love her dad, huh?
そういえばお父さん、なんで急に島根に帰ってきたの？
By the way, Dad, why did you come back to Shimane all of a sudden?
いや、
Well, there are some things I need to tend to. Yeah.
それってもしかして。
Do you mean?
なんでもない。
No, it's nothing.
そういえばお父さん、なんで急に
いや、
それって、
小 作さんはこちらにはお仕事で？
Do you have work here in Shimane, Kosaku?
今回は
No,
ただの休暇です。
just
娘の顔
vacation.
も見たかったし。
I wanted to see my daughter, and there's some bothersome business too.
面倒な用事ですか？
Bothersome business, you say?
ああ、いえ。そうは言っても大した要件ではありませんよ。
Oh, don't worry. It's nothing all that major, actually.
工作さんはこちらには面倒。
リホさんのことは娘からよく聞いてましたよ。それはもう毎日のようにね。
My daughter told me a lot about you, Rio. She talked about you just about every day.
お父さん、恥ずかしい。
Dad, that's
この
embarrassing.
子は見ての通り昔から引っ込み思案でね。
She's always been a bit
父家
timid.
庭で
Maybe I
私が
spoiled
甘
her,
やかしすぎたせいかもしれない
given
が
that her mother passed away.
リホさんと知り合ってからこの子が目に見えて明るい表情をするようになったんです。私はそれが嬉しくてね。
But she became cheerful after meeting you. She became more expressive. That made me happy.
ぜひこれからも娘の友達でいてやってください。
I hope you can stay friends in the future
いや
too.
そんなミエと話すのは楽しいし、こっちこそずっと友達でいてほしいっていうかね、ミエ。
Oh, not at all. Talking to Mia is always fun. I'd love to always be friends with her. Right, Mia?
うん。ありがとう、リホ。
Yeah, thanks, Riho. A pleasant conversation is disturbed by a sudden sound of a ringtone. As Kosaku glances at his phone, his expression turns severe and he rises from his
すみ
seat.
ません。ちょっと
My apologies. I have to take this. Oh,
今からそうか。いや、わかった。すぐに向かうよ。
yes. Yes. Right now? See. No, understood. I'll be right over. Kosaku returns to his seat, no longer as calm as he was before. He was upset by something and made no effort.
すみません。ちょっと休養が入っ
I'm
てしまっ
sorry.
て。
Something popped up.
お先に
I'll
失
have
礼
to
い
leave
たし
early.
母ちゃんの？
You're leaving?
いや、まだ島根にはいるよ。また連絡する。
Don't worry, I'm still in Shimane for a while. I'll stay in touch. Kosaku gathers his things and gets up from his seat.
気をつけてね。
Take care, Dad. Mia sees him off with a somewhat anxious gaze, and Kosaku walks away without answering her concerns.
お父さんどうしたんだろう。あんなに怖い顔見たことない。
I wonder what happened to Dad. I've never seen him make such a scary face before.
とお仕事の話だったんじゃないかな。ほら、大人っていろいろ大変だから。
It must have been something work-related. You know, being a grown-up can be tough. Rio tried to soothe Mia, but those words didn't seem to reach her.
ねえねえ、ちょっといいかな。
Hey, can I have a second? A call cries out to them from one of the inner tables. Rio recognizes that person with a glance. It was the woman from one of the tables, the one that kept checking her watch. Huh?
ああ、なんでしょう。
Yes, can I help you? Mia replies with a dubious expression and the woman regards her with a grin.
あのさ、違ってたらごめんね。今出てった人ってもしかして工作っていう？
Well, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but is the person that just left happen to be Kosaku?
そうですけど。
Yes, that's him. But
ああ、やっぱそっか。なんか見覚えある顔だと思ってたんだよね。
knew it. I did think he looked
写
familiar.
真でしか見たことないし、微妙に自信なかったから声かけなかったんだけどさ。
I only saw a photograph, so I was a bit scared to walk up and ask.
父のお知り合いです
Do you know my dad?
ああ、ごめんごめん。名乗ってなかったね。
Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself.
私は琴城彩音。それでわかる？
I'm Ayane Kotoshiro. Does that clear things up?
琴城ってお父さんの実家の。
Kotoshiro. You mean Dad's family?
そう。あなたのお父さんが捨てて出て行った琴城家の娘よ。つまり。
That's right. I'm from the Kotoshiro family, the household your father cast aside. That
私とあな
means
たはいとこってことになるわけね。
you and I are cousins.
私、青戸美恵です。
はじめまして。
Oh, I'm Mie Alto. Pleasure to meet you.
青戸か。あなたのお父さんが今年の家を出てどっかの婿養子になったって聞いてたけど、青戸って家なのね。
I've heard Aoto. I've heard your father left the Kotoshiro household and was adopted into some family, but the Aoto family, eh?
まあ、いとこ同士の奇跡的な出会いってわけだ。よろしくね、ミエ。
It's still a surprising meeting between two cousins. Nice to meet you, Mie.
はい。
Mie awkwardly shakes Ayane's extended hand. It seems there were some complicated circumstances between Mie's father and his family, the Kotoshiro house.
そんで明日はあなたも来るの？
So, will you be coming tomorrow too? What?
うちの先代が他界した件聞いてない？
Haven't you heard? The previous family head passed away.
知りませんけど。
No, I didn't know anything about it.
じゃあそっか。ま、お父さんから聞いてないんだったら私から言わない方が良さそうね。だったらいいや。
Oh, yikes, really? Well, if your dad didn't tell you, I guess I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you. Never mind then.
会えてよかったよ。じゃあね。
It was fun meeting you. See ya. Ayane exits the restaurant, leaving Mie, who looked like she still had unanswered questions for her, behind. That leaves the three of them speechless and unable to piece together what had just happened. Rio finished her dinner, after which she and Manabe part with Mie and stroll through Matsui. Chilly night breeze blows pleasantly against Rio's mildly flushed face. I'm stuffed.
よかったわね。それじゃ主演女優さん、ここでカメラに一言もらえる？
Good for you. Now then, star actress, do you have a few words for the camera?
今？
What? Right now? Rio puffed her cheeks as if bothered, but Manabe was already pointing the camcorder her way. The moment she switched on the camera, Rio switched gears and put on her expression as an actress.
行くわよ。3、2、アクション。
旧友との再会、楽しい観光、夕食のひととき。
A reunion with a friend, pleasant tourism, and a brief
でも
dinner.
この時すでにこれから起こる惨劇の予兆はあったのです。
But the omens of the tragedy to come were already there in plain sight.
それに私たちが思い至るのは、すべてが解決した後のことでした。
We would only come to notice them after it had all been resolved. Early next morning at the Miho Inn, Rio looks out the window absent-mindedly, her mind still groggy from low blood pressure. Before her eyes is the lovely sight of the morning sunshine sparkling against Mihonoseki's waves.
ほんと、綺麗な景色ね。
Really, such a beautiful view. Rio gives this vague reply to Manabe, who had come to her room to pick her up. Suddenly they hear a modest knocking from the door. Riho rubs her sleepy eyes and approaches the door with this nondescript sound. Click. Rio opens the door carelessly, only to find...
どうしたの？こんな早くに。
Mie, what's wrong? Why are you here so early? Mie is hanging her head silently. Rio silently realizes something is
とりあえず
wrong.
中で話そう。入って入って。ね。
You want to come in and talk? Come on, don't stand there, okay? After inviting Mie, who was still hanging her head into the room, Rio
こ
asks
んな
again,
朝っぱらからどうしたっての？
What brings you here this early in the morning?
お父さんと連絡が取れないの。
I can't get in touch with Dad. ever since last night.
夕食の後、あのままお父さんから連絡がなくて
After
珍
dinner,
しいなって思ったんだけど、今朝も何度電話してみても繋がらなくて。
after dinner, he wouldn't pick up. I thought it was kind of strange, but I kept calling him this morning, but he still wouldn't pick
お
up.
父様の滞在しているホテルに問い合わせてみましたか？
Did you try calling the hotel where your father is
し
staying?
てみましたけど、
I
そしたら
did.
昨日は戻ってきて
And
ないって。
they said he didn't come back yesterday.
お父さん、真面目な人だから、こんな風に連絡取れなくなるのなんて初めてで、何か事故にでもあったんじゃないかって心配で。
Dad's always diligent, and it's the first time he's ever gone off without calling. I'm worried. What if he got in some kind of
な
accident?
るほど。ホテル
I
に
see.
まで戻ってきていないのであれば、
If he
これ
hasn't
は
been
も
back
う
to his
警察
hotel,
に相談するべきでしょうね。
it might be better if we contact the
で
police.
もどうなんだろう。大の大人が
Is
一
it
日
though?
連絡つか
He
ない
is a
程度
grown
で
man and he's
本当に
only
取
been
り合っ
gone
て
for
く
a
れる
day.
もんかな。
Do you think they'll really pay us any attention?
それはわからないけど、私たちでどうこうできる話でもないでしょう。事故に巻き込まれた可能性だってあるし。
I don't know, but this isn't a situation we can handle on our own. It's possible he was caught up in some kind of accident after all. Rio contemplates Manabe's words, but just as she was about to part her lips to speak again, Mie takes her phone, which is ringing and vibrating, and hurriedly presses it to her ear. She likely thinks it's a call from her
は
father.
い、ミエです。もしもし。は？警察？安木署
Huh? Police? The Yasugi station?
お父さんが？
That is...
そんな。嘘。
Mia's eyes were wide with shock. Realizing from her demeanor that something big happened, Rio immediately speaks up.
ミエ、しっかりして。どうしたの？お父さんに何かあったの？
Mia, keep it together. What happened? What happened to your dad?
お父さんの車が中海に沈んでるのが見つかったって。
They said they found Dad's car at the bottom of the Nakami.
え？
The Nakami is a lake that spans Matsui and Yasugi City, all the way to the port town that borders with the Tottori Prefecture. A patrol car arrives and takes Rio and her group to the wharf. There are already a few patrol cars parked there, and they could see the automobile being pulled out of the water.
すみません。青戸耕作さんのご家族をお連れしたんですけど。
Excuse me, where was Saku Aoto's family?
ああ、わざわざここまで足を運んでいただきすみません。お三方ともご家族で。
No, I'm sorry you all had to come all the way here. Ah, are all three of your members of the family?
いえ、私が娘です。こちらの二人が付き添いで来てくれた。
No, I'm his daughter. The other two came here with me.
東京でタレントをしております。リホです。
I'm an actress from Tokyo, Ryo,
そのマネージャーの真鍋と申します。
and I'm her manager, Manabe.
ああ、そうでしたか。私、警視庁公安課の警部、萬場敏郎です。よろしく。
Yes, understood. I'm Toshiro Manba from the Metropolitan Public Security Bureau. Is my father... Manba averts his gaze to one
そちら
side.
にご確認
Could
いた
you
だけますか？
look over there? His gaze is fixed on a blue sheet covering something that is roughly the size of a person. Mie approaches the sheet with wobbly steps and slowly pulls it back. Her eyes open wide and her hand stops in shock. A moment that feels as long as eternity passes by. Ryo silently watches over Mie, and Manabe looks away, unable to watch.
お父さん、
This
青戸
is
耕作さんで間違いあ
your
りませ
father,
んね。
Kosaku Aoto, yes?
はい。
This is my father. The shout that borders on a scream gently shakes the waters of Nakaomi.
お父さん、なんでミエ。
Ryo hurries and catches Mia, who is about to crumble to her knees in her
耕
arms.
作さんは昨日の夜、この埠頭から車ごと海に落ちてしまったようだ。
Last night, Mr. Kosaku drove his car off this wharf.
ドライブレコーダーも確認できたが、その瞬間はかなりの蛇行運転で、最終的に海へと落下していた。
We checked his drive recorder. It seems he was driving quite erratically before falling into the water.
その映像を見る限り、おそらく酔っ払い運転が原因だろうというのが県警の見解だよ。
Based on that footage, the police concluded this was caused by drunken driving.
詳しくは司法解剖を待たなければならないが、前にも同じような事故があったそうで。
We'll have to wait for the autopsy report, but judging by past cases...
酔っ払い運転。
Drunken driving?
そんなこと。
No, that can't be.
嫌だよ。お父さん。
Until Mia eventually calmed down, her screams and sobs echoed across the Nakaomi wharf. And as she did, Ryo said nothing. She simply embraced her slender form wordlessly. One hour later. Ryo and Manabe take the weeping Mie back to her studio apartment and then head back to the Miho Inn with grave expressions. The two of them walk on wordlessly. But eventually, Ryo stops in her tracks.
リホ？
マナベ。やっぱダメだわ、私。
Manabe, I really can't take this after
ダ
all.
メって何が？
Can't take this? What do you mean?
なんかもう腹が立ってどうしようもないの。
It kind of pisses me off and I can't stand it.
腹が立つってそう言ってもどう
Pisses
しようも
you
ないでしょ。
I understand, but there's nothing we can really do about
だって
this.
さ、警察はもう酔っ払い運転による事故って決めつけてる感じじゃない。
The police are dead set on passing this whole case off as drunken
ミ
driving.
エは工作さんがそんなことする人じゃないって言った。
Mia said Kosaku isn't someone to do that,
ミエの言うことを信じるよ。
and I'm going to believe her.
それにさ、あの食事会の時かかってきた電話
And
覚
you
えて
remember
る？
that call he got during dinner?
確かに誰からかはわからないけど、急に工作さんの様子がおかしくなったわね。
Yes, we don't know who called him, but whoever that was, Kosaku started acting differently after that.
それで
Right.
慌てて出て行ったってことは
And then
何
he
者
left
か
in a
に呼
hurry.
び出されたんだ。それもあまり気持ちのいい相手じゃない人に。
That means someone must have called him over, and whoever it was, Kosaku didn't want to see
き
them.
っとその人と会った時何かあったんだよ。
Something must have happened when they
つ
met,
まり
which means,
つまり
which
ミエ
means,
のために私はこの事件をしっかり調べたい。
I want to look into this case, if nothing else for Mie's sake.
そういう結論になるんだろうなと思ったわよ。
I had a feeling this is where we'd end
ダ
up.
メ？
Shouldn't I?
ダメって言ってもやるんでしょ。どうせ
Would you
今
listen
回
to me if I
の
said
旅行用
no?
のスケジュールは開けてあったんだし。納
Might
得
as
する
well
までや
clear
る
up
と
your
いいわ。
schedule for this trip and let you look into things until you're satisfied.
うん。でもマナベは別行動しててもいいけど。
Yeah, but you don't have to come along with me.
そんなわけにはいきません。あなたみたいに危なっかしい子に一人でそんな真似させられないでしょ。
That isn't going to fly. I can't let a girl as reckless as you run around danger alone.
マネージャーとしてとことん付き合ってあげるわよ。
I'll follow this through with you as your manager.
ありがとうマナベ。
Ryo bows happily and Manabe simply cracks a sardonic smile. The two of them hasten their steps as if to show their resolve towards tackling this mystery. Right, before I go on to the next place, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Right, so we start at the restaurant, I think. They go back to Restaurant Bear where they dined with Kosaku the night prior.
ここに何かあるの？
Is there something here, Riho?
まあ関係あるかわかんないけど、あやねさんのことを聞
Thank
きたい
you.
んだよね。
I mean, I don't know if she's related to this, but I want to ask about
なん
Ayane.
であやねさんのことなんて。
Why about her?
ミエとあやねさんがいとこということは、工作さんにとってあやねさんは姪っ子ってことでしょ？
Well, Mia and Ayane are cousins, so that means Ayane and Kosaku's niece, right?
それに、あや
And
ねさん
before
は
she
去
left,
り際にミエに言ってた。明
she
日はあな
asked
たも
Mia
来る
if
のって
she'll be
ことは
coming tomorrow too.
あれ、つまり工作さんが実家である琴城家を訪ねる予定だったってことじゃないかな。
So I figured that might mean Kosaku was supposed to visit his old family, the
つ
Kotoshiros.
まり工作さんの死にあやねさんというより琴城家
So
が関わって
you
いる
think
と？
Ayane, or rather the Kotoshiro house, has something to do with Kosaku's death?
その可能性はあると思うんだ。
I think it's possible.
工作さんが琴城家を訪ねるためにわざわざ島根に戻ってきてたとしたら、その直前に亡くなったってタイミング良すぎるもん。
If Kosaku returned to Shimane to visit the Kotoshiros, it feels a bit too comfortable for him to disappear right before he sees them.
だから少しでも琴城家について知っておきたいってわけ。
So I want to look a bit deeper into the Kotoshiro family.
なるほどね。納得。
Yeah, I see where you're coming
とい
from.
うかミステリー小説をよく読んでるって本当だったのね。ちょっ
Wow.
と推理力に感心したわ。
You really did read a lot of mystery novels, didn't you? I'm surprised by your deductive skills.
これからは私のこと半端な謎のひとかけらを探すケミステリーって呼んでくれていいよ。
What? I'll be seeking out pieces of a half-baked mystery. From now on, you may call me chemistry.
呼んでほしいの？
Do you want me to call you that?
いや、いいです。
Never mind. As the two banter, a waiter notices the pair's suspicious behavior and approaches them. At a sight, Ryo recognizes it as the same waiter that served their table last night.
お二人様でしょうか。
Excuse me, would you like a table for two?
いえいえ、すみません。客じゃなくて、ちょっとお聞きしたいことがあるんです。
Oh, no, sorry. We didn't come here as customers this time. We just want to ask you something.
はあ、なんでしょう。
What is it?
昨晩こちらで食事させていただいたものなんですけど、隣のテーブルにいた一人客
We
の
had dinner here
女
last
性、
night.
覚えておられますかね？
Do you recall a woman that sat in the table over
あ
there?
あ、琴城綾音様ですか。よくご家族でもご利用いただいておりますので、存じ上げておりますよ。
Yes, I believe it was Miss Ayane Kotoshiro. That family are regulars of ours, so I happen to know her.
そうですか。よかった。
Right, that's good.
実は綾音さん、待ち合わせだったんですが、お相手来なかったらしくて。
Well, apparently she was supposed to meet someone, but they didn't show up.
それで私たち、その方へ渡してほしいって預かり物したんですけど、お名前ど忘れしちゃって。お相手の方がどなたかご存知
We
な
were
いですか？
asked to deliver something to that someone, but his name just slipped my mind. Do you remember who she was supposed to meet?
ああ、それなら牧田和也さんですね。琴城家で使用人をされています。
Yes, I believe it was one Mr. Kazuya Makita. He is an employee of the Kotoshiro
ご予約
family.
のお名前もそちらの方だったので、間違いないと思います。
The reservation was on his name, so I'm pretty sure it was him.
そうでしたそうでした。牧田和也さんでした。ありがとうございます。
Right, Kazuya Makita. That was his name. Thank you. Ryo gets the name of the person Ayane was supposed to meet with. After thanking the waiter a few times, the two leave the restaurant.
本当によくあんな出任せてるわね。
Surprised you were able to make that up.
まあまあ、そのおかげで待ち合わせ
At least we know who she was waiting for.
っていうか意外だったな。
I'm
どう見
surprised.
ても彼氏を待ってるって感じだったけど、お相手は使用人の人か。
It looked like she was waiting for her boyfriend, but it was actually her family's employee.
ちょっと関係性が気になるところね。
The relationship between them is curious for sure.
工作さんの待ち合わせ相手がその人だった可能性もあ
Yeah,
る
there's a
し。
chance that employee was the person that called Kosaku too.
この調子でもう少
Let's
し
look
調べ
into
てみ
this
ま
bit
しょ
deeper, chemistry.
う。どうしたの？早く行きま
What's
しょう
wrong?。
ケミステリー。
Let's hurry up and go, chemistry.
すいません。
Sorry, please forget about that. Chemistry. Let's see if there's anything at the Nakami Pier. The police investigation of the Nakami docks is still ongoing. The autopsy likely hadn't been done yet, since the body was still covered by the blue sheet. Apparently the car had been pulled out of the water and is now being towed down by a crane. There's seaweed coiled around the car's frame, which had apparently clung to the car underwater. The car itself doesn't seem to be damaged from the looks of it. But it's not like something rammed the car and sent it plummeting into the water. So why?
Well, また君たちかい。何か
Oh,
用
you
か
two again. Do you need something?
遺体の検視解剖はいつ行われる予定ですか？
When's the autopsy set to take
手
place?
続きがあるので最低でも1週間はかかるかな。それで
There's
済
a
んだ
lot
ら
of red
早い
tape
方
to
だと
take
思って
care
も
of,
らい
so
たいね。
it'll take a week at the latest. Consider yourselves lucky if it only takes that long.
それじゃあ、それまでは飲酒運転だったかどうかわからないってことですか？
So you can't really know if he was driving drunk until you do
い
that.
や、ほぼ間違いないんじゃないかな。そうじゃなかったらドライブレコーダーに残ってたあの蛇行運転は考えにくいよ。
We're fairly confident that's what happened. It's hard to imagine otherwise given how wildly he was driving. The driver recorder proves that.
私たちは絶対に飲酒運転などではないと思ってます。
We're confident that there was no way he was driving drunk.
そう思う根拠が何かあるのかな？
Oh, and what do you base that confidence on?
娘であるミエが工作さんのことをそんな人じゃないって言ってるんです。だから それを信じます。
His daughter, Mie, insists that Kosaku wasn't a person who would do that. So I believe her.
そうか。
See.
飲酒運転かどうか、つまり血中アルコール濃度についてだったら検視結果を待たずに即日わかると思うよ。
If it's just to figure out if he was drunk, we don't need an autopsy. We just need to check his blood alcohol level. We can do that
すで
today.
に遺体から血液採取が行われて
We
いて、
already collected
火
blood
葬に
samples
検査
from
を
the
依頼し
body
てあ
and
るからね。
asked forensics to run tests. Well, see, with post-mortem... redistribution, that makes it a bit difficult. I'm not an expert on it, but I'm pretty sure that drug and alcohol levels post-mortem are not accurate.
本当ですか？
ああ、だ
But
が
we'll go with it
君は
along with this
娘
whole
のミエ
story.
さんを失望させる結果になら
Yes,
な
I
いとい
just
い
hope
ん
the
だ
result
が。
doesn't end up causing any more heartbreak to his daughter Mia or to you.
ちょっと確認したいのですが、車が水没した時間って特定できてるんですか？
There's something I'd like to confirm. Have you pinpointed the time the car had sunk?
ああ、幸いドライブレコーダーが無事だったからね。
Ah, yes. The drive recorder was unharmed,
これ
thankfully.
は昨日夜
He
8
reached
時
this
40分
wharf
頃
at a
埠頭に
roughly
到着し
8:40 p.m.
その
and
まま
parked
し
the
ばら
car
く
for a
車
while.
を止めている。
Probably wanted to
おそ
breathe
らく
some
一人
night
で
air or
夜景だ。
something.
それから9時30分頃再び車をスタート。そこで突如蛇行運転を始め海中に転落したという。
After that, at 9:30 p.m., he started the car again and suddenly started driving erratically before eventually driving himself off the wharf. As soon as Mamba says that, Ryuho feels a view before her eyes distort as his words act out in her mind's eye. Ryu knew this feeling. Synesthesia. A unique sensation she and her family experience at times. This sensation, these words, I have to remember them. Kosaku's car sank into the lake at 9:30 p.m.
8時40分頃こちら
So
に
he
到
arrived here
着
at 8:40, which means
私たちと別れてすぐに
he
ここに
came
向
here
かった
right
んだね。
after he left us.
それはどういうことだね。直前に彼と君たちは会っていたのかい？
What do you mean by that? Were you with him shortly before the incident
え
happened?
え、実は
Yes, actually.
ほうほうほう。なるほどね。
I
す
see.
ると彼は君たちとの食事で飲酒をし何者かに追い出されてここに向かったということになるのかな。
So he drank while he was dining with you and came here because someone called him over?
8時40分から9時30分まで停車していたのは何者かと会っていたからというわけか。
The car was likely parked between 8:40 and 9:30 because he was speaking to whoever called him.
私たちと会った時に飲酒してたかは
He drank while dining with us? Did he though? He had non-alcoholic pair banquet or something like that. Because he was driving.
工作さんが何をオーダーしたのかよく覚えてないな。
Kosaki ordered a drink, but I don't exactly remember which one. I do.
まあいいさ。貴重な情報をありがとう。誰と会っていたかも問題かもしれない
The
が、
question of who called him is
電話で約
concerning,
束
but if
し
they
たのな
spoke
ら
to him
通
over
話
the
記録
phone,
ですぐわかるだろう。
we can just check the call history. Yeah. Question who he met with feels more important. Kosaku really did act strange back then.
事故を起こす直前に何者かと会っていたとなると、
If you met someone
場合に
before
よ
the
っては
accident, there's a
事
chance
故で
this 事
はな
might
くて
actually
事
be
件
an
になる可
incident
能性も
instead.
あるね。
警部さんもそう思いますか？
I think so too.
まあ、あくまで可能性の話ではあるけどね。
It's only a possibility.
とりあえず、これからもっと情報が必要になる可能性がある。君たちも何か分かったら知らせてくれたまえ。
There's a chance we'll need more information going forward. Let me know if you come up with anything else.
事故を起こす直前に、
警部さん、
まあ、とりあえず、これからもっと
人誰かしらね。
Hey, who's that person? Manabe says while eyeing the area around the blue sheet suspiciously. Rio follows her gaze only to find herself looking at a woman clad in traditional Japanese clothes. She looked quite out of place. As the woman walked away from the blue sheet briskly and addressed Manda.
確かに兄の工作で間違いないようですね。
That is certainly my brother, Osaka.
そうですか。いや、わざわざご確認のためご足労いただき感謝いたします。
I see. Yes, we're grateful you went to the trouble for coming over to confirm it for
本
us.
当にいい迷惑です。兄とはいえ、すでに琴城の家とは無関係なのですから、これ以上の関わりはごめんこむりたいものですわね。
Yes, it certainly was a bother. He may be my brother, but he is no longer part of the Kotoshira family. I very much want nothing to do with him.
おっしゃる通りで。
That's quite right.
ただ
But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a bit about him.
それは強制ですの？であれば、令状を見せていただきたいのですが。
Is this supposed to be compulsory? In which case, I'd like to see a warrant.
ああ、いやいや、任意です。あくまでご都合がよろしければと。
No, no. I mean willingly, of course. At your leisure.
すみませんが、うちも当主の彦左衛門が他界したばかりでバタバタしております。
I apologize. Just a bit agitated since our family head, Higozaimon, passed away.
今日もこれから不問院で葬儀の打ち合わせをしなければなりませんので。
But I have a meeting later today regarding the funeral at Fumanin. I'll have to decline.
ああ、そうですか。ではまた。ご協力ありがとうございました。
Ah, I see. Some other time then. Thank you for your cooperation. Manda saluted as the woman walked off, paying him no mind.
うわ、何今の人。怖
Who
っ。
was that lady? She's scary.
工作さんのことを兄とおっしゃってたから、琴城家の方のようね。
She said Kosaku was her brother, so I'd assume she's from the Kotoshiro
不
family.
問院に行くって言ってたから、追いかけてちょっと話を聞かせていただいた方がいいかも。
She mentioned going to Fumanin, so we might want to catch up with her and ask her a few questions.
ああいうおばさま苦手だな。普通に話しててもなんか怒られてるような気分になりそう。
I'm no good with old ladies like her. I feel like she'll just get mad at us if we walk up to
ミエ
her.
さんのために真相を究明するんでしょ。
Weren't you going to look into this for me, eh?
まあそうなんだけどさ。
Yeah, well, but
事故を起こす直前に、
警部さん。
まあ、とりあえずこれからもっと。
I thought he'd tell me something about the lady. Ryo and Manabe arrive in Fumonin. They cross the magnificent temple gate and reach the main temple. It is built with an impressive tilted roof style. Suddenly the sound of cussing, quite inappropriate for a temple's grounds, reaches Ryo's ears.
何何？
Who was that?
こんな場所で喧嘩でもないと思うけど。
I can't imagine someone having an argument at a place like this, but... Ryo and Manabe hide in the shadows, looking ahead as the shouting didn't seem to be dying down any. They see a stone-faced man clad in traditional clothing, scolding and shouting at a young man.
たく、このグズが、またわしに恥をかかせよって。
You miserable wretch, you dragged my name through the mud
す
again!
みません。しかし、お包みする金額は涼子様のご指示で。
My apologies, but the payment I've given for the ritual fits the sum Lady Ryoko specified.
仕事へするな。
Do not talk back to me. I am saying you are shaming me, the future head of the family. The middle-aged man kicked the younger man in the stomach, prompting him to bend over, his face contorting in pain. Ryo, who was watching this take place, almost burst out of her hiding
ち
spot
ょっ
when...
と政治おじさんいい加減にしてよ。
Hey, stop that, Uncle
今
Seiji.
年ロケの当主になるってのならもう少しまともな大人として振る舞ってよね。
If you're really going to be the head of the Kotoshira family, how about you act like a decent adult? The man Ayane called Uncle Seiji walks off with a scoff, perhaps put off by her sharp glare.
たく大丈夫？
Are you alright, Kazuya?
大丈夫です。すみません、お嬢様。
I'm fine. Thank you, young lady.
無理しなくていいからここで少し休んでいこう。
Don't strain yourself. Just rest for a while, right?
はい。
Rio whispers to Manabe as she watches over the
和
scene.
也って呼んでたけど、もしかしてレストランで彩音さんが待ち合わせてた相手かな。
She called him Kazuya, so this might be the person Ayane was waiting for in the restaurant.
お嬢様と言ってたし、それで間違いなさそうね。
He called her young lady, so I think that's safe to assume.
これからどうしよう。
Should we do that?
そ知らぬふりして出ていくしかないんじゃ。
Probably pretend we don't recognize her and approach them?
そうしよっか。
Yes, let's do that. Rio and Manabe nodded at each other, stepped out of the shadows, and approached the two inconspicuously.
あれ？確か昨日レストランで会った彩音さん？
Huh? Wait, didn't we see you at the restaurant last
こん
night?
なところでお会いするなんて奇遇ですね。
What a coincidence! I can't say I expected to see you again here.
あ、
Rio greets and engages her in small talk for a while.
へえ、和也さんは今年ロケの使用人なんですね。
Oh, so you're the Kotoshiro family's butler, Kazuya.
よく気がつくし優しいし和也はすごく頑張ってるんだよ。
He's attentive, kind, and a hard worker. And despite that, he...
いや、なんでもないなんでもない。
Never mind. I get it. It must mean that Uncle Seiji...
ところで聞いたよ、工作おじさんのこと。ミエは大丈夫？
By the way, I've heard about Uncle Kosaku. How's Mia?
ああ、いや、あまり。
Oh, yes, she's, not taking it too well.
そっか。ま、父親が突然亡くなったらそうだよね。
Right, makes sense. Her dad did pass away all of a
初
sudden.
めて顔を合わせたばかりだし、正直いとこって言ってもあんまりピンとこないけどさ。
Well,
まあ、くよくよしないで元気出せって伝えといてよ。
I only just met her, so I don't really feel like she's my cousin. Tell her I said not to be too bummed over this too much and cheer her.
なんなら、うちに訪ねてきてくれれば少し相談
If
に
she
も乗る
needs
し
someone
さ
to。talk to, I'm willing to lend an
ええ
ear.
ありがとう。そう伝えとくね。
Alright, thanks. I'll let her know you said that.
でもびっくりしたな。工作おじさん、本当なら今日うちに来るはずだったのに。
But really, it doesn't feel real. Uncle Kosaku should have come over to visit us today.
やっぱり工作さんは今年ロケを訪ねるためにこちらに来ていたのですか？
So Kosaku really did come back to Shimane to visit the Kotoshiro family.
うん。当主だったおじい様が最近亡くなってさ、すぐに新しい当主を決めなきゃならないんだ。だからそ
Yeah.
の話し合いのためってわけ。
My grandpa, the old head of the family, passed away recently, but they still have to discuss who the next head of the family will be.
ま、竹に言ったとはいえ、長男だった工作おじさんが亡くなっちゃったから、自動的に次男の政治おじさんが当主ってことになっちゃったけどね。
Well, Uncle Kosaku was the eldest son, but he married into another family, which means Uncle Seiji is automatically set to be the next heir.
なるほど。
I see. Which means Uncle Seiji has a good enough motive to kill Kosaku.
ところでさ、二人はどうしてここに？
By the by, what are you two doing here?
あー、涼子さんに話を聞きたくて。
We came over to talk to Ryoko.
なんでお母さんのこと知ってんの？
How do you know my mom?
工作さんの遺体確認のために現場に行ったら、そこでお会いしたんですよ。
She was called to the scene to identify Kosaku's body, and we met her there.
ああ、そういうことか。それで工作おじさんの亡くなった原因についてなんか知らないか聞きたいってわけだ。
Ah, so that's what happened. So you wanted to ask her if she knows anything about my uncle Kosaku's dead? About why Uncle Kosaku died? Huh?
まあ、そんなところです。
Something like that.
その時、不問院
She
に伺
said
うとお
she'd
っ
be
しゃって
going
い
to
たの。
Fumonin back then.
だったら一足違いだね。さっき帰ったとこ。
Then you're a little too late. She just went back home.
どうしても話を聞きたいなら後でうち来ればいいよ。ここからそんなに遠くないからさ。
If you really want to talk to her, stop by my house. It's not far from here.
そうしようかな。場所を教えてくれる？
I think we will. Can you give us the address?
いいよ。住所は
Sure, it's... Ryo writes down the address Ayane gives her. Now we can ask the Kotoshiro family some questions. I should to speak to that Seiji guy later too. I should to what? I should remember to speak to that Seiji guy later too?
うち来るなら多分早めの方がいいよ。
If you want to visit us, you should come early. Either that or during the
夕方以降
evening.
か。
Maybe there are some circumstances behind that.
うち来るなら
でも今時使用人なんて不思議な感じですね。それも先祖代々のなんて。
Seeing a butler is unusual nowadays, especially the fact your family has been serving the Kotoshiros for generations.
まあ、琴城家といえば松江市内でも知られた名家ですから。
Well, that's mostly because the Kotoshiro house is a well-known family in Matsue.
琴城主の命を祀ってその
They were once a warrior clan said to worship and be under
鎌
the
倉時代
protection
に
of
はすでに文献に
Kotoroshinoshi.
名前があるらしいですよ。
Kotoshironushi. Texts dating back to the Kamakura period tell us much.
鎌倉時代？
Kamakura period?
いい国作ろう鎌倉幕府の？
That's the one that started at 1192, right? The Make Japan Great Again.
それです。
That's right.
さて、私たちもそろそろ
Anyway,
戻ら
by
ない
the
と。
time we leave,
そうですね。時間に間に合わなくなっ
we
てし
should.
まいます。
We don't want to be later. They appear to have some kind of appointment. Two bid Riho farewell and walk off together. Let's head to the Kotoshiro place
あ
then.、
待って待って。
Wait a sec. What is it?
いや、あそこは何度も気軽に訪ねられる場所じゃなさそうだし、行ったらかなり時間取られそうでしょ。
Well, we can't exactly go there whenever we want, and going there is going to take up a lot of our time, so I figured we should go there
だから
last.
他のとこ全部調べ終わってからの方がいいかなって。
So I figured maybe we should do this after checking everywhere else
なるほ
first.
ど。効率的にもそれが正解ね。
I see. I suppose that's definitely the most efficient course of
わかったわ
action.
今年時計を訪ねるのは最後にしましょう。
We'll leave visiting the Kotoshiro place for last. Well, then let's go to Lake Shinji then. Don't know what we're going to do there. Ryo stands on the banks of Lake Shinji, gazing at the serene lake surface. Mie's tragic, tearful expression, the way Kosaku lay limply in the pallor of his skin. They flashed back and forth intermittently in Ryo's mind. No good. Can't gather my thoughts. Times like all this, she was better off acting rather than thinking. Ryo knew this from experience, and so she decided to stop thinking about it and instead decided to set off. See, there's nothing there. On returning to the inn, Ryo claps her hands together.
そうだ。真鍋、確か工作さんと食事してるとき、カメラ回してたよね。
I know. Manabe, When we were having dinner with Kosaku, your camera was running, right?
ええ、テーブルの上に置きっぱなしで回してただけだけど。
Hmm? Yes, I left it sitting on the table, but it was on.
それだよそれ。その映像を確認すれば食事の時に耕作さんが飲酒してたかわかるじゃない。
Then that's it. If we check the footage, we'll be able to see if Kosaku was drinking.
なるほど。早速見てみましょう。
That's right. Let's check it out. Manabe hurriedly takes out her camcorder and puts the SD card with yesterday's data on it. She then searches through the screen for a while before finding the point where the dinner party started.
いいわね。再生するわよ。
I'm hitting play.
いやいや、すっかり遅くなってしまったね。
My, I'm quite late, aren't I?
久しぶり。会いたかった。
It's been so long, I missed
こら
you.
こら。お
I'm
友達の
not in
前
front
な
of
ん
your
だから
friends,
ちゃんと
dear.
なさい。
はーい。
お飲み物はいかがいたしますか？
What will you have to
そうだ
drink?
な。私は車なのでこれ。ノンアルコールで
See,
梨
pear
の
banquet,
宴
just
と
like
いう
I
や
said.
つを。
Non-alcoholic pear banquet. Kosaku ordered a non-alcoholic drink at the restaurant.
はっきり言ってるわね。車だか
He
ら
said
ノ
it
ンアル
clearly.
コール
He
で。
took a non-alcoholic drink because he knew he'd be driving.
念のため他にオーダーしてないか確認してみて。
Let's keep listening and see if he didn't order anything else, to be on the safe side. Right.
一応工作さんが立ち去るまでを確認してみたけど、同じドリンクをおかわりしただけで飲酒はしてないわね。
We kept looking until Kosaku left, but he only had more of the same drink. He didn't drink any alcohol.
うん。やっぱりミエのお父さんは飲酒運転なんてする人じゃなかったんだよ。
Right. Mia's dad wasn't the kind of person to drink drive after all.
よーし、こうなるとがぜんやる気が出てきたぞ。なんで工作さんがあんな事故を起こしたのか、絶対に真相を見つけ出してやる。
Right. Now I'm all fired up. Why did Kosaku go through that accident? We'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Right, let's go up here. Surely it's night time now. What the hell?
ほんと、確かに名家ですね。
They really are a distinguished family. They arrived at the address Ayane gave them and find the Kotoshiro family's estate. Or at least what seems to be their estate. A white wall stretches across the entire length of the road, and walk though they might, the gate doesn't seem to come into view.
そこに通用口みたいなのあるけど。
There was what looked like a side entrance back there, but couldn't go in through there.
ダメに決まってるでしょ。通用口からよそ様の家訪ねるなんて。
Of course we couldn't. Can't enter someone else's premises from the side entrance.
ああ、どこに玄関あるの？
God, where's the main entrance? Rhea can't help but look up to the heavens and cry out in frustration when a familiar voice reaches her
おや
ears.
君たちは
Oh, it's you two.
マンバ警部。
Inspector Manba.
そりゃ大変だったね。
You girls sure had a rough time of it. Ayane's pleasant laughter spills over Ryo and Manabe, who were absolutely dripping with sweat. 10 minutes later. Ryo and Manabe finally find the main gate, after which they are greeted and ushered in by Ayane.
マンバ警部の案内なかったらまだ歩き通しだったかも。
God, we would have walked right past here if it weren't for Inspector Manba.
俺もこちらにお邪魔するところだったからちょうどよかったよ。
I had business here too, so it worked out
聞いた
well.
ら最初に着いたところから反対側に進めば正門すぐだったのにね。わざわざ反対方向にぐるっと一周してたみたいだから。
Apparently, if you'd have gone the other way, just a bit from where you first arrived, you'd be at the front gate. You went the whole way around.
二択で絶対外れの方引くタイプなんです。
I'm the type that always picks the wrong answer.
そういえば万場さんはどうしてこちらを訪問しようと思ったんですか？今朝の見解ではただの事故という見立てだったようでしたけど。
By the way, why did you come here for a house call, Inspector Mumba? Didn't you say this morning that your stance is that this case was an accident?
それが火葬から工作士の血液の検査結果が出てね、アルコールを摂取した様子が一切ないことが分かったんだ。
About that, the results of Mr. Kosaku's blood tests came from forensics. They found no traces of alcohol consumption.
やっぱりそうだったんですね。
Knew
ミ
it.
エの言った通り
Mia
だった。
said so.
ああ。となると事件性も疑って捜査せざるを得ないということでね。無論事件事故両方を睨んでの捜査ではあるけど。
Yes. In which case, we must investigate this as an incident. Of course, we're also investigating the possibility that this was an accident as
そ
well.
れでこちらの家の方たちに
So
も
I came here to
お話を
question the
伺おう
resident
って
of
わ
this
けさ。
house.
なるほど。
I see. If nothing else, the police admit that he wasn't driving drunk. And that's great, Mia.
もし耕作さんの死が事件だとしたら、それはこのお家の当主争いに関わることだと思いますか？
Assuming Kosaku's death wasn't an accident, do you think it has to do with this family's succession feud?
それをこの場で即答するのは俺の立場では難しいな。今すべての可能性を考えているだけだよ。
Given my position, it's hard to answer that question here. We need to consider all the possibilities for the time being.
ああ、そうですよね。
I suppose. But given the timing of his death, it only makes sense to assume it has to do with the succession feud.
もし、
それでお母さんに話
Anyway, you wanted to talk to Mom, right?
ええ。それと、今度当主になるという誠司さんにも。
And to Seiji, who's set to be the next heir.
ああ、もうちょっと早くついてくれりゃね。もう継承の儀始まっちゃったから。
If only you came a bit sooner. Succession ritual's already
継
started.
承の儀？
Succession
それ
ritual?
は一体何
What
だ？
is that exactly?
新たに当主になる人間はおこもりの部屋で今年の主様に向けて祭祀をするの。まあ新人がよろしくって挨拶するみたいなもんね。
Well, the person who's to be the next head shuts himself off in a room and prays to Kotoshiro Nishi, like giving their regards.
なんかノリとみたいなの聞こえない？
Can you hear it? It's chanting. True enough, Ryuho can hear chanting echoing from the depths of the estate. Ryuho assumed it was a sutra, since the former head of the family passed away, but it seemed that it is not the
そういえ
case.
ば先ほどから屋敷の奥から何か聞こえてきていますね。
Now that you mention it, yes. I've been hearing it ever since we came
エ
in.
ビスサイモンとか言うらしいわ。ま、代々当主が変わるときやってるしきたりみたいなもんだから意味とか考えても無駄よね。
I think it's called the Ebisu chant, a ritual that's been going for generations when the family head changes. Don't think too hard about it.
つまりこの儀式を執り行うことで正式な当主として認められるわけですね。
So doing that ritual means you're officially acknowledged as the new family head?
なんか今年の主様が嫌うからってこの儀式のためにずっと卵と鶏肉を食べてなかったらしいわよ、政治おじさん。
Yeah, Uncle Seiji's been refusing to eat eggs and chicken meat because of this ritual. Apparently, Kotoshiro Nishi hates those foods or something.
長男の工作おじさん亡くなる前からあの人当主になる気満々だったってことよね。
He's been gung-ho about taking over the new head even before Uncle Kosaku, the eldest son, died.
他の人はどうしてるのかな？誠司さんは儀式が終わるまで無理として、涼子さんにだけでも話を聞きたいんだけど。
Then what about everyone else? Seiji is busy with the ritual, so maybe we can just talk to Ryoko?
当主候補だった者は儀式の終わるまで控えの間でじっとこもってなきゃいけないの。だからお母さんも今は無理。
You can't right now. Other candidates for the position of family head are to stay in an antechamber until the ritual
そ
ends.
っか。
和也も改造人としておこもりの部屋の隣で待機させられてるし、ほんと退屈してたんだよね。リホたち来てくれてよかった。
As assistant in the ritual, Kazuya has to be on standby near the seclusion room, too. He must be bored stiff. It's a good thing you showed up.
でもまあ、あと1時間もしないで終わると思うから、それまで待ってなよ。
Anyway, the ritual should be over in less than an hour from now, so sit tight until then.
それじゃあ儀式終わるまで待たせてもらおうかな。
Yeah, I guess we might as well wait for it to end. Ayane is checking her watch repeatedly as she complains.
ほんと長いよね。儀式だかなんだかわかんないけど、バカバカしいと思わないのかな。
Man, this is really taking a while. I don't really care about this ritual too much. The whole thing's kind of dumb, isn't it?
まあ、儀式っていろいろ意味があるんだろうからね。簡単に切って捨てるわけにもいかないんじゃない？
Well, rituals have a lot of meanings to them. I'll just throw them away.
言うて今21世紀だよ。ほん
Come
と
on,
バカ
it's
バ
the
カしい
current year.
わ。
Seriously, this is dumb.
まあ、
言うて。
私の方はあまり時間もないので、せめて和也さんにだけでもお話聞いておきたいんですがね。
I'm a bit pressed for time, so may I at least question Mr. Kazuya?
ああ、和也なら改造人で待機してるだけだから、話しても大丈夫よ。お好きにどうぞ。
Yeah, he's only on standby, so you can speak to him.
そ
Go
うで
ahead.
すか。ではちょっと私はそ
Good
ちら
then.
に。
I'll be over there. Mamba waves at Riho and leaves the parlor.
はあ、それにしても今日はあっちいね。
Sure is hot today. Ayana complains while flapping her blouse's top to fan herself.
ねえ、アイスでも食べる？買い置きあるからさ。
You want some ice cream? I've got some in the bag.
そんなに気を使われなくても大
You
丈夫
don't
で
need
す
to
よ。
fuss
そう
over
い
us.
うんじゃなくってさ、私が食べたいだけなんだけど、一人で食べるわけにもいかないでしょ？ね。
Come on, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to eat some, but I can't eat it alone, can I?
そういうことならいただこうかな。ね、マナベ。
If that's the case, maybe we should have some. What do you say, Manabe?
それなら私も。
Yeah, I'll have some.
オッケー。ちょっと待ってて。取ってくるから。
Okay. Now we're talking. Give me a sec, I'll bring it over. Okay.
やっぱゴリゴリくん最高。
Popsicles are the
意
best.
外だな。結構庶民的なアイス食べるんだ。
I didn't expect you to eat something so common.
うまさは正義だからね。というか、この季節ならこれしかないっしょ。
It's all about the taste, you know? Plus, this season, it's all about the popsicles. Three of them relax as they ate the ice cream Ayane brought over. Rio's been stressed and mentally strained since morning, so she finally gets a chance to relax. However... The whole scream echoes through the estate, tearing that relaxing moment to shreds.
こっちだ。
It came from over there.
もしかして今の姫、聖司さんの？
That scream just now. Was that Seiji's voice? Rio and the others hurry down the long corridor. Halfway through the corridor, they find Mamba knocking on a large wooden door. Kazuya is standing behind him. That was apparently the ritual room where Seiji had shut himself in.
どうしました、セイジさん。
Seiji, Mr. Seiji, what happened?
この木戸は開かないのか。
I want this door
儀
open.
式の間は中から缶抜きをかけることになってるんです。
During the ritual, the door is locked from the inside of the bolt.
セイジさん、返事をしてください。セイジさん。こうなったら。
Mamba tackles the wooden door a few times. After several rammings, the wooden door comes off its frame and Mamba stumbles into the room. And there they find... This is... Seiji is lying on the floor, face down, with an arrow pierced into his back. Below the wooden door, Manba rammed open his crossbow. What? Below the wooden door Manba rammed open is the crossbow that presumably shot that arrow. No good. He's dead. Manba places a hand on the nape of Seiji's neck and informs him with a severe expression. Looking down at him, Ryo whispers to Manabe.
映像撮っといて。
Manabe, record this.
早く。
Manabe hurriedly takes out a camcorder and records the state of the room. Reflected in the viewfinder was Seiji's motionless form. Manabe could already tell that he had completely passed on.
<sighs> たった1日の間にこんなことが起きるなんて人生初だよ。
It's the first time I've ever had so much happen in just one day.
そうでしょう。日本中の人がこんな経験したら人生初になると思うわよ。
I'd imagine most people in Japan don't experience something like this in their entire lives. The two conversed rather monotonously, owing to fatigue. After the whole incident took place, Manba told them the place was off limits and Ryo and Manabe returned to the Mio Inn.
これ
Yes,
連続殺人
this is a serial murder case.
少なくとも誠司さんについては殺人としか思えないし、アルコールが検出されなかった耕作さんについてもその疑いは濃くなるわね。
If nothing else, Seiji's death was definitely murder. The fact Kosaku didn't have any alcohol in his blood does make his death more suspect.
でも誠司さんについてはおこもりの部屋密室だよ。
But in Seiji's case, the seclusion room was locked. It was a closed room murder.
悲鳴が上がった時、それぞれの人物がどこにいたかとっさに見取り図と一緒にメモしといたんだけど。
I jotted down a diagram of where everyone was when Seiji screamed.
ほら、こうなるんだけど、おこもりの部屋の廊下に面した出入り口は対面にある部屋から丸見え。
See, it looks like this. The exit leading out to the corridor from the seclusion room is clearly visible from the opposite room. That's the reception room. And Kazuya, who was on standby to help with the ritual, was there, along with Inspector Manba.
確かに和也さんだけなら嘘もつけるけど、万場警部も一緒だものね。
True. Even if we'd assumed Kazuya was lying, Inspector Manba was right there with him.
そして涼子さんはこっちの部屋。ここも出入り口は一つで、おこもりの部屋に行くには私たちのいる応接室の前をまず通るけど、そんな姿見なかった。
And Ryoko was in this room. It only had one entrance too, and she'd need to pass by the parlor we were in to reach the seclusion room.
もちろん彩音さんは私たちと一緒だったし、あの瞬間全員にアリバイがあるんだよね。
And Ayane was with us. We didn't see her though, and Ayane was with us. We all have alibis for when it happened.
となると、これも事故。何かの理由で矢が暴発したとか。
So, this is another accident? Maybe the arrow misfired for whatever reason?
それはそれで
That's weird too. Imagine two candidates to the position of family head dying, both of them from accidents.
だったらもっと調べて回るしかないわね。
We'll have to snoop around
ミエ
some
さんの
more.
ためにも真相見つけるんでしょ。
You're still trying to find the truth for Mie's sake, right?
そうだね。もう一頑張り出かけよっか。
Right. Let's keep going a bit further with
え
this.
こうなったらとことんやってやりましょう。
Yes, we're already part of this, so let's see this through to the end. Kotoshiro Estate is surrounded by patrol cars. A crowd of onlookers is standing a distance away, whispering curiously among themselves. Ryo crossed through the audience and they were ushered in once they told the police they were related to the case. A number of officers are standing in front of the door to the seclusion room. The atmosphere feels quite flustered. Noticing Ryo's approach, the officers blocked the way.
こらこら、今は現場検証中だ。ここから先はダメだよ。
Hey, we're currently investigating the crime scene. You can't go any
あ
further.
の、マンバ警部はどちらに？
Where can we find Inspector
警
Manda?
部警部は奥の部屋を捜査中だ。とにかく下がりなさい。
The inspector? He's checking the room. Either way, please clear out. Apparently asking around here isn't an option. Ryo and Manabe decide to go elsewhere without making a fuss. Fine, let's go to the residence room. Ryoko and Ayane are in the parlor. Ryoko regards Ryo and Manabe with cold eyes, but Ayane, by contrast, gestures for them to come closer. Ryoko looks Ryo and Manabe over with an expressionless face and parts her lips to
綾
speak.
音から話は聞いています。工作さんの死について調べていらっしゃるとか。
Ayane told me about you. I take it you're looking into Kosaku's death?
ええ、それについて何かお話が伺えればと。
Yes. We were hoping to ask you a few things about that. Ryoko's attitude wasn't particularly oppressive, but Ryo speaks while feeling oddly pressured.
あの、工作さんの娘さん、ミエは私の親友で、それでなんとか真相を調べてあげたいと。
Kosaku's daughter, Mie, is a friend of mine, and I want to get to the bottom of this for her sake.
そうと言っても、私からあなたに申し上げるようなことはありません。
I see, but I'm afraid I can't do anything to help you. I know nothing about this whole affair. Sensing that Ryo has been overwhelmed by Ryoko's pressure, Manabe
し
follows
か
up.
し先代の当主の方が亡くなって次期当主を決める。そんなタイミングで候補の一人である工作さんが亡くなったのは不自然とは思いませんか？
But don't you think it's odd that just as the old family had passed away, Kosaku, one of the heir candidates, passed away?
さあ、それもわかりません。あえて言うなら、琴城主様のお怒りかと。
I wouldn't know. If I had to guess, perhaps it's Kotoshiro Nushi's rage at work.
そんな非科学的な。
That's unscientific rubbish.
工作さんは次期当主たる責務を捨てて、この家を飛び出し、別の家の養子となってしまいました。
Kosaku cast aside his duty as the future head and left this household, choosing to be adopted into another
そんな
family.
身勝手な男が海中に車ごと飛び込んで水死した。まるで竹見和地に追い詰められ、船の下に隠れた琴城主様のように。
That selfish man drove his car to a watery grave, not unlike Kotoshiro Nushi when he was cornered by Takemi Kazuchi and forced to hide under his boat.
誠司さんは酒に溺れ、幾度も警察沙汰を起こし、琴城家の家名に泥を塗ってきた男です。そんな男が何者かに背中から矢で撃たれて亡くなった。
Seiji was too frisky with the bottle and had one brush with the law too many. He shames our family name and he was shot in the back.
これはまるで自らの義務を忘れ、返し屋で殺された姉の若彦のようではありませんか。
It is quite similar to
い
Ameno
ずれも国譲りに
Wakihiko,
まつわる話です。
who was shot to death for forgetting his duties. Both are stories relating to the transfer of the land.
本当に信じておられる？
And you truly believe this?
さあ、少なくとも私にはそう思える。それだけです。
Who's to say? I at least think so. That is all.
工作さんは本当なら今日こちらに伺って次期当主の件について話し合いをするはずだったんですよね。
I've heard Kosaku was supposed to come here today and discuss the matter of the inheritance. Is that true?
ええ、そのつもりでした。
Yes, that was the plan.
私、工作さんはそもそも当主候補として手を挙げるつもりもなかったと思うんです。
I don't think Kosaku was going to nominate himself as heir.
なぜそう思ったのかしら。
What makes you think so?
当主になって継承の儀を行うには卵と鶏肉を断たなきゃいけないんですよね。琴白主が嫌うからとかで。
If he was going to do the succession ritual, he'd have to forego eating eggs and meat, right? Since Kotoshiro Nushi dislikes those foods. But last night, he had dinner with us.
工作さんは全く
And
そ
it
れを
didn't
気に
look
せず
like he cared
鶏
about
肉
that.
料理をオ
He
ーダーし
ordered
て
a
ました。
chicken dish.
だから
Ryoko had listened to Ryo with closed eyes, but opened them slightly upon hearing this.
なるほど。おそらくその見込みは合っているでしょう。私もそう見ていました。
I see. Your assumption is probably correct. I too suspect as
あ
much.
くまで手続きとして参加するだけで、そもそも当主になる気はないのだろうと。
He would have likely participated in the ritual as part of the process, and had no desire to become the next head.
涼子さんもそう思われていたんですか？
Ryoko, is that what you
そも
think?
そもそういうものに執着をしてないから、彼はこの家を捨てたのです。今さら当主の座を欲
To
しがる
begin
ような
with,
人でもない
he
でしょう。
cast aside this family because he had no attachment to such matters. I doubt he suddenly started wishing for that
です
position.
ね。
Right. I don't think Ryoko is lying. I thought Ryoko would profit the most from Seiji's death since the position of family head fell to her. And if she knew Kosaku wasn't a rival to that position, she had no motive to kill him.
ところで、
Incidentally,
はい。
ミエさんと言いましたか？
Mie,
工作さんの忘れがたみは。
Kosaku's bereaved child?
はい。三重。青戸三重です。
Mie Aoto.
青戸家の人間とはいえ、私にとっては血のつながった姪っ子であることに変わりはありません。
She may be a child of the Aoto family, but she is still my niece by blood.
生活に困らぬ程度の援助は惜しまぬつもりですから。
I am willing to
困ったら
extend her
すぐに
aid
相
so
談
she
に
does
来
not
るように
live
と
in want.
お伝えください。
Do tell her that if she is in trouble, she may come to us for help.
はい。
Oh, I will. Riho did worry for Mia, who had lost her father's financial support, and so she was relieved by Ryoko's words. If this was true, Mia would not have to struggle to make a living.
ところで、ミエさん、
はい。
青戸家のに生活に困る。
いつまで廊下当選簿されてんだろうね。
How long are they going to block off the hallway?
現場検証中だからですか？
They're inspecting the crime scene?
そう。もう暑くて暑くてアイス食べたいんだけどな。
Yep, it's so hot though. I'm gonna melt. I just want to get some ice cream.
さっきみんなで食べたばかりだけど、まだアイスの買い置きあるんだ。
We just had some together earlier and you still have more in stock?
私のアイス専用の冷蔵庫あるからね。食べても食べても尽きることはないのだ。
I got my own fridge just for ice cream. I can eat as much as I want and I never run
ア
out.
イス専用の冷蔵庫。なんか、やっぱりお嬢様なんだね。
Your own fridge for ice cream? You really are a rich young lady, huh?
え？家族それぞれに専用の冷蔵庫あるのって普通じゃないの？
Isn't everyone in the family having their own fridge normal?
なわけないでしょ。
No way.
そんなのあっても何入れと
I
けば
don't
いいの
think
かわ
I'd even
かん
have
ない
enough
よ。
food to fit in more than one fridge.
はあ、警察が当選簿してるからな。早くアイス食べたいのにな。
This is a clue. I think she did it. I think she killed her uncle as she went to go and get ice cream.
あやねさん、 仮にも叔父が亡くなったのですから、そういう言葉は慎みなさい。
Your uncle just passed away. Watch your demeanor.
はーい。は
あ。あやね。
はー。
こらこら。警部。
I think it's the same thing as earlier on. Go back to the old. Oh. Rio comes to the wharf. On seeing Mia there, her breath catches in her throat. She places a bouquet she'd bought somewhere on the wharf. There's no sign of the police anymore. The wharf is quiet and serene, as if nothing had happened. Rio approaches Mie, who stands still and quiet and speaks to her.
Mie, もう少し部屋で休んでた方が良かったのに。
You should have rested in your room a bit longer.
そうしようと思ったんだけど、どうしても落ち着かなくて。
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I couldn't sit still.
あのね、ミエ。一つだけささやかだけどいい知らせがあるよ。ミエのお父さん、血中のアルコール濃度検査で何も出てこなかったんだって。
Mia, I've got one bit, really, just a little bit of good news. The police didn't find any alcohol in your father's
つま
blood.
り、ミエの言った通り、お父さんは飲酒運転なんかしてなかったんだ。
So it was just like you said. Your father wouldn't and didn't drive drunk. Really? Right then.
ありがとね、リホ。教えてくれて。
Thank you, Rio, for letting me know.
でもそうなると蛇行運転をしてしまった原因がわからないんだ。
But now we don't know why he was driving erratically.
もしかしてお父さんって何か持病とかなかった？急に発作を起こすような。
Did your dad maybe have some kind of chronic disease? Maybe he had a seizure? Mia simply kept shaking her head in
お父
denial.
さんの持病って言っても、せいぜい高血圧くらいだよ。
The closest thing he had to a chronic disease was high blood pressure, and he took medicine for that. I don't think that would cause a seizure.
わかった。
Understood.
今私が言えるのはこれだけ。でももうすぐちゃんとお父さんの死の真実を教えてあげることができると思う。それまで待ってて。
This is the only thing I can say right now. But I think I'll be able to tell you the truth about your dad's death soon, so wait for me. Mia silently stays silent and simply regards her with a small smile. Rio meets her gaze and smiles back, and the two of them leave Mia behind and leave the wharf. The two of them stopped near a restaurant there. Want to grab something to eat, or just question them?
いや、まだお腹そんなに空いてないかな。今は特にここで
No,
聞
I'm
きた
not
いこ
hungry
と
yet,
もないし。
and I've got nothing in particular to ask them
だった
either.
ら中に入るのやめときましょう。
Then let's not go in. We shouldn't bother the staff.
そうだね。別の場所行こう。
Yeah, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, どうも。
Oh, hello there. Kazuya calls out to Rio as she and Manabe approach Fumunin. He was noticeably carrying a bundled up cleaning top.
和也さん、お屋敷にいなくていいんですか？
Kazuya, how come you're not in the
刑事
estate?
さんに許可をもらって出てきたんです。
I left with the inspector's approval. I'm here with Lady Ryoko. She's cleaning the Kotoshiro family graveyard.
事情聴取ももう少し後になるそうですし、そもそも僕、あの時ずっと刑事さんと一緒にいましたから、疑いはないみたいですしね。
They should be holding the questioning in a bit, but given that I was with the inspector the whole time, they don't see me as a suspect.
そういう意味ではマンバ警部が証人になってくれるんだから安心ですね。
You must be relieved that Inspector Munba can serve as a witness for you.
そもそも悲鳴が上がった時、お屋敷の方は誰もあの部屋に入っていないんですから。
Yes.
犯人がいるとしたら外部の侵入者か何かでしょ。
To begin with, when we heard the screams, none of the people in the estate were near the room. It must have been an intruder, yes?
そうかもしれません。
Yes, that sounds possible. I hope so. Yeah.
和也さん、念のため聞きたいんですけど、聖司さんが儀式をしている間、
Kazuya,
部屋に入
just
った
to make
人
sure.
物は誰も。
But no one entered the room while Seiji was doing the ritual, right?
間違いなくいないと思います。
I'm quite sure no one entered, yes.
僕はあの部屋の正面にある部屋で改造人として待機してましたけど、
I had a clear view of the
ずっ
door
と
to
襖
the
を開けて
seclusion
あっ
room.
ておこもりの間の入り口が見えてるんです。だからあの部屋に入った人物は
So
いない
yes,
と思い
I
ますよ。
don't believe anyone entered the room.
そもそもあそこの廊下を通った人物も綾音お嬢様が一度往復したきりで、他は
Plus, if
誰もい
anyone
なかったん
passed
ですから。
through the corridor, Lady Ayane would have seen them. She did pass through there. See, I think it's her. She did pass through there.
Ayane さんが通った時
Ayane
って
passed through the corridor when...
あれでしょ
Remember?
私たち
When
に
she
ア
went
イ
to
ス
get
を
us
持
some
って
ice
きてく
cream.
れた。
ああ、あれか。
Oh, that's right.
そうですそうです。奥の台所に行かれたんでしょう。帰りにアイスをいくつか持って戻ってきてましたから。
Yes, indeed. She went to the kitchen, which is down the hall. She had a few ice creams with her when she headed back.
それ以外は一人も通っていませんよ。それは一緒にいた刑事さんも保証してくれるはずです。
No one else passed by except for Lady Ayane. The inspector can confirm that much. He was with her. He was there
そ
with
もそも儀式の間は内側から缶抜きをかけることになっていて、外からは入れないんですか
The
らね。
ritual room was locked with a bolt from the inside, so no one could go in from the outside.
確かに。マンバ警部が力任せに木戸を突き破ってたな。
Right. Inspector Munba had to ram the wooden door open. Closed room murder. There's a chance this wasn't even a murder to begin with.
もう一つだけ聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
Can I ask you one more thing?
何です？
What is
昨
it?
日の夜、つまり青戸耕作さんが亡くなった日のことなんですが、その日の夜は琴城家の方たちは
Last night, on the day Kosaku Aoto passed away, where were the Kotoshiro house residents back then?
ああ、あの
Yesterday,
日は
the
先代
Kotoshiros
様
were
の葬
meeting
儀
with
に
the
つい
temple
て
to
お
arrange
寺
for
の
the
方と
previous
打ち合
head's
わせがあった
funeral.
ので、皆さん夕方から深夜までお屋敷にいましたよ。
They were at home since sunset until
た
midnight.
だ、聖司様を除
Except
い
for
て
Master
です
Seiji,
が
that is.
聖司さんは屋敷におられなかったんですか？
So Seiji wasn't at the estate.
まあ、いつものことなんですが、聖司様は毎晩のように飲み歩いていらっしゃるので、
He
誰
goes
も
out
気
to
に留め
drink
なかっ
during
た
the
ですね。
evenings. No one pays it much mind.
なるほど。リホ、工作さんを呼び出した人って。
The person that called Kosaku was...
琴城家の人物であ
Out of
る
the
なら、聖司さん
Kotoshiros,
しかいないってこ
it has
と
to
だ
be
ね。
Seiji. Excuse me.
聖司さんは毎晩飲み歩いているような方なんですね。
So Seiji was thought to go out drinking at nights.
まあ、どうも飲まないと気が済まない性分のようで、
Well, he's of the kind that doesn't settle down without a
それ
drink.
については、使用人である僕からどうこう言うつもりはありませ
But
ん。
as a servant, I'm in no position to comment on his habits.
誠司さんは
それについて
The two say goodbye to Kazuya and leave Fumonin out into the streets. As they go, Ryo hangs her head in thought.
リホどうかした
Ryo, what's wrong?
ちょっとね。
Just a little something.
今回の事件、投手争いに関わる連続殺人じゃないかと疑ってたんだけど、
I'm starting
そ
to
うな
think
ると
this
共通
isn't
の
a
犯
serial
人っての
murder
がいない
over
な
succession
と思っ
murders.
て。
But if that's the case, there isn't actually a common culprit here.
共通の犯人って
Common culprit?
だってそうでしょ？
I mean,
豊作さんも何者かに
wouldn't
殺さ
it
れ
make
たとして、
sense
さっ
if
きの
some
和也さんの話だと、誠司さん以外全員にアリバイがあるんだよ。
if someone killed Kosaku, everyone has an alibi except for Seiji.
お寺の住職さんと打ち合わせしてたって話だから、
They were meeting
す
with
ぐ
the
に
temple's
裏が取れる
priest.
話を嘘つくとも思えないし。
I don't think they'd lie about that, since we can just ask to see if they're telling the truth.
しかも今度は唯一アリバイのない誠司さん
Now
が殺
Seiji,
された。
the one person without an alibi, is dead, and everyone else has alibis for his death too.
つまり今年ロケの人たちは全員白
So that
そうい
means
うことかしらね
everyone in the Kotoshiro estate is innocent?
連続殺人って考え方がそもそも間違ってるのかも。
Maybe the assumption that this is a serial murder is wrong to begin with.
I 昨日はここでのどかに撮影し
I
て
can't
たの
believe
に
I
な。
had a calm, fun photo shoot here just
たった
yesterday.
一日で大変なこと起こり
And
続
the
け
bad
てる
things
のね
happened in the space of one day.
今となっちゃあのキモいカメラマンの人でも懐かしい
At
気が
this
す
point,
る。
I almost missed that creepy cameraman guy.
呼んだ
You call?
今呼ばれたような気がしたんだけど
I thought
も
you
し
just
かして
called
食
me.
事に付き合ってくれる気になったのかなと思って
What, do you feel like going out for lunch now?
呼んでないです。呼んでないです。帰ってください。
I did not call for you. I did not. Go away.
なんだよ
Oh, come on. Give me a break. The cameraman obediently goes off, mumbling to himself.
びっくりした。
It was a shock. Didn't
あ
think
の
he'd
人
still be
まだ
here.
いたんだ。
なんでこんなとこにいたのかしら
What was he
ね
doing here, I wonder?
お忙しいところすみません。
Sorry for bothering you while you're busy. Upon entering the restaurant, Riho speaks to the waiter that served them yesterday.
昨日の牧田和也さんには会えましたか？
Oh, aren't you the one from yesterday? Did you meet with Mr. Kazuya Makita?
ええ、おかげさまで。
Yes, thanks to your kind
そ
help.
れは良かった。
That's good.
で、
So
今
how
日
can
は
I help
何
you
か？
today? It doesn't look like you came here to
という
dine
わけ
with
ではな
us.
さそうですが、
実は昨日こちらでお食事させてもらった時、同席していた人が飲んでたノンアルコールカクテルあったんですが、
Actually,
ちょっ
I
と
wanted
そ
to
の
ask
成分
about
知りた
what
くて。
kind of non-alcoholic cocktail the person I was with yesterday had. Like, its ingredients.
成分ですか？
Its ingredients?
ええ、ちょっとだけボトル見せていただけないですか？
Yes.
梨
Could you
の
please show me the
宴
bottle?
って名前
I
だっ
think
た
it's
と思うん
called
ですけど。
Pear Banquet.
はあ、少々お待ちください。
Give me a moment. The waiter disappears into the kitchen and returns with a bottle in
こ
hand.
ちらが梨の宴ですが、
This is a
成
bottle
分
of
は
pear
梨
banquet.
果汁、グレープフルーツ果汁、
The ingredients
炭酸酸
listed
味
are
料、甘
pear
味料
juice,
となっています
grapefruit
ね。
juice, carbonated water, and sweetener.
Eh? 梨の他に
There is
グレ
grapefruit
ープ
juice
フルーツ
mixed
果
in
汁
there
も入ってる
too.
んですか？
ええ、2種類の果実ブレンドでできてお
The
ります。
cocktail is made by mixing two types of fruit juice, so
そうか。
I
ありがとう
see.
ございました。
Thank you very
営
much.
業中お邪
I'm
魔して
sorry
す
to
み
have
ま
bothered
せ
you in
ん。
the middle of work.
は
Don't get it. Leaving the baffled waiter behind, Riho rushes out of the restaurant.
ちょっとリホ
Wait up,
今のど
Rio.
ういう
What
こ
was that
と
all
なの？
about? Does it have anything to do with the case?
大ありだよ。これで
It has
工作さん、
everything to do with
誠司さ
it.
ん、それぞれの死について
We should be
全く別に
thinking
考
of
えられるよ
Kosaku
うに
and
なったんだ
Seiji's
もん。
death as completely separate from each other.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
工作さんの死についてアリバイがあっても、
He might have an alibi
誠
for
司さんの
Kosaku's
死に
death.
無関係とは
We
言えなく
can't
なっ
assume
たって
Seiji's
こと。
death is completely unrelated.
どういう意味なの？
What do you mean by that?
ねえ、リオってば。
Answer me. Ignoring Manabe's puzzled question, Riho walks off in a quick gait. Manabe gives up on asking any questions and goes after her. So where should we go next? We've gone to Fumonin and spoke to... Let's see if we can speak to him again. Riho spots Kazuya standing within the from the Fumonin's grounds, holding a wooden bucket with a ladle in it. Apparently he just finished cleaning the graveyard.
誠司さんは毎晩飲み歩い
それについて
Okay, that's all he's gonna say. Okay. Let's get saying the same thing. Selection G restaurant bar. Let's go see if there's anything about. The Nakaomi wharf is once again silent and serene. I guess Mia went back home. I hope she gets some rest. Rio takes out her smartphone, wondering if she could send her a message, but I should leave her alone for now. She reconsiders and puts away her smartphone. Fine, let's go to the Kotoshiro residence. A number of officers are standing in front of the door to the seclusion room. The atmosphere feels quite flustered. They notice Manba was
マンバ警
inside.
部、ちょっとお願いがあるんですけど。
Inspector Manba, can I ask you a few things?
君たちか。
Oh,
なんだい？
it's you. What is it?
現場のおこもりの間。
Could we see the crime scene?
私たちに
Seclusion
も
room again?
もう一回
そうは言ってもな。
That's a bit of a tall order.
お願いします。部屋の中のもの、手を
Please?
触れたりしませんから。
We won't touch
見るだけ
anything
で
in the room. We just want to look.
まあいいか。それじゃ私と一緒に見よう。
Well, fine. I'll come with you then.
決してどこか手を触れたり物を動かしたりしてはいけないよ。
Just make sure not to touch anything with your hands or move anything. Got it?
はい、わかってます。
Understood. Cracking a small smile at Riho's response, Manba leads the two into the seclusion room.
これ、普通の弓じゃなくて、ボウガンってやつですよね。
This doesn't look like a normal bow. It's called a crossbow, right?
ああ、私が戸を破った時に崩してしまったが、この辺りに、ほら、そこの布をかぶせて置かれていたらしい。
I knocked it away when I busted the door open, but it was originally covered by that cloth over there.
どうも、辺りにある箱で固定されてた節もあるんだが。
We suspect it was fixed on that box over there, but
なんでこんなものがこの部屋に？
why is there a crossbow in this room?
それが、どうやら誠司氏が以前買ったもの
Well,
らしくて
it
ね。
seems Seiji bought it previously.
Eh? これ、誠司さん本
This
人のもの
belongs
なん
to
ですか？
Seiji himself?
ああ、実は彼、数年前に購入して近所の動物を撃ったりしてたらしくてね。
Apparently he bought it a few years ago and he used it to shoot animals around the area.
ひどいことするな。
It's awful.
それで良子氏にこっぴどく怒られて、
He'd received fines from the police for breaking animal rights. Apparently Miss Ryoko put the bow here since this room isn't in
それ
use.
が今回、たまたま発射されて彼を死に至らしめ
But
た。
there's no way it just misfired
そん
now
な
and
偶
killed
然
him
ない
now,
ですよ
right?
ね。
It's
そ
too
も
much
そ
of
も
a
矢をつがえ
coincidence.
たまましまうわけないし。
普通に
Yes,
考えれば
that's
そのは
quite
ずだが
hard to imagine.
あれ？ここになんか糸が。
There's some string in there. Rio whispers after looking closely at the crossbow. Sure enough, there's a string tied around the crossbow's trigger. It's severed some 4 inches along the length of the string.
これ
What's
なんだろう。
どうもピンを糸で
There's
固定
traces
して
of a
いた
pin
ような
being
形
fixed
跡
in
があるん
place
だ
by
が
the string.
まだは
The
っきりして
details
いないん
aren't
だ
clear yet.
糸を切ることで矢が発射さ
So
れる
it
ようになっ
looks
ていた
like
ような
it's
んだが
rigged
ね
so once the string is severed, the crossbow will shoot.
それじゃあ部屋の中にいなくても糸を切って聖司さんを追い
Even
殺
if
すことが
whoever
で
did
き
this
たって
isn't in the
こと
room,
ですか？
they could just sever the string and get Seiji
その
shot?
可能性はあるが
That's a possibility, but the remaining string is only 4 inches in each direction.
この
Can't
位置
cut
で
it
糸を
without
切る
being
に
in the
は
room.
部屋の中にいないと無理だろう。そもそも悲鳴を聞いたとき、全員この部屋の近くにはいなかったんだからね。
And when we heard the scream, none of us were near the room.
最も近い位置にいたのは和也くんだが、彼は私と一緒にいたし。
Kazuya was closest, but I was there with him.
もしかして糸を切ったのは
Maybe
聖司
Seiji
さん
was
本
the
人
one
なん
who
だ。
severed the
どうい
string.
うこと？
What do you mean?
糸を切ると
It
矢が
was
発
rigged
射さ
so
れる
cutting
仕
the
掛けだ
thread
った
would
と
make
し
the
て、
crossbow fire.
何かうま
What
く
if
誘導
Seiji was
して
somehow
聖
tricked
司
into
さん本
cutting
人
it
に
himself?
糸を切らせるとか。
だ
In
と
any
する
case,
と背中
it's
に矢
weird
が
that
刺
he
さっ
was
て
shot
る
in
の
the
がおか
back
しいん
and
だ
we
よね。
heard him recite the
それ
Ebisu
に
chant up
悲
until
鳴
the
が上がる
moment he
直前まで
screamed.
エビスサイモンを読む声聞こえてたし。サイモン唱えながら
I
ボ
can't
ウガン
imagine
に
him
ついた
chanting
糸
or
を切
cutting
る
the
とか
string
ちょ
attached
っ
to
と
the
考え
crossbow
づ
at
ら
the
いでし
same
ょ。
time.
そっか。
Yes, you're right about that.
もしかして糸を切ったのは聖司さん。
どういうこと？
糸を切ると
I think it was burnt.
サイモン
With that.
ねえエリホ、
Ariel, check this out.
何？
ほら、ここんとこ。
See the
畳
tatami
に
over
ちょっと
there? There
焦
are
げたよう
burn
な跡がある。
marks on it. It burnt. String burnt from the sun. Like Manabe says, there are faint burn marks across from where the crossbow supposedly was.
本当だ。なんでだろう。
Wonder why.
タバコか何かで焦が
Maybe
し
it
たの
was
かし
burned
ら
by
ね
a。cigarette or something of the sort.
うん。
That
か
could
もだ
be,
けど
but I can't imagine such a rich family would have
こん
leave
な
a
お金
burn
持ちの
mark
家
in
が
a room
大
meant for
切
an
な儀
important
式をす
ritual.
る部屋の畳焦がしたままにしとかないよね。
だとすると、儀式
Then
の間
maybe the
に
burn happened
何
during
ら
the
かの
ritual
理
for
由
some
でつい
reason.
たってこと？
うん。
Hmm.
問題は
Question
そ
is
の理由
how.
なんだけど。
The tatami didn't look new, but it did appear. But that only served to make the burn marks stand out all the more. This isn't a cigarette burn. Even if Seiji did smoke, he wouldn't do it here in the middle of a ritual.
なんか神社で見るようなやつがあるね。
This is the kind of thing you'd usually see at a
ヒモロ
shrine.
ギっていうのよ。
It's called an
今年の虫を
himorogi.
祀る儀式
I
でもあ
assume
る
this
わ
was
けだ
set
から
up because
こういう
this
の
is
が
a
設置
ritual
されてるん
for
でしょ。
Kotashiro Nushi.
あ
I get
わか
that,
るけど
but it's still a pretty
なんだか
scary
怖い
sight.
光景だ。なんか
ヒモロギ。
金魚鉢か。
Gold?
ミステ
Yeah, I
リ
was
ーだと
thinking it was the sun
こ
through
う
that
いうので
goldfish
火
bowl.
事を起こしたりってのがあるんだけど。
Goldfish bowl. I've read mysteries where a goldfish bowl was used to start a
太陽
fire.
光をレンズのように集めることに
If
よって起こる
gathered sunlight and functioned like a burning lens,
水の入ったペット
there
ボ
were
トルで
actually
布団が
cases
発
of a
火した例
plastic
もあるそう
bottle
ね。
full of water causing a fire to break
も
out.
っともこの金魚
That
鉢には
said, this
水がほと
goldfish
んど
bowl
入
is
ってない
mostly
から
empty,
そんな
so
現象
that
は起こりえな
phenomenon
いけど
couldn't happen here.
確かに。
Yeah, it's only got a
ちょ
bit
っ
of
ぴりしか
water.
水入ってないもんね。でもなん
It's
か
still bothering
気に
me.
なるんだよな、これ。そもそも
This
儀
is a
式を
room
す
for
る
a
部屋に
ritual.
金
Why
魚
keep a
鉢。
goldfish tank here?
しかも空
And
の
an
なんて
empty
不
one at
自
that.
然だし。
Rio crosses her arms in thought for a moment. The sight she'd seen flashed through her mind. Hmm.
あれ
Wait.
どうかしたの？
What is
真
it?
鍋、事件発生の時の映像あるよね。 ちょっと出してくれる？
You've got footage of just when the incident happened, right? Could you show it to me?
いいけど。
Sure, but... A bit overwhelmed by Ryo's aggressiveness, Manabe searches through her camcorder's memory.
ほら、出たわよ。
Here, there it is. She hands Ryo the camera with the preview monitor replaying the moment they discovered Seiji's body. Ryo looks at the footage intently and whispers, Knew it. Wasn't remembering wrong.
ほらほら、ここの金魚鉢、そこにあるのと映像とよく比
Compare
べて
this
みて。
goldfish tank to the one in the video. Ah,
映像の方の金魚鉢には水が全く入っ
there's
てないわ。
absolutely no water in the goldfish tank in the video.
そうなのに今そこにある金魚鉢にはちょっぴりだけど水が入って
Right
る。
now, there's a little bit of water in the same tank.
マンバ警部、警官の誰かがここに水を入れたとかないですよね。
Inspector Manba, none of the officers put any water into this tank, right?
もちろん。現場保存が原則なのに、そんなことする人間がいるわけがないよ。
Preserving the crime scene is essential. None of us would do
つま
that.
りこれ事件の謎を解く鍵よ。
Then this might be the key to solving the mystery.
で
See,
も
but
具体
what
的には
kind of
どんな
key
感じ？
is it exactly?
それはこれから考える。
That's what we need to figure out next.
自信満々
Pretty
頼りない
undependable for how confident you are. It looked empty in the footage of when we discovered Seiji's body, but now there's a bit of water in it. The police couldn't have done that, and it's not like it rained. Where did that water come from then?
あれ、こんな小窓あ
There's a
っ
little
たんだ。
window here. There's a small window along the wall. Peeking out, Ryo discovers it leads out to the courtyard. Of course, it isn't large enough for a person to pass through. Hmm.
もしかして
Hey,
置いてあるボウガンは偽装でここから矢を撃ったとか？
hey, what if the crossbow is just a diversion and someone shot Seiji through here?
それはありえないでしょう。
I
発見した
doubt
時の
that,
セイジさんの位置
given
からする
Seiji's
と、
position when we
角度
found
的に
him,
ここから背中にまっすぐ
hitting him in the back from there would be impossible.
そっか、そうだね。
Right. Yeah, you're right.
気になるとこはだいたいこれぐらいか。
I guess this is everything that draws my attention. The burn mark on the tatami mat. The string set on the crossbow. That bit of water that appears in the goldfish tank. All those facts were rotating in Mio's mind. There's something in this room that makes no sense, and that's the key to solving this mystery. And that thing is... it's... Ah! Manabe and Manba both turn to Riho as she exclaims loudly. That's it!
そうか。
That's what it was!
謎はすべて解けました。
Solve the
マンバ警
mystery.
部、関係者を全員集めて
Inspector
ください
Manba, can you gather all the people involved with this case here?
しかし、
But Manba is perplexed, but Riho simply regards him with a quiet smile, beaming with confidence. One hour later. Gathered in the Kotoshiro Estates parlor are Ayane and her mother, Kazuya the servant, and Mie. They were all informed by Manba that the culprit had been discovered, and so everyone present are visibly quite nervous. Under that heavy atmosphere, Riho enters the room with Manba and Manabe. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for waiting. It seems everyone I've called is accounted for. Inspector Mamba, you summoned us here saying the culprit has been discovered. Does this mean both Kosaku and Seiji were killed by someone? What? Yeah? Oh, I'm playing Root Film. It's a visual novel. I believe Miss Riho here will explain that. Miss Riho, if you will.
Hi.
At Mamba's introduction, Riho takes a step forward. As she does, the room fills up with noise. Wait a moment, just a moment. This young lady is going to explain it? My apologies, Inspector. But as jokes go, this is quite tasteless. Isn't she just a civilian? Everyone begins complaining, but Riho silences them with a single, thundering exclamation. Silence! True, I am just a civilian. But I was the one who figured out the culprit behind this case.
今からそれを皆さんに聞いていただきたいのですが、質疑応答形式でやった方がわかりやすいと思います。
And I'd like to share that truth with all of you. But I think holding a question and answer session should make it easier to understand.
なので、どなたかに相手役をお願いしたいのですが。
So to that end, I'll need one of you to act as my partner. Here. Ayane. Ayane replies with an odd, somewhat squeaky voice at being named. Me? Yes, I'll start explaining my reasoning. So if anything doesn't make sense to you, I want you to call me out. I don't mind if you try to outright argue me down, alright? Fine, I guess, but it's really weird seeing you like this. Ayane moaned in complaint, but steps up to the plate nonetheless. Seemingly satisfied, Riho takes a single deep breath and parts her lips to speak.
今回の2つの死、耕作さんと誠司さんについて解明するにあたって最も困ったのは2つの事件に共通する犯人が見当たらないということでした。
When I tried to solve Kosaku and Seichi's death, the biggest issue was that there was no sign that they were done by the same culprit.
耕作さんをあの日、死に至らしめることができる機会があったのは誠司さんだけ。
The only
他の
one
方は全員アリバイを持っています。
The only one that might have killed Kosaku that night was Seiji. Everyone else had alibis.
そうだね。あの日は私もお母さんも和也も全員
Yeah, that's right.
の葬儀の打ち合わせをしてたもん。
Mom, Kazuya, and I were in a meeting discussing the previous head's funeral.
そう。
Yes.
なのに第2の事件では唯一アリバイのない誠司さんが殺害された。
But then, the only person without an alibi, Seiji, died next.
いないのです。
In which case, two murders didn't have a common culprit.
そこで連続殺人という考えをやめて誠司さんの殺害に関してのみ絞ることにしました。
So I stopped thinking of this as a serial murder and tried to focus on Seiji's death. And as a result,
誠司さん殺害の犯人が分かったのです。
I figured out who killed Seiji. She'd already said this, but Riho once again points out she found out who the culprit was. Everyone present exchanged doubtful glances. Among everyone, Ayane alone replies in her usual tone.
言われてるから反論してみるけどさ、政治おじさんのいた部屋は密室だったじゃん。なのに殺人ってどうやって？
I'm only arguing here because you told me to, but Uncle Seiji was in a closed room. How could he have been murdered?
あの部屋にあったボウガンには引き金のパーツに糸が取り付けられてました。
Well, the crossbow we found in that room had a string tied to its trigger.
その糸を伸ばした状態で固定しておいて あるタイミングで糸を切ることで矢を発射したんです。
The string was fixed to the trigger and strained in such a way that if it were cut in a certain moment, it would fire an arrow.
いやだからさ、
No,
そもそ
but
も
like,
セイジおじさんが殺された時、
no one was around
全
the
員部屋
room
の
when
近く
Uncle
にい
Seiji
なか
was
ったわ
shot.
けじゃん。
No one
だ
could
った
have
ら
cut the
そもそ
string.
も糸を切るとか無理っしょ。
How did you know it was
い
only
え、
so much?
人力ではなく、
No, the
自然
string
の
wasn't
力を使っ
directly
て
cut
糸
by
を切
someone.
断したんです。
It was
それを
cut
示す
using the
痕跡
power
が
of
部屋
nature,
にありました。
and there were traces proving that in the room.
それは
And that proof is...
畳の焦げ跡です。
burn marks on the tatami mat.
畳？
The tatami?
え
Yes.
修練火災って知っ
Do
て
you
ま
know
すか？
what a burning lens is?
鏡
It's
や
when a
水の
mirror,
入ったペットボト
water,
ル
or
がレン
plastic
ズの
bottle
役割を果たし
serve as a
太陽
lens
光
to
によって
reflect
火災
sunlight
が起こ
and
るん
cause
で
a
す。
fire.
犯人は今回のトリックに
And that's
そ
the
れを利用
culprit's
した。
trick this time.
その痕跡が畳の焦げた跡なんです。
Hence the burn marks on the tatami mat.
いやいやいやいやいや、ちょっと待ってよ。だってあの部屋
ちょ
っ
っと待って。
て鏡とかペットボトルとかなかったでしょ？
Wait,
それで
hold up, hold
ど
up,
う
hold
や
up. Wait a sec. There weren't any mirrors or plastic bottles in the room, so how?
あるものを利用したんです。
They used a certain
そ
object,
れを置くことができた人物は一人しかい
and
ない。
only one person could have set it up.
そ
In other
の人
words,
物が犯人
whoever
と
set
い
it
うわ
up
けで
was
す。
the culprit.
それはいいけどさ、犯人がいつどうやってそんなもの置いたってのよ。部屋は密室だった
Okay,
わけでしょ？
but like, when and how did the culprit set it up? It's still a closed room, you
そ
know.
れは
Well, that was... I'm stuck between these two. Wouldn't be that one. I don't know if... Doesn't seem to make any sense from that one. Hmm. I think it might be that one. That one.
あやねさん、あなたは事件の直前に私たちにアイスを振る舞ってくれましたね。
Ayane, you went out to get us ice cream before the incident happened, right?
そうだけど。
I did, but I just went to the kitchen and came back.
それだけよ。別におこもりの間に入ったりしたわけじゃない。和也だってそれを見てるは
I
ずだ
didn't
わ。
go into the seclusion room. Kazuya saw me, didn't he? Kazuya nods in agreement at Ayane's words. But Ryuho continues as if not paying that any mind.
そうおこもりの間には
Right,
入っ
you didn't enter the seclusion room.
でも台所から
But
裏手
didn't
の
you
庭に
take
回
the
ることは
back
で
door
きま
from
す
the
よね。
kitchen to the backyard?
裏手の庭に回れば
And in the
おこもりの部屋
backyard,
の小窓
there's
が
a
あるん
small
です。
window leading to the seclusion room.
ちょっと待ってよ。
Wait up, you're trying to make this sound like I'm the
私を
culprit.
犯人にした
Why
いみ
would
た
I
いだ
do
け
it?
ど、それでなんで私が犯人ってことになるのよ。例えば強盗みたいな連中が塀を越えて入ってきたとか、裏口から忍び込んできたとかあるじゃない。
A burglar could have snuck over the fence or through the back entrance or something.
いえ、この犯行を実行するにはどうして
To
も
pull off
一
this
度
crime,
台
you
所に
had
行く
to
必
have
要があっ
gone
たん
through
で
the
す。
kitchen once.
台所に？なんでそんなとこに行かなきゃダメだってのよ。
The kitchen? Why would the culprit have to go through there?
なぜそれが必要だったか。それ
Why
を
would they have
示
to go
す
to
証
the
拠
kitchen?
があるんです。
I
そ
heard
れは
evidence that can explain it, and that's... The goldfish tank in the seclusion room. Culprit used the goldfish bowl as a burning lens.
修練効果を起こすって受ける。
そうだよ。ウ
Shit,
ケ
did
る
I
わ
choose the
そ
wrong
れ。
one?
だってさ、金魚鉢に水は入ってたの？水が入ってなきゃ修練効果なんて起きないんだよ。
Well, yeah, that's hilarious. I mean, was there any water in the goldfish tank? It can't function as a burning lens without any water, right?
そう。
Right.
それこそが綾音さんが犯人と
And
特
that's
定
how
で
I
きた理
figured
由
out
なんで
you
す。
were the culprit, Ayane.
誠司さんの悲鳴を聞いて駆けつけた時、部屋の中の金魚鉢は一見空のようでした。
When we heard Seiji scream and ran to the room, the goldfish tank looked empty at a
し
sight.
かし後に私たちが調べた時、そこの方にわずか
When
です
we
が
checked
水が
later,
入っていたんです。
there was a bit of water at the bottom of the tank.
何よそれ。リホが見間違えたって話？そもそもちょっとの水じゃ修練効
Oh,
果なんて。
maybe you just saw wrong. And can it even function as a lens with so little
可
water?
能ですよ。
It's possible.
そのわずかな水を氷に
Assuming
して
that bit of water
側
was
面に貼り
actually
付かせて
ice
おけ
that
ば
clung to the glass.
実際ある番組で氷を使ったレンズで火を起こせるか実験したところ、見事成功したそうです。
There's actually a TV show that tried and successfully used ice as a lens to start a fire.
つまり
In other words, an ice lens could have been used to burn off the string set on the crossbow.
でも氷のレンズなんてどうやって？
How would you even make a lens of
番組
ice?
では板状の氷を磨いてレンズを作っていましたが、金魚鉢
That
の
show
形を
used
利
a
用すれ
board
ば
to
もっと
polish the
簡単で
ice
す。
into a lens shape. But it's even simpler if you use the goldfish tank's shape.
まずわずかな水を入れた金魚鉢を横倒しにして冷凍庫で凍らせる。
Firstly, you take the bowl, put a bit of water on it, and put it in the fridge while it's
次
tilted.
に反対側に水を少し入れて同
Then
様
you
に
put
凍らせ
water
れ
in the
ば
other side
これで
and
一
freeze
見
it the same
水
way.
の入ってい
This
ないよ
gives
う
the
に見える
impression
金
there's
魚鉢
no
の
water
完
in
成
the
です。
tank.
おそらくその際に曇ったり水滴がついたりすることのないように曇り止めスプレーか中性洗剤で金魚鉢をコーティングしてあったでしょう。
You can probably use anti-fog spray or natural detergent to make sure no water droplets surface on the ice.
そうしてできた仕掛け
And
は
as time
時
passes,
間が経てば氷
ice
は溶けて
melts,
しまう
leaving
し
only a bit
金魚
of
鉢に
water
は
in the
わず
tank.
かな水が残されるだけ。犯行後には一見してそれが修練効果に利用されたとはわからないというわけです。
It was set up so that if one were to check after the crime, you wouldn't be able to tell a burning lens was used.
犯 犯人はそんな風に凍らせておいた金魚鉢
Culprit
を冷
kept the
蔵庫
tank
に
in the
保存
fridge
しておき
and then waited
タイ
to
ミングを見
police
計らって
to place it in the
おこもり
seclusion
の場
room
の
through the
小窓か
window,
らそっと
and they
事
found
前
a
に
good
テスト
spot
しておいた位
earlier.
置に置いた聖司さんは正面に向かってエビスサイモンを唱えていたのですが
Seiji was facing
ちょっと
forward
や
and
そっとの
performing
物
the
音は
Ebisu
続き
chant,
ません
so he probably didn't notice a bit of noise from the
やがて
outside.
時間が経つと日光
Then,
の
as
修
time
練
went
効果
by,
で
the
糸が
sunlight
引き切れ
reflected off the
ボー
lens,
ガンの矢が
burned
発
through
射
the
され
string, and fired the arrow.
これがこの事
That
件
was
の
the
トリッ
trick
クだったんで
behind
す
this case.
そして
And
それができるのは台所
the
を
only
経
one
由
who
して
went through
戻
the
ってき
kitchen
た
and
あ
could
や
have
ね
done
さ
it
ん
was you,
あ
Ayane.
なただけなんです
どうやらここまでっぽいね。
I guess it's the end of the line. Ayane's expression completely changes and she shrugs as if a weight has been taken off of her shoulders.
そう。全部正解。
Right,
私がや
you
った
got it
よ。
all right. I did it.
あのクソじじい、酒を飲んじゃ暴れて、動物をボウガンで撃ったり、和也に暴力振るったり。そん
That
な奴が当主
arsehole
にな
would
る
have
なんて
would
ありえ
always
ないっ
drink
しょ。
and get violent. He'd shoot animals with his crossbow, beat Kazuya, and didn't deserve to be the family head.
だからその時が来たらやってやろうと。
So,
ずっと
I've been
前から
preparing
準備し
forever
て
to
きたん
teach
だ。
him a lesson when the right time
工
came.
作おじさんだってそう。勝手に家を飛び出し
It
て、
was the same with
後
Uncle
のことは
Kosaku.
全部お母さ
He
んに
was a
尻拭
selfish
いさせ
bastard
て。
who ran from his family, and Mom had to clean up the messes he left behind.
今までこの家を何とか支えてきたのはお母さん
Mom
なん
was the
だ。
one who kept the family together so
だから
far.
そうい
So
う人
she's
が
the
当
one
主
who
になるのは
deserves to be
当
the
然でし
family
ょ。
head.
あやねあなた
Nani, Ayane.
ま、でもリホたちには
But
巻き込んじゃ
I
って
do feel
悪いこ
about
としたと思っ
bad
て。
about getting you mixed up in
マ
this,
ジ
Riho.
ごめんね。
For real. Sorry. Ayane speaks with her usual bright tone. There's no signs of regret in her expression. If anything, she looks refreshed and relieved.
ちょっと待ってよ。
Wait just a moment. Mia, who had kept silent until then, suddenly speaks up. Her face is contorted with so much anger. Riho had never seen her like this.
そんな
You
そんな理由でお父さんも殺したの？
killed my
そこま
father
で
for
しなくた
something
って
like
よかっ
that?
たじゃない。
You didn't have to go that far.
なんでお父さんまで。
Why did you have to kill Dad too?
ミエのお父さんのことは知らないよ。
I didn't know about your dad.
私は工作おじさんを殺してない。
I
死んだっ
didn't
て
kill
聞いた
Uncle
時は
Kosaku.
本当にびっくりしたけど、
I was honestly shocked to hear he
そ
died.
もそも政治のクソじじいがありえないってだけで、工作おじさんが戻ってきて当主になるなら、それはそれで構わないと思ってたしね。
I figured that so long as it wasn't that piece of shit Seiji, I wouldn't mind if Uncle Kosaku came back and became the next head.
そんな嘘。ならなんで？
That's a lie. The why? Ryo steps forward as if to stop Mie from pressing any more on
リ
Ayane.
ホ？
Ryo?
みえあやねさんの言ってることは
Mie,
本当だよ
what Ayane is saying is true.
あやねさんは
Ayane didn't
工
kill
作さんを
Kosaku.
殺してない
そんな。だったら犯人は。
But that's... Then who did it? Ryo shakes her head and after a pause tells Mie the
あれ
truth.
は誰かの仕業じゃない
Nobody set his death up.
本当にただの事故だったんだ
Really
よ
was just an accident.
事故。
An accident?
みえ工作さんが
みえ
高血圧を患ってる
You
って
told
言
me
ってた
Kosaku
よ
had
ね
high blood pressure,
薬
right?
も飲んでるって
And that he's taking medicine for it.
うん。
Yeah,
原因はそれと
that's part of the reason. That
レス
and
トランで注文したドリンク
the drink he ordered in the
梨の
restaurant,
宴だったんだ
the pear banquet.
梨の宴って。
Pear banquet? Yeah, there's one thing people who are taking high blood pressure medicine aren't
一緒
allowed
に
to
摂
eat or
取し
drink.
ちゃいけないものがあるんだよ食べると薬が効きす
Consuming
ぎ
it
て
makes the medicine
血
work
圧が
too
すご
well,
く下がってしまう
which makes their blood pressure
人
plummet.
によっては立
It
って
can
いら
make
れな
people
くなった
unable
り
to stand
意
or
識を
even
失って
pass
しまった
out.
り
それって。
That's
じゃあ。
then
レストランで工
the
作さんが口
non-alcoholic
にした
cocktail he
ノンア
ordered.
ルコールカクテル
The pear
梨
banquet,
の宴
it's made out of
あれには
pears
梨
and
とグ
grapefruits.
レープフルーツが使われていた グレープフルーツが危険であ
And
る
he
ことは
probably can't eat
薬を
grapefruits with
出
his
す時
medicine.
に説明され
But
てた
because
と
the
思う
drink's
けど
called a pear banquet,
梨の
he
宴と
didn't
いうネー
know.
ミングからまさかそれが入ってるとは思わなかったんだろうね。それを飲んだせいで耕作さんは運転中に気を失ったん
So
だ
I
と
think
思
that
う。
because he drank it, Kosaku passed out while driving.
そんな
That's...
私が
If I had noticed
それに
that,
気づいてれば
Dad wouldn't have died.
お父さんは死なずに済んだ。ミエのせいじゃない。
Wasn't your
本
fault,
当に
Mia.
不幸な偶然が
Really
重なった
just
だけなんだ。
was just an unfortunate coincidence.
でも
Mie breaks down in tears and Ryo embraces her gently. Behind them, Manba quietly leads Ayane out of the room. What's going on with their fingers? What's going on with both their hands? Weird. Next day. Ryo, who had solved everything, was exploring the banks of Lake Shinji with Manabe.
結局リホは途中から気づいてたのね。耕作さんの件。
So in the end, you realize in the middle of the investigation that Kosaku was...
ごめんね。
Yeah.
ミエにショックを与えそうで。
I'm sorry.
あの場でも
Figured
最
it
後
would
まで
shock
言おう
me.
か言うまいか迷ったんだけど。
Even back then, I wasn't sure if I should tell her up until the last moment.
あなたはよくやったわ。
You did good. Manabe gently pats Ryo on the head.
突然愛する人を失うのは悲しいけれど。
Losing a loved one so suddenly is
姉
tragic.
さんは誰かを恨み続けることからは
The fact there wasn't a culprit meant Mia doesn't have to keep holding a grudge against anyone.
救われたと言っていいんじゃない？
In a way, I think you saved her.
そっか。
You think?
うん。そうだといいな。
I hope so.
きっとそうよ。
I'm sure of it.
今日の真鍋は優しいね。
You're so nice today, Manabe.
けーな。私はいつだって優しいわ
That's
よ。
rude.
あなたが変なダジャレさえ言わなきゃ、ね。
I'm always nice, so long as you don't start spouting out weird puns.
まあ、それは治らないかな。
Guess I can't exactly fix that habit. Manabe sighs in exasperation and turns her camcorder at Ryo.
締めの一言をちょうだい。
Now.
主演女優さん。
Give us a one-liner to wrap this up, star actress.
うん。
Well,
行くわよ。
let's go. 3,
2
2,
アクション。
action.
こうして私たちの最初の事件との出会いは終わりました。
And so ended our encounter with the first
す
case.
べての人を救うなんて無理だけど、大切な友人だけ
We
でも
couldn't
救え
save
たなら
everyone involved,
私は満足です。
but I did save a good friend of mine, and I'm satisfied with that.
次の舞台、岩見の国でまたお会いしましょう。
Let us meet again, this time in the land of Iwami.
まあまあの出来ってとこ。
Alright, that was possible.
またいつもの厳しい真鍋に
Oh, you're back to being strict Manabe again. Newcomer actress. Right, that's the credits for part 1. There's at least 5 parts for every character, so we're going to be on this one for a while. I'll let that play while I go make myself another cup of tea. Right, I'm back. So we've got two part 2s. Go back to Yagumo.
お疲れさん。コーヒー入れたが飲むか？
Good work out there. Want some coffee? Let me check an email I've been sent by. Okay, nothing about. Good work out there. Want some coffee?
Domo.
Yes, please. In the archive center office, Yagumo rubs his eyes as he takes the coffee cup from Sayama.
連日ご苦労なこったな。よく続くもんだ。
You've been working hard day after day. I'm impressed you haven't given up.
ここのどこかにあるはずなんだ。
Has to be here
地道にやっ
somewhere.
てきゃいつか見つかるでしょ。
If I keep at it, I should find it eventually, right?
10年前のプロジェクトのパイロットフィルムか。しかし気の遠くなるような話だと思うがな。
Finding the 10-year-old project's pilot film, eh? Sounds like a shot in the dark to me.
ここには開局以来の5000本を超えるお蔵入り映像が保存されている。
This place is home to over 5,000 shelved films.
内容の確認や機材へセットする時間を考えりゃ、1時間に確認できる映像はせいぜい4本。
Factor in the time it takes to set each film, and the best you can do is check 4 films an hour.
1日3時間、12本を確認できるとして、全部確認が終わるまでは、
3 hours a day is 12 films. 3 hours a day is 12 films a day. So how many days will that take in total?
およそ400日。1年
400
2ヶ月ほどで終わります。
A year and 2 months?
同日祝祭日はここは開けてないし、お前さんも毎日は来れないだろうから、実際にはもっとだな。そんな
We're
作業を
not open
根気よ
weekends
く
and
続ける気
holidays.
か。
And I bet you're not going to come here every day we're open.
何さっさと引き当てちまえばもっと早く終わりますよ。明日にだって見
All
つ
the
かる可
golden
能性
tickets
もある。
all over. Could be as soon as tomorrow for all we know.
そこまで楽天的なら、宝くじだって簡単に当たりそうだな。
If you're that optimistic about your odds, then you might as well buy a lottery ticket.
一体何がお前さんをそうさせる？そこまであのフィルムを見たい理由は何だ？
What drives you to go so far? Is there a reason you want to see the film that badly?
別に俺は自分が関わるプロジェクト
It's
が
natural.
以
You want to
前
know
お
the
蔵入り
reason
に
the
なってる
project
としたら
you're on was
誰だ
originally
って
shelved,
理由
isn't
は
it?
確認しておきたいでしょ。
そんなもんかね。
Is it?
ま、いいさ。そういうつもりなら、今度から目薬持参で来るんだな。おり。
Well, if you're going to keep going, I advise you bring eye drops next time. Sayama tosses him some eye drops. He probably noticed Yagumo's eyes rubbing. Yagumo's eye rubbing.
どうも。
Ah, thanks. When Yagumo looks up to apply the eye drops,
まだこんなとこにい
Still
たんす
here?
か？
Magari enters the room with an exasperated tone of
そろ
voice.
そろ磯上さんとのアポの時間っすよ。急がないと。
It's almost time for your appointment with Isagami. Hurry up!
もうそんな時間か。待ってくれ。この目薬だけさしたらすぐ行くから。
It's already time for that? Hang on. Let me apply these drops first.
じゃあさっさとしてくだ
Okay,
さ
get
い
it
よ。
over with already.
ああ。あれ
What's up with him? Yagumo rushes to apply the eye drops, but he misses 3 out of 3 times. are you
ふざけて
doing?
んすか？
Messing around.
いや、どうも目薬ってやつは苦手で。
Just not good with eye drops.
ちょっと貸してくださいよ。自分が刺してやるっすよ。
Crying out loud. Hand him over. I'll do it for you.
よせ！他人に刺されるのはもっと苦手。
No, it's even worse when someone else does it. In the middle of Yagumo's grumbling, Magari snatches the eye drops out of his hands. She forces open his left eye with 2 fingers and drips the eye drops in one fell swoop. Drip, 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 drip. Take that. Now for this side.
はい、これで OK っと。じゃ、佐山さん、失礼します。
Okay, that should do it. Sorry about that, Sayama. No problem. Taken aback by Magari's intensity, Sayama can only tilt his head. Magari drags Yagumo out of the room by the collar as he groans and rubs at his eyes.
Yo, Max-chan, 来たね。
Oh, Maxie, there you are.
なんか目押さ
Why
え
are
て
you
るけど、
rubbing your
な
eyes?
んか
You
病
sick
気
or
でもした？
something?
いえ、なんでもありません。大丈夫です。
I'm fine.
あ、そう。ならいいけど。
Okay.
いよいよこれから撮影を控えてるんだか
But
ら。
shooting starts
大事
soon,
にして
so
ね。
take care of yourself.
ねえ。それよりなんかメインの女優さんの候補が決ま
So
った
has
と
the
か
lead actress been decided yet?
そう。打診してた候補の女優さんたち3人とも
What
事務
agency
所から
okays for
OK 来
3
たんでね。
candidates?
早速、マックスちゃんから
So,
主
I thought you
演
could
に
pick
使
out
い
an
たい
actress,
人
Maxie.
選んでもらおうと思って。
それはありがたいですけど、
I
これ
appreciate
か
it,
ら
but
選
you
んじゃってい
sure?
いんですか？
Shouldn't the other
他の
two
二人の
directors
監
have a
督
say
さんと
about?
いいのいいの。
Oh yeah, no
他
worries.
の監督さんたちも
The other
マッ
director
クスち
said
ゃ
you
ん
should
から
get
優
first
先
pick.
的に選ばせてあげてって言ってくれてるから。なんせ初のドラマ監督でしょ。
It's your first time directing a TV drama, right?
そういうとこは便宜を図ってあ
They
げて
figured
く
they
れ
should
ってさ。
accommodate you since you've got a lot of hurdles to overcome.
ほ
よかったですね、監督。イブセ監督とかこちらに気使ってくれてるんですよ。
Good for you, director. Big directors like Ibuse are looking out for
せ
you.
っかくだし、遠慮なく一番いい女優さん選びましょ
You should take this opportunity to pick out the best actress of the bunch.
そうだな。ありがたく配慮は受け取っとこうか。
Guess you're right. Should accept their consideration graciously.
それじゃあこれが3人の女優さんの
Okay.
プロフィール資料ね。
So here's the documents on the 3 actresses.
事務所との関係性とかしがらみでってのがなかったとは言わないけどさ、それでもイブセ監督から助言もらって演技力がちゃんとしてる人だけを選んでるから。
I won't deny we've got agency connections. I will say that director Ibuse helped select them, so he can vouch for their chops.
なるほど。
Let's see.
では、
どうしたの？遠慮なくどんどん資料を
Feel
見て
free to
よ。
keep looking at these documents.
マックスちゃんがピーンときてバシーッと組んでブワーッと弾けちゃいそうな子
Any girl
を選ん
clicks,
でくれれば
crackles,
い
and
いんだ
pops
から
with
さ。
you, just pick her.
そうですね。
Right, no.
ピ
All
ーン
that
で
clicks,
バシーンでブワー
crackles,
で
and
子ですね。
pops. I click, crackle, and pop every time I move, but I suppose it's a different kind of click, crackle, and pop.
そうそう。ピーンでバシーンでブワーよ。
Right, dude. First one. Yagumo picks up the envelope on the right and takes out the documents. The moment he sees the attached photo, Yagumo gasps. What? Is that? Yeah. It's a photo of an actress known throughout Japan. Her face tilted to the side in a photogenic
こ
pose.
の人、俺が子供の頃
She
には
was
もうトッ
already
プ
a
アイド
top
ルだった
idol
ぞ
when I was a kid.
っていうか、その後も
She
ずっと
started
第
an
一線で
acting
活
career
躍して
after
て、今じゃ
She's a regular on suspense dramas to this day.
そうなんだよ。すごいで
She
し
sure
ょ。
is amazing, right?
まさか OK もらえると思ってなくてさ。
I asked her agency knowing it was a long shot, but they immediately gave us the green light when they learned director Ibuse was
企
involved.
画ならって ってすぐ OK してくれたんだよ。
なるほど。
I see. She's too much of a big shot for a newbie director to shoot. That's what both Yagumo and Magari must think. Even if they don't say it out loud, they return the documents to the envelope.
ではこの中央
And
の
how
や
about
つ
this one in the middle? Yagumo picks up the envelope in the center and takes out the documents. At that moment, Yagumo's gaping mouth stiffens.
どうかしました？
What's wrong, director?
監督？もしもし？もしもーし？
Magari waves her hand in front of Yagumo's eyes before he finally snaps out of it.
これはもう見なくていいかな。
We don't have to look at this one anymore.
自分まだちゃんと見せて
But
も
I
らって
haven't
な
even
いで
gotten
す
a
けど。
chance to
っ
look.
ていうか、もっとちゃんと
Shouldn't you
目
get
を
a better
通さ
look
な
at
くていい
it
んで
too?
すか？
大丈夫、大丈夫。
It's okay, it's okay.
これはもう見なくてい
We
い。
don't have to look at it anymore. Yagumo restlessly returns the envelope to the desk as Magari looks on quizzically.
念のためちゃん
Shouldn't
と
you
確
get a
認した
better
方
look
が
at
良
that
くない
one?
ですか？
You didn't properly read through it all, did you?
いや、大丈
No,
夫。
no, it's fine, it's fine. Maybe an adult star, who knows? Yagumo reaches for the envelope on the left. Inside is a large photo and a cutely handwritten self-introduction. The photo shows a woman with youthful looks giving the camera a carefree smile.
いい笑顔ですね。
She's got a nice
宣材
face.
写真としては
Kind
ちょっ
of
と
weird for
珍
a,
しいですけど。
for a portfolio picture, though.
そうだな。
True. Normally, you would use a more aloof expression in a portfolio photo. That way, you demonstrate your natural looks. But this actress ignored that idea and instead gave the camera a broad smile. She's still a no-name idol, but according to the document, she's taken plenty of lessons. And above all else, she's got a good smile. In a mellow murder mystery, a lead character with her natural brightness could easily elicit sympathy from the audience, huh? Yagumo imagines in his head how the actress might act out different scenes. He basks in the joy of finding the perfect person for the part as he sets the envelope back down. Yagumo gives another look over the envelopes and then closes his eyes in thought. Isagami smiles and watches. Yagumo thinks for a bit before he speaks up.
どう？
So what do you think? Any girl clicking with you?
そうですね。
Well,
とぼけなくていいよ、マックスちゃん。もうとっくに心
no
が決
need
まっ
to
ち
be
ゃ
the
ってるでし
modest
ょ。
Maxi. You've made up your mind long ago, haven't you?
まあ、この中ならこの子ですね。
If I had to pick out of these girls, it would have to be her. Yagumo picks up the envelope on the left, the no-name newbie whose smile left an
そ
impression.
の子、
That girl, huh? Let's see.
プラムエンターテイン
She's
メン
Hitoha
トの
Amakata
ちゃん
with
だっ
Plum
け？やっ
Entertainment.
ぱりね。
Yep,
その子を
thought
選
you'd
ぶ
pick
と思
her.
ってたよ。
予想通りってこと
You
です
did?
まあね。
Well, you know. Isagami shrugs and continues, not really answering Yagumo's question.
でもいいと思うよ。
Anyway,
事務所は弱小
she's
だ
a
し
good choice.
この子も今
Complete
は全然
no-name
無
from a
名だけど
fledgling agency,
わざわざ
but
伊勢監
director
督が
Ibose vouched for her as a diamond in the
だ
rough.
って太鼓判をして推薦してくれたんだから。マックスちゃんとなら
And it'd be fun to promo you two as a fresh duo and an up-and-coming director and a newcomer actress.
面白そうだしね。ドラマの出来によっちゃ
And
こ
if
れ
the
きっ
TV
かけで
drama's a
二人と
hit,
も
it could be a chance for you two to really start popping.
任せてください。
Don't you worry,
うちのヤグモは
our
やる男
Yagumo's
で
a
すよ。
man of action.
いいもの取りますんで、
We'll shoot something good, so you take care of the promo, okay?
マ
Sure
ック
thing?
スちゃんもこの子とならいけ
Feel
そうな
like you can
感
make it
触
big with this girl too, don't you?
そうですね。
Indeed,
確かに
you
この
can
女優さ
definitely
んなら
see this actress
見え
going
ますね。
places.
よし、それじゃあ決まり。
Okay, and that settles it.
そろそろシナハン始めるんでしょ。せっかくだし彼女と合流して一緒に行ってくるといいよ。
You're gonna start location scouting soon, right? Might as well meet up and have her tag along.
合流？
Meet up
彼女とですか？
with her?
さあ、彼女、
Yep.
候補に上がった時から
She's been excited about being a candidate.
ね。
Said she wants to do location scouting
ぜひ
too.
同行したいって言ってきてるのよ。少しでも舞台となる土地の雰囲気を掴ん
Get
で
a
おきたいん
real
だって。
feel of the soon-to-be stage and what sort of atmosphere it's gotten.
ほ
Location scouting is looking for places to film before writing the scenario so you can get a good feel for the mood you want to write. Depending on the script, the director or a number of staff members can do location scouting, but rarely does an actor get involved.
いいですね。そういうやる気がある女優さんって。
Wow, this actress is a real go-getter, huh?
でしょ？だから一緒にシナハンしてきた
No,
よ。
right? Let's have her join us for location scouting then. Know where we're going?
まあ、あくまで有力候補というだけではありますが、
Well,
まずは
it's
ツ
just
ワノ
one
にしようかと。
candidate for now. But I figured we'd go to Tsuwano first.
いいね、いいね。
Okay.
山陰の小京都。
Tsuwano, huh?
津和野か。
That's a little like little Kyoto surrounded by hills. That's a great spot.
旅情ミステリー的な雰囲気もあるし、
It's got a mysterious atmosphere and it'd be a nice
観
place for
光
the
促
project
進
to
にも
promote
バッチリ
tourism
だし
for.
ね。それじゃあ早速彼女にも合流するように連絡して
I'll
お
go
くから
contact her so we can
よ
meet
ろし
up.
く。
No.
Oh, right. Yagumo can only nod in reply to Izagami's sheer energy. And thus, it's decided that on this day they'll meet up with the actress and go to Tsuwano for location scouting. Whether you like it or not, my boy. I don't know where I'm going. Suwano.
はいはーい、わかりました。よろしくお願いします。はーい。
Marguerite looks serious as she talks on the phone, her notebook spread on the reception room table. Looks like she's got her hands full with location scouting, so I better not disturb her. Okay, guess I'll check my email or something. Any working requests? Not that I can accept anything until after the TV drama shooting's done. There are 2 emails waiting for Yagumo in his inbox. Him again. From Yugen Sai Kumashiro. Dear Max Yagumo, I hope you've read my previous email. The day before yesterday, my clairvoyance told me a dreadful spirit was set upon you. Fortunately, my remote exorcism protected you, but you are still in grave danger. Before long, a dreadful calamity may be upon you. I prepared you a spiritual power-infused bracelet, so please send 800,000 yen to the following. This guy again? And he wants 800,000 yen? That's overkill. Yagumo sighs as he immediately deletes the email. From Sakuya. My flight to Shimane is the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let's get food or something. Sakuya again? Looks like she's coming here the day after tomorrow, but she hasn't learned to include vital details. The monitor's on the empty editing room. Margotti's doing research in the reception room for location scouting, I guess. They check with the receptionist to ask if they can see Director Ibuse.
イブセ監督とお会いしたいんですけど。
We came to see Director Ibuse.
イブセ様ですね。
Mr. Ibuse?
先ほど
He
お
and
連
his
れ様と
companion
二
went
人
out
で
just a while
外出
ago.
されたようです。
いつ頃帰られるとかは。
Any idea on when they'll
夕
be?
食もいらないとおっしゃってましたので、多分
He said he won't need
遅い時
dinner.
間になるかと。
So I expect he'll be back late.
そうですか。で
I'll
は
see.
出直します。
We'll come back later then. Yagumo thanks the receptionist and gives up on seeing Ibuse for now. Maybe we should head back to the office. Yagumo tries to call up Isagami at the front, but it seems he's got a previous arrangement. Well, there's nothing else we need to work out, so let's just leave. It looks like Sayama just finished making coffee. He mixes it with a spoon and speaks up.
磯上との話は終わったのか？
You done speaking with Izogami? What did he need?
例のプロジェクトの主演選びです。
He said he found us casting candidates for the project's lead role.
あいつにそんなセンスあるのかね?
You sure you can trust that guy's taste? Just find whoever's the flavor of the week.
なあ、それなら候補の選定にはイブセ監督も協力してくれたみたいで、結構いい女優さん揃ってましたよ。
They've rounded up some good actresses.
そうか。
I see. Well, as long as you find someone who's got acting chops that satisfy you. Afterwards, the two of them talk about the actresses during Sayama's break. I guess I'm going back to my studio then. Magari leans back on the reception room sofa. On the table in front of her is her phone, a pen, and a notebook full of notes. On the table in front of her is her phone, a pen, and a notebook full of notes. Good work. Make arrangements for location scouting? Yep. Managed to arrange for everything from equipment to food, transportation, and lodging. Arranging everything on a day's notice is tiring. I'm pooped.
調べたら調達したツワノの星愛祭なんでな。
Sorry, found out the Heron's dance tomorrow, so I wanted to fit that into our schedule. Huh? Who are the Herons? Sounds like some hunky male idol group. It's not a name, it's a seasonal Shinto ritual unique to Tsuwano that's been designated a nationally important cultural property. Seems usable as a theme for a TV drama, so I want to film it for some cutaway footage. So that's what you wanted me to call Kanade the cameraman too.
それにヒロイン役の彼女も同行するなら、後々メイキング映像として特典に使えそうだからな。シナハン中もカメラは回しておきたい。
Also, since our lead actress is joining us, I'd like to have a camera so we can shoot some making of footage too. We're starting bright and early tomorrow, so I'm going to go home early. But I'll tell Kanade. Yeah, good work. Magari picks up her things and bows before she heads out of the office. Yagumo sees her off with a raised hand before he leans back in the sofa and sighs. Finally going to start shooting for real. Guess I'll put a pause on finding that pilot film for the time being, but hopefully by restarting this project, we can find clues to the truth of the 10-year-old film. The excitement of filming mixes with a feeling similar to fear. As the kaleidoscope of emotions dazzles his eyes, Yagumo falls asleep during sitting on the sofa. Next morning. Studio Yagumo loads the van with location scouting equipment and heads west along the hilly roads. Director Yagumo in the driver's seat, assistant Magari in the passenger seat, and cameraman Kanade in the rear seat. Yes, yes, that's correct. This is Studio Yagumo. We made the inquiry the other day? Yes, correct.
時間は
I'm
はい
Yes.
では
Okay.
その時刻に八坂神社で
We'll be at Yasuka Shrine by
よろ
then.
しくお願いいたします
Thank you.
どうだった
How was it?
津和野町日本遺産センターの紹介
Sawano's Japan Heritage Center referred us to local history researcher
2
Kenzaburo
時
Kuromochi.
半に八坂神社で合流しましょうと
He'll guide us. We meet at Yasuka Shrine at 2:30.
2時半か
2:30, huh?
だった
In
ら
that case.
あら
Uh,
はっちゃはっちゃ
何やってんすか
what are you doing? Jeez. Exasperated, Magari hands Yagumo some tissues as he continues in a nasally voice.
2時半だったら星合祭が八坂神社でスタートするのが
If we meet
3
at
時ってこと
2:30,
らしいから
that's perfect.
ちょう
The
どいいな
Heron's dance is at Yasuka Shrine at 3.
例の天方さんは正午だっけ
And we're meeting up with Amakata at noon, was it?
そうっすね
Yep.
津和野駅に正午ちょうどにな
Tsuwano
ってます
Station at noon on the dot.
それじゃあ彼女を拾ってから昼
We
飯と
pick her
散
up,
策
get lunch,
それ
walk
から
around,
八坂神社
then we go to Yasuka Shrine.
ああもう夏風邪ひいてるじゃないっすか
You caught a summer cold, didn't you?
この季節とはいえ
That's what you get for sleeping on the sofa with the air conditioning on.
ねえすまん
大事な品藩だってのに
It's an important
アホですか
location
あんたは
scouting day, dumbass. Your lack of self-awareness is always... Yagumo keeps driving as Magari lectures him without end. Shimane drivers are well-mannered. There is not a car in sight that's speeding along the hilly roads. Yagumo follows suit and leisurely drives the station wagon at a comfortable distance behind the car in front. Let's go to Tsuwano Station first. They arrive at Tsuwano Station. It's 10 minutes to noon, perfect timing for the appointment. The station's smaller than you'd expect, but there's tons of travelers gathered around.
あれ結構人がいるんすね
There's a lot of people around.
星合祭を見に来た観光客だろうそれにあと1時間ほどで SL 山口号が到着するしなそれ目当ての人も多そうだ
Probably tourists here to see the herons dance. Also, the steam locomotive Yamaguchi's gonna be here in about an hour, so there's that too.
なるほどそれで例の天方ひとはさんは
I see. So, where's our Hitoha Amakata? Yagumo and Magari shade their eyes from the sun with their hands as they look around. The unexpected crowd had them worried, but they find her easier than expected. It's her. That's her. She looks just like a picture. She's new, but she's definitely an actress. She shines like a beacon amidst the crowd. Yagumo nods to himself as he approaches Amakata, with a casual raise of the hand. When she notices him approaching, her somewhat lonely face instantly brightens.
ヤグモマックス監督
Are you director Max Yagumo?
ヤグモですそれと
Yes, I'm Yagumo, and this is...
失礼
Sorry about
それ
that.
とこっちは同行する助手のマガリとカメラマンのカナデです
Sorry about that. This is my assistant, Magari, and my cameraman, Kanade.
天方ひとはです品藩同行させていただきますのでよろしくお願いしますね
She's the girl we met at the shrine. I'm Hitoha Amakata. Thank you so much for letting me join your location scouting. Magari and Kanade greet her. Yagumo thinks to himself as he watches Hitoha interact with them. She's got a nice smile. I've seen many businesses smile in my time, but her smile seems so genuine and natural, unlike the sort of platitudes I'm used to. I sort of chose her via a process of elimination, but I think we may have hit the jackpot. Magari and Hitoha have a fun chat about each other's clothes and accessories. They certainly seem close for people who have only just now met. Girls these days have good communication skills. Or maybe it's just Magari.
そうだ。マガリン、ひとはちゃんに例の資料を送ってあげてくれ。
Oh, Magari, can you send Hitoha that document?
よー
Sure thing.
じゃあひとはちゃん、
Okay, Hitoha, I'll send you the document, so give me your email address.
資料って何のですか？
What sort of document?
今回の品班の大まかな予定表と自分らや旅館の連絡先とかをまとめてあるから、万が一はぐれちゃった時とか困らないようにね。
The rough schedule for today's vacation scouting, as well as the contact info for our hotel. You know, in case we get split up.
ああ、なるほど。
I see.
それじゃ
In
あ
that
私
case,
の携
I
帯番
should
号も
give you
お
guys
知ら
my
せ
phone
してお
number
きます
too.
ね。
よろしく。
Okay, thanks. Everyone starts fiddling with their phones as they exchange contact info.
そうだ。
じゃあ資料今回の
そういえば、品班への
Right,
同
I
行も
heard you
君からの
specifically
希望
asked
だ
to
と
join
聞
us
いて
for
るけ
location
ど、
scouting, but
撮影まだ先なの
it
に
takes enthusiasm
こ
to
ん
want
な
to
に
feel
早
for
く
the
前乗りして
setting
まで
and
舞
then
台の
cheating
空
it
気を
so
つかもうな
far
ん
off.
て熱心なんだな。感心したよ。
それは
Well, it's my
せっ
very
かくも
first
らった
leading
初
part,
めての主
so
演ですから、
I want to
絶
make it
対にいい
count.
結果残したくて。今までやってきたお芝居の勉強、全部ここで活かしたいんです。
I want to put all my acting training into good
そっ
use.
か。そう言ってもらえると、こちらもとても頼もしいよ。
ありがとうございます。それに
の
Her impish smile leaves Yaguma a little confused. She lowers her voice as if to share a big secret.
実は先週から私こちらに来てあちこち巡ってたんですよ。だか
To
ら
tell you the truth, I've been making my way around these parts on my own since last week.
監督たちとも初対面じゃないんです。
So this isn't the first time I've met you guys.
初対面じゃない。
It's not?
どこかで会ってたっけ？
Where have we met before?
ほら、何日か前によもつひら坂で。
It was just the other day, remember? At Yomotsu Hirosaka? Yagamo and Magari shout in surprise at
あ
once.
の時の観光客って
Forest we saw back then was you, Hitoha?
はい。あの
Yes.
時はなんだかびっくりさせちゃったみたいで
I
ごめん
think
な
I
さい。
surprised you back then.
いやい
Sorry.
や、気にしないでくれ。あの時は、
No, don't worry about it. That
そう
was...
俺は冷静だったん
I
だ
was
が、
perfectly
この
calm,
マ
but
ガリのやつが
Magari
ね、
mistook you for a
幽
ghost
霊
and
と間
got
違え
freaked
て
out.
騒いじまったんだ。
Magari turns around and gives Yagamo a piercing glare. Yagamo ignores her and
ま
continues.
ったく、このマガリは慌て者だし、臆病でね。あの時も俺が落ち着かせようとしても
She
聞
can be
か
a
なくて
scatterbrained
ね。
chicken sometimes. I tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen.
まったく、
Good grief.
こういう慌
Sure
て
is
者
trouble
のア
having
シスタン
such
トを
a
もっと苦労
scatterbrained
するよ。
assistant. Magari contains her rage and says nothing, perhaps because of Hitoha's presence. Once the crowd thins and she's broken the ice, Yagamo cheerfully keeps talking to Hitoha.
しかし、よもつひら坂で会ったの。
It's been a week since we met at Yomotsu Hirosaka. You've stayed here this whole
滞
time?
在してたの。
ええ、まあ早めに来て。
Yes, well, I came here as soon as I could to look around, and besides...
それに
Besides,
無名であんまりお仕事なくて
as
暇
a
ですか
no-name
ら。
actress, I've got no work and lots of free time.
ま、俺も無名でそんなに仕事ある
Well,
わけじゃないから
I'm
な。
a no-name myself,
今回の
so
ドラマ
I
を
don't
きっ
get
か
much
け
work
に
either.
お互い
Let's
跳ね
make
る
this
よ。
TV
頑張
drama
ろ
a springboard for all our careers.
ええ、頑張ります。
I'll do my best.
う。さて、
これからどうするんですか？
What are we gonna do now?
八坂神社で
We've
約
got some
束し
time
てる
before we
2
need
時
to
半
be
ま
at
でに
Yasuka
はまだ
Shrine
間があるからな。
at 2:30. So before
そ
that,
れまで
let's look
いく
around
つ
at
か
some
近場
nearby
でめぼしい
places.
ところ見学しておこう。それと昼飯
I'd
も
also
食っ
like
て
to
おきた
find
い
a
とこ
place
ろ
to
だが
eat, so Yagumo shoots a glance at Magari, who types on her phone and quickly answers.
バッチリ良さげなお店ピックアップしてあ
I
るっ
found
す。
somewhere that looks perfect.
オッケー。それとひとはちゃん、品半の間は基本カメラ回してるけどいいかな。
Yuka, mind if we roll the camera during location scouting?
取材もそうだけど、
Not just for collecting
後々
data,
メイキ
but
ング映
to
像
use
とし
for
て
a
も使
making
いた
of
いか
feature
ら。
later on.
構いませんよ。でもメイクや髪型、油断した姿が映っちゃわないように気をつけなきゃで
Fine
す
by
ね。
me, but try not to catch my bad side on film, okay?
まあまずいとこは後でカットするから。それじゃ行こうか。
はい。
The team leaves the van parked at Suwano Station and walks into town on foot. Right, I'm gonna leave that here for now, guys. Only because I've got to go and do the school run. Okay. I can pick this up later at another point of time. Either later tonight or I'm trying to think when I could be able to pick it up again. Won't be tomorrow, I'll be working the late tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, but we'll see. Anyway, George is home. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.